Section 12 of Inventions in the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Inventions in the Century by William Henry Doolittle. Hoisting, Conveying, and Storing. Allusion has been made to the stupendous buildings and works of the ancients and of the Middle Ages, the immense multitude of workers and great extent of time and labor employed in their construction, and how the awful drudgery involved in such undertakings was relieved by the invention of modern engineering devices, the cranes, the derricks, and the steam giants to operate them, so that vast loads which required large numbers of men and beasts to move, and long periods of time in which to move them, can now be lifted with ease and carried to great heights and distances in a few minutes by the hands of one or of a few men. But outside of the line of such undertakings, there is an immense field of labor-saving appliances adapted for use in transportation of smaller loads from place to place, within and without buildings, and for carrying people and freight from the lower to the upper stories of tall structures. In fact, the tall buildings which we see now in almost every great city, towering cloudward from the ground to the height of 15, 20, and 25 stories, would have been extravagant and useless had not the invention of the modern elevator rendered their highest parts as easy of access as their lowest, and at the same time given to the airspace above the city lot as great a commercial value in feet and inches as the stretch of earth itself. Many of the skyscrapers, so called, are splendid monuments of the latest inventions of the century. It is by means of the modern elevator that the business of a whole town may be transacted under a single roof. In the multiplicity of modern human contrivances by which the sweat and drudgery of life are saved and time economized for worthier objects, we are apt to overlook the painful and laborious steps by which they were reached, and to regard with impatience, or at least with indifference, the story of their evolution, and yet no correct or profound knowledge of the growth of humanity to its higher planes can be obtained without noting to what extent the minor inventions, as well as the startling ones, have aided the upward progress. For instance, consider how few and comparatively awkward were the mechanical means before this century. The innumerable army of men when men were slaves, and when blood and muscle and brain were cheap, who, laboring with the beast, toiled upward for years on inclined ways to lay the stones of the stupendous pyramids, still had their counterparts centuries later in the stream of men carrying on their shoulders the loads of grain and other freight and burdens from the shore to the holds of vessels, from vessels to the shore, from the ground to high buildings, and from one part of great warehouses to another. Now look at a vessel moved to a wharf capable of holding 50,000 or 100,000 bushels of grain, and having that amount poured into it in 3 hours from the spouts of an elevator, to which the grain has been carried in a myriad buckets on a chain by steam power in about the same time. or to those arrangements of carriers traveling on ropes, cords, wires, or cables, by which materials are quickly conveyed from one part of some structure or place to another, as hay and grain in barns or mows, ores from mines to cars, merchandise of all kinds from one part of a great store to another, or shot through pipes underground from one section of a city or town to their destination by a current of air. True, as it has before been stated, the ancients and later generations had the wedge, the pulley, the inclined plane, the screw, and the windlass, and by these powers, modified in form and increased in size as the occasion demanded, in the form of cranes, derricks, and operated by animal power, materials were lifted and transported, but down to the time of the practical and successful application of steam by Watt in the latter part of the 18th century, and until a much later period in most places in the world, these simple means, actuated alone by men or animals, were the best means employed for elevating and conveying loads, and even they were employed to a comparatively limited extent. The century was well started before it was common to employ cups on elevator bands in mills, invented by Oliver Evans in 1780, to carry grain to the top of the mill, from whence it was to fall by gravity to the grinding and flouring apparatus below. It was not until 1795 that the powerful modern apparatus, the hydraulic or hydrostatic press, was patented by Bramah in England. The model he then made is now in the Museum of the Commissioner of Patents, London. In this a reservoir for water is provided, on which is placed a pump having a piston rod worked by a hand lever. The water is conveyed from the reservoir to a cylinder by a pipe, and this cylinder is provided with a piston carrying at its top a table which rises between guides. The load to be carried is placed on this table, and as the machine was at first designed to compress materials, the load is pressed by the rising table against an upper stationary plate. The elevation of the table is proportionate to the quantity of water injected, and the power proportionate to the receptive areas of the pump and cylinder. The first great application of machines built on this principle was by Robert Stephenson in the elevation of the gigantic tubes for the tubular bridge across the Menai Straits, already described in the chapter on civil engineering. The century was half through with before it was proposed to use water and steam for passenger elevators. In 1852, J.T. Slade in England patented a device consisting of a drum to be actuated by steam, water, or compressed air, around which drum ropes were wound, and to which ropes were attached separate cages in separate wells to counterbalance each other, the cages moving in guides and provided with brakes and levers to stop and control the cages and movement of the drum. Louis T. Van Elveen, also of England, in 1858 invented counterbalance weights for such lifts. Otis, an American, invented and patented in America and England in 1859 the first approach to the modern passenger elevator for hotels, warehouses, and other structures. The motive power was preferably a steam engine, and the elevating means was a large screw placed vertically and made to revolve by suitable gearing, and a cylinder to which the car was attached, having projections to work in the threads of the screw. means were provided to start and to stop the car and to retard its otherwise sudden fall and stoppage. Elevators, which are now so largely used to raise passengers and freight from the lower to the upper stories of high edifices, have for their motive power steam, water, compressed air, and electricity. With steam, a drum is rotated, over which a hoisting wire rope is wound, to which the elevator car is attached. The car for passengers may be a small but elegantly furnished room, which is carried on guide blocks, and the stationary guides are provided with ratchet teeth with which pawls on the car are adapted to engage should the hoisting rope give way. To the hoisting rope is attached a counterbalance weight to partly meet the weight of the car in order to prevent the car from sticking fast on its passage, and also to prevent a sudden dropping of the car should the rope become slack. A hand rope for the operator is provided, which at its lower end is connected with a starting lever controlling the valves of the cylinders, into which steam is admitted to start the piston shaft, which in turn actuates the gear wheels, by which movement the ropes are wound around the drums. In another form of steam elevator, the drums are turned in opposite directions by right and left worms driven by a belt. In the hydraulic form of elevator, a motor worked by water is employed to lift the car, although steam power is also employed to raise the water. The car is connected to wire cables passing over large sheaves at the top of the well room to a counterbalancing bucket. This bucket fits closely in a watertight upright tube or standpipe, about 2 feet in diameter, extending from the basement to the upper story. Near this standpipe in the upper story is placed a water supply tank. A pipe discharges the water from the tank into the bucket, which moves up and down in the standpipe. There is a valve in the tank which is opened by stepping on a treadle in the car, and this action admits to the bucket just enough weight of water to overbalance the load on the car. As soon as the bucket is heavier than the car, it descends, and of course draws the car upward, thus using the minimum power required to raise each load, rather than, when steam is employed, the full power of the engine each and every time. The speed is controlled by means of brakes or clamps that firmly clasp wrought iron slides secured to posts on each side of the well room, the operator having control of these brakes by a lever on the car. When the car has ascended as far as desired, the operator steps upon another treadle in the car connected with a valve in the bottom of the bucket, and thus discharges the water into the receiving tank below until the car is heavier than the bucket, when it then, of course, descends. The water is thus taken from the upper tank into the bucket, discharged through the standpipe into the receiving tank under the floor of the basement, and then pumped back again to the upper tank, so that it is used over and over again without loss. Various modifications have been made in the hydraulic forms. In place of steam, electricity was introduced to control the hydraulic operation. Again, an electric motor has been invented to be placed on the car itself with connected gearing engaging rack bars in the well. Elevators have been contrived automatically, controlled by switched mechanisms on the landings, and in connection with the electric motor, safety devices are used to break the motor circuit and thus stop the car the moment the elevator door is opened. And there are devices to break the circuit and stop the car at once, should an obstruction, the foot for instance, be accidentally thrust out into the path of the car frame. Columns of water and of air have been so arranged that should the car fall, the fall will be broken by the water or air cushion made to yield gradually to the pressure. So many safety devices have been invented that there is now no excuse for accidents. They result by a criminal neglect of builders or engineers to provide themselves with such devices, or by a most ignorant or careless management and operation of simple actuating mechanisms. Between 1880 and 1890, there was great activity in the invention of what is known as store service conveyors. One of the earliest forms, and one which had been partly selected from other arts, was to suspend from a rigid framework connected to the floor, roof, or side of the building a long platform in the direction through the building it was desired the road to run, giving this platform a slight inclination. On this platform were placed tracks, and from the tracks were suspended trucks, baskets, or other merchandise receptacles, having wheels rested on and adapted to roll on the tracks. Double or single tracks could be provided as desired. The cars ran on these tracks by gravity, and considerable ingenuity was displayed in the feature alone of providing the outgoing and returning inclined tracks in hand straps and levers for raising and lowering the carriage, part or all of it, to or from the tracks, and in buffers to break the force of the blow of the carriages when arriving at their stopping places. Then, about 1882 to 83, it was found by some inventors if moderately fine wires were stretched level and as tight as possible, they would afford such little friction and resistance to light and nicely balanced wheels that no inclination of the tracks was necessary, and that the carriages mounted on such wheels and tracks would run the entire length of a long building and turn corners not too sharp by a single initial push of the hand. In other arrangements, a carrier is self-propelled by means of a coiled spring on the carrier, which begins its operation as soon as the carrier is given a start, and to meet the exhausted strength of such spring, coiled springs at different points on the line are arranged to engage and give the carrier an additional push. Before the carrier is stopped, its action is such as to automatically rewind its spring. A system of pneumatic transmission was invented, by which a carrier is caused to travel through a tube by the agency of an air current, created therein by an air compressor, blower, or similar device. The device is so arranged that the air current is caused to either take direction through the tube, and in some instances gravity may be used to assist the vacuum formed behind the carrier. The tube is controlled at each end by one or more sliding gates or valves, and the carrier is made to actuate the gates and close the one behind it, so that the carrier may be discharged without permitting the escape of the air and consequent reduction of pressure. An interesting invention has been made by James M. Dodge of Philadelphia in the line of conveyors, whereby pea coal and other quite heavy materials introduced by a hopper into a trough are subjected to a powerful air blast, which pushes the material forward, and as the trough is provided with a series of frequently occurring slots or perforations open to the outer air and inclined opposite the direction of travel, the powerful current from the blower in escaping through such outlets tends to lift or buoy the material and carry it forward in the air current, thereby greatly reducing frictional contact and increasing the impelling operation. The inventor claims that with such an apparatus many tons of material per hour may be conveyed with a comparatively small working air pressure. In order that a conveyor carriage may be automatically switched off at a certain place or station on the line, one mode adopted was to arrange at a gate or station a sort of pin or projection or other deflector to engage some recess or corresponding feature on the carriage so as to arrest and turn the carriage in its new direction at that point. Another mode was the adoption of electromagnets, which would operate at a certain place to arrest or divert the carriage, and in either case the carriage was so constructed that its engaging features would operate automatically only in conjunction with certain features at a particular place on the line. Signals have also been adopted, in some cases operated by electric current, by which the operator can determine whether or not the controlling devices have operated to stop the carrier at the desired place. By electric or mechanical means, it is also provided that one or more loop branches may be connected with or disconnected from the main circuit. The lazy tongs principle has been introduced, by which a long, lazy tongs is shot forth through a tube or box to carry forward the carriage, and the same principle is employed in fire escapes to throw up a cage to a great height to a window or other point, which cage is lowered gently and safely by the same means to the ground. Buffers of all kinds have been devised to effect the stoppage of the carrier without injury thereto under the different degrees of force with which it is moved upon its way, to prevent rebounding, and to enable the carrier to be discharged with facility at the end of its route. Among the early mechanical means of transporting the carriage was an endless cable moved continuously by an engine, and this adoption of cable principle in store service was coeval with its adoption for running street cars. Also, the system of switching the cars from the main line to a branch and in different parts of a city at the same time that all lines are receiving their motive power from the main line corresponds to the manner of conveying cash to all parts of a building at the same time from many points. To the great department store or monstrous building wherein, as we have said, the whole business of a town may be transacted, the assemblage and conjoint use of elevators and conveyors seem to be actually necessary. A very useful and important line of inventions consists in means for forming connections between rotary shafts and their pulleys and mechanisms to be operated thereby, by which such mechanism can be started or stopped at once, or their motion reversed or retarded, or by which an actuating shaft may be automatically stopped. These means are known as clutches. They are designed often to afford a yielding connection between the shaft and a machine which shall prevent excessive strain and wear upon starting the shaft. They are also often provided with a spring connection which, in the rotation of the shaft in either direction, will operate to relieve the strain upon the shaft or shafts and its driving motor. Safety clutches are numerous, by which the machine is quickly and automatically stopped by the action of electromagnets should a workman or other obstruction be caught in the machinery. Electric auxiliary mechanism has also been devised to start or stop the main machine slowly and thus prevent injury to small or delicate parts of complicated machines, like printing presses, for instance. Clutches are arranged sometimes in the form of weights, resembling the action of the weights in steam governors, whereby centrifugal action is relied upon for swinging the weights outward to effect a clutching and coupling of the shaft or other mechanism, so that two lines of shafting are coupled or the machine started or speeded at a certain time during the operation. In order to avoid the great mischief arising sometimes from undue strain upon and the breaking of a shaft, a weak coupling composed of a link is sometimes employed between the shaft and the driven machine, whereby, should the force become suddenly too great, the link of weaker metal is broken and the connection between the shaft thereby destroyed and the machine stopped. To this class of inventions, as well as to many others, the phrase labor-saving is applied as a descriptive term, and as it is a correct one in most instances, since they save the labor of many human hands, they are regarded by many as detrimental to a great extent, as they result in throwing out of employment a large number of persons. This derangement does sometimes occur, but the curtailment of the number of laborers is but temporary after all. The increased production of materials resulting from cheaper and better processes and from the reduced cost of handling them necessitates the employment of a larger number of persons to take care of, in many ways, the greater output caused by the increased demand. The new machinery demands the labor of additional numbers in its manufacture. The increase in the size and heights of buildings involves new modes of construction and a greater number of artisans in their erection. New forms of industry springing from every practical invention which produces a new product or results in a new mode of operation complicates the systems of labor and creates a demand for a large number of employers and employees in new fields. Hence, it is only necessary to resort to comparative statistics, too extensive to cite here, to show that the number of unemployed people in proportion to the populations is less in the present age than in any previous one. In this sense, therefore, inventions should be classed as labor-increasing devices. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Inventions in the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Inventions in the Century by William Henry Doolittle. Hydraulics. The science of hydraulics appears to be as old as the thirst of man. When prehistoric men had only stone implements with which to do their work, they built aqueducts, reservoirs, and deep wells which rival in extent many great similar works that are the boast of their modern descendants. Modern inventors have also produced with a flourish nice instrumentalities for raising water, agencies which are covered with the moss of untold centuries in China. It was more than an ancient observation that came down to Pliny's time for record, that water would rise to a level with its source. The observation, however, was put into practical use in his time and long before, without a knowledge of its philosophical cause. Nothing in Egyptian sculpture portraying the arts in vogue around the cradle of the human race is older than the long lever rocking upon a cleft stick, one arm of the lever carrying a bracket and the other arm used to raise a bucket from a well. 40 centuries and more have not rendered this device obsolete. Among other machines of the Egyptians, the Carthaginians, the Greeks, and the Romans, the raising water was the tympanum, a drum-shaped wheel divided into radial partitions, chambers of pockets which were open to a short depth on the periphery of the wheel, and inclined toward the axis, and which was driven by animal or manual power. These pockets scooped up the water from the stream or pond in which the wheel was located as the wheel revolved, and directed it toward the axis of the wheel, where it ran out into troughs, pipes, or gutters. The Naraya, a chain of pots, and the screw of Archimedes were other forms of ancient pumps. The bucket pumps, with some modifications, are known in modern times as scoop wheels, and have been used extensively in the drainage of lands, especially by the Dutch, who at first drove them by windmills, and later by steam. The division of water wheels into overshot, undershot, and breast wheels is not a modern system. In the Pneumatics of Hero, which compilation of inventions appeared in 225 BC, 79 illustrations are given and described of simple machines, between 60 and 70 of which are hydraulic devices. Among these are siphon pumps, the force pump of Sidifius, a fire pump having 2 cylinders and 2 pistons, valves, and levers. We have in a previous chapter referred to Hero's steam engine. The fact that a vacuum may be created in a pump into which water will rise by atmospheric pressure appears to have been availed of, but not explained or understood. The employment of the rope, pulley, and windlass to raise water was known to Hero and his countrymen, as well as by the Chinese before them. The chain pump and other pumps of simple form have only been improved since Hero's day in matters of detail. The screw of Archimedes has been extended in application as a carrier of water and converted into a conveyor of many other materials. Thus, aqueducts, reservoirs, water wheels, used for grinding grain, simple forms of pumps, fountains, hydraulic organs, and a few other hydraulic devices were known to ancient peoples, but their limited knowledge of the laws of pneumatics and their little mechanical skill prevented much general progress or extensive general use of such inventions. It is said that Frontinus, a Roman consul, an inspector of public fountains and aqueducts in the reign of Nerva and Trajan, and who wrote a book, De Aquiturbidis Urbis Romano Commentarius, describing the great aqueducts of Rome, was the first and the last of the ancients to attempt a scientific investigation of the motions of liquids. In 1593, Servier, a Frenchman born in Lyon, invented the rotary pump. In this, the pistons, consisting of 2 cogwheels, their leaves intermeshing, and rotated in an elliptical-shaped chamber. The water entered the chamber from a lower pipe, and the action of the wheels was such as to carry the water around the chamber and force it out through an opposite upper pipe. Subsequent changes involved the rotating of the cylinder instead of the wheels, and many modifications in the form of the wheels. The same principle was subsequently adopted in rotary steam engines. In 1586, a few years before the invention of Servier, Stevinus, the great engineer of the dikes of Holland, wrote learnedly on the principles of statics and hydrostatics, and Whewell states that his treatment of the subject embraces most of the elementary science of hydraulics and hydrostatics of the present day. This was followed by the investigations and treatises of Galileo, his pupil Torricelli, and discovered the law of air pressure. The great French genius Pascal and Sir Isaac Newton in the 17th century, and Daniel Bernoulli, Dalibard, Euler, the great German mathematician and inventor of the centrifugal pump, the Abbé Bossut, Venturi, Alwine, and others in the 18th century. It was not until the 17th and 18th centuries that mankind departed much from the practice of supplying their towns and cities with water from distant springs, rivers, and lakes by pipes and aqueducts, and resorted to water distribution systems from towers and elevated reservoirs. Certain cities in Germany and France were the first to do this. followed in the 18th century by England. This seems strange as to England, as in 1582, one Peter Maurice, a Dutch engineer, erected at London, on the old arch bridge across the Thames, a series of forcing pumps worked by undershot wheels, placed in the current of the river, by which he forced a supply of water to the uppermost rooms of lofty buildings adjacent to the bridge. Before the inventions of Newcomen and Watt, in the latter part of the 18th century of steam pumps, the lift and force pumps were operated by wheels and currents by horses, and sometimes by the force of currents of common sewers. When the waters of rivers adjacent to towns and cities thus began to be pumped for drinking purposes, strainers and filters of various kinds were invented of necessity. The first ones of which there is any printed record made their appearance in 1776. After the principles of hydraulics had thus been reviewed and discussed by the philosophers of the 17th and 18th centuries, and applied to the extent indicated, further application of them was made, and especially for the propelling of vessels. In 1718, La Hire revived and improved the double-acting pump of Christivius, but to what extent he put it into use does not appear. However, it was the double-acting pump having 2 chambers and 2 valves, and in which the piston acted to throw the water out at each stroke. In 1730, Dr. John Allen of England designed a vessel having a tunnel of pipe open at the stern, thereof through which water was to be pumped into the air or sea, the reaction thus occasioned driving the vessel forward. He put such a vessel at work in a canal, working the pumps by manual labor, and suggested the employment of a steam engine. A vessel of this kind was patented by David Ramsay of England in 1738. Rumsey of America in 1782 also invented a similar vessel, built one 50 feet long, and ran it experimentally on the Potomac River. Dr. Franklin also planned a boat of this kind in 1785, and illustrated the same by sketches. His plan has since been tried on the Scheldt, but 2 turbines were substituted for a simple force pump. Further mention will be made later on of a few more elaborate inventions of this kind. It also having been discovered that the fall of a column of water in a tube would cause a portion of it to rise higher than its source by reason of the force of momentum, a machine was devised by which successive impulses of this force were used, in combination with atmospheric pressure, to raise a portion of the water at each impulse. This was the well-known ram, and the first inventor of such a machine was John Whitehurst of Cheapside, England, who constructed one in 1772. From a reservoir, spring or cistern of water, the water was discharged downward into a long pipe of small diameter, and from thence into a shorter pipe, governed by a stopcock. On the opening of the stopcock, the water was given a quick momentum, and on closing the cock, water was forced with a continuing momentum through another pipe into an air chamber. A valve in the latter mentioned pipe opened into the air chamber. The air pressure served to overcome the momentum and to close the chamber, and at the same time force the water received into the air chamber up an adjacent pipe. Another impulse was obtained in another injection of water into the chamber by again opening the stopcock, and thus by successive impulses water was forced into the chamber and pressed by the air up through the discharge pipe and thence through a building or other receptacle. But the fact that the stop valve had to be opened and closed by hand to obtain the desired number of lifts rendered the machine ineffective. In 1796, Montgolfier, a Frenchman and one of the inventors of the balloon, substituted for the stopcock of the Whitehurst machine a loose impulse valve in the waste pipe, whereby the valve was raised by the rush of water made to set itself, check the outflow, and turn the current into the air chamber. This simple alteration changed the character of the machine entirely. rendered it automatic in action and converted it into a highly successful water-raising machine. For this invention, Montgolfier obtained a gold medal from the French Exposition in 1802, where a head can be had from 4 to 6 feet. Water can be raised to the height of 30 feet. Bodies of water greater in amount than is desired to be raised can thus be utilized, and this simple machine has come into very extensive use during the present century. Allusion was made in the last chapter to the powerful hydraulic press of Joseph Branagh, invented in 1795 to 1800, its practical introduction in this century, and improvements therein of others. After the great improvements in the steam engine made by Watt, water, steam, and air pressure joined their forces on the threshold of this century to lift and move the world, as it had never been moved before. The strong hands of hydraulics are pumps. They are divided into classes by names indicating their purpose and mode of operation, such as single, double-acting, lift or force, reciprocating or rotary, etc. Knight, in his celebrated mechanical dictionary, enumerates 100 differently constructed pumps connected with the various arts. In a broader enumeration under the head of hydraulic engineering and engineering devices, he gives a list of over 600 species. The number has since increased. About 9/10 of these contrivances have been invented during the 19th century, although the philosophical principles of the operation of most of them had been previously discovered. The important epochs in the invention of pumps, ending with the 18th century, were thus the single-acting pump of Sirius, 225 BC, the double-acting of La Hire in 1718, the hydraulic ram of Whitehurst, 1772, and the hydraulic press of Brahma of 1795 to 1802. Brahma's press illustrates how the theories of one age are often lie dormant, but if true become the practices of a succeeding age. Pascal, 150 years before Brahma's time, had written this seeming hydraulic paradox. If a vessel closed on all sides has two openings, the one 100 times as large as the other, and if each be supplied with a piston which fits it exactly, then a man pushing the small piston will equilibrate that of 100 men pushing the piston which is 100 times as large, and will overcome the other 99. This is the law of the hydraulic press, that intensity of pressure is everywhere the same. The next important epoch was the invention of Fourmillon in 1823 of the water wheel known as the turbine and also as the vortex wheel. If we will return a moment to the little steam engine of the ancient hero of Alexandria, called the Aeopilite, it will be remembered that the steam admitted into a pivoted vessel and out of it through little opposite pipes, having bent exits turned in contrary directions, caused the vessel to rotate by reason of the reaction of the steam against the pipes, in what is called Barker's mill. Brought out in the 18th century, substantially the same form of engine is seen with water substituted for the steam. A turbine is a wheel usually placed horizontally to the water. The wheel is provided with curved internal buckets against which the water is led by outer curved passages. The guides in the buckets both curved in such manner that the water shall enter the wheel as nearly as possible without shock, and leave it with the least possible velocity, thereby utilizing the greatest possible amount of energy. In the chapter on electrical inventions, reference is made to the mighty power of Niagara, used to actuate a great number of electrical and other machines of vast power. This utilization had long been the dream of engineers. Sir William Siemens had said that the power of all the coal raised in the world would barely represent the power of Niagara. The dream has been realized, and the turbine is the apparatus through which the power of the harnessed giant is transmitted. A canal is dug from the river a mile above the falls. It conducts water to a powerhouse near the falls. At the powerhouse, the canal is furnished with a gate and with cribs to keep back the obstructions, such as sticks. At the gate is placed a vertical iron tube called a penstock, 7½ feet in diameter and 160 feet deep. At the bottom of the penstock is placed a turbine wheel fixed on a shaft, and to which shaft is connected an electric generator or other power machine. On opening the gate, a mass of water 7½ feet in diameter falls upon the turbine wheel, 160 feet below. The water rushing through the wheel turns it and its shaft many hundred revolutions a minute. All the machinery is of enormous power and dimensions. One electric generator there is 11 feet 7 inches in diameter and spins around at the rate of 250 revolutions a minute. Means are provided by which the speed of each wheel is regulated automatically. Each turbine in a penstock represents the power of 5,000 horses, and there are now 10 or more employed. After the water has done its work on the wheels, it falls into a tunnel and is carried back to the river below the falls. Not only are the manufacturers of various kinds of a large town at the falls thus supplied with power, but electric power is transmitted to distant towns and cities. Turbine pumps of the Fourier type have an outward flow, but another form invented also by a Frenchman, Joinville, has a downward discharge, and others are oblique, double, combined turbine, rotary, and centrifugal, embodying similar principles. The term rotary, broadly speaking, includes turbine and centrifugal pumps. The centrifugal pump, invented by Euler in 1754, was taken up in the 19th century and greatly improved. In the centrifugal pump of the ordinary form, the water is received at the center of the wheel and diverted and carried out in an upward direction. But in most of its modern forms derived from the turbine, the principle is adopted of so shaping the vanes that the water, striking them in the curved direction, shall not have its line of curvature suddenly changed. Among modern inventions of this class of pumps was the Massachusetts of 1818 and McCarty's in 1830 of America, that of some contemporary French engineers, and subsequently in France the Appold system, which latter was brought into prominent notice at the London Exposition of 1851. Improvements of great value were also made by Professor James Thomson of England. Centrifugal pumps have been used with great success in lifting large bodies of water to a moderate height, and for draining marshes and other low lands. Holland, Germany, France, England, and America have, through some of their ablest hydraulic engineers and inventors, produced most remarkable results in these various forms of pumps. We have noted what has been done at Niagara with the turbines, and the drainage of the marshes of Italy, the lowlands of Holland, the fens of England, and the swamps of Florida bear evidence of the value of kindred inventions. That modern form of pump known as the injector has many uses in the arts and manufactures. One of its most useful functions is to automatically supply steam boilers with water and regulate the supply. It was the invention of Gifford, patented in England in 1858, and consists of a steam pipe leading from the boiler and having its nozzle projecting into an annular space, which communicates with the feed pipe from a water supply. A jet of steam is discharged with force into this space, producing a vacuum, into which the water from the feed pipe rushes, and the condensed steam and water are driven by the momentum of the jet into a pipe leading into the boiler. This exceedingly useful apparatus has been improved and universally used wherever steam boilers are found. The idea of injecting a stream of steam or water to create or increase the flow of another stream has been applied in intensifiers to increase the pressure of water in hydraulic mains, pipes, and machines by additional pressure energy. Thus, the water from an ordinary main may be given such an increased pressure that a jet from a hydrant may be carried to the tops of high houses. In connection with pumping, it may be said that a great deal has been discovered and invented during this century concerning the force and utilization of jets of water and the force of water flowing through orifices. In the art of mining, a new system called hydraulicizing has been introduced, by which jets of water at high pressure have been directed against banks and hills, which have crumbled, been washed away, and made to reveal any precious ore they have concealed. To assist this operation, flexible nozzles have been invented which permit the stream to be easily turned in any desired direction. Returning to the idea of raising weights by hydraulic pressure, mention must be made of the recent invention of the hydraulic jack, a portable machine for raising loads, and which has displaced the older and less efficient screw jack. As an example of the practical utility of the hydraulic jack, about a half-century ago, it required the aid of 480 men working at capstans to raise the Luxor obelisk in Paris, whilst within 30 years thereafter, Cleopatra's Needle, a heavier monument, was raised to its present position on the Thames embankment by 4 men, each working one hydraulic jack. By the high pressures or stresses given by the hydraulic press, it was learned that cold metals have plasticity and can be molded or stretched like other plastic bodies. Thus, in one modification, a machine is had for making lead pipes. A container is filled with molten lead and then allowed to cool. The container is then forced by the pump against an elongated die of the size of the pipe required. A pressure from 1 to 2 tons per square inch is exerted. The lead is forced up through the die, and the pipe comes out completed. Wrought iron and cold steel can be forced like wax into different forms, and a rod of steel may be drawn through a die to form a piano wire. By another modification of the hydraulic press, pipes and cables are covered with a coating of lead to prevent deterioration from rust and other causes. Not only are cotton and other bulky materials pressed into small compass for hydraulic machines, but very valuable oils are pressed from cotton seed and from other materials, the seed being first softened, then made into cakes, and the cakes pressed. If it is desired to line tunnels or other channels with a metal lining, shield, or casing, large segments of iron to compose the casing are put in position, and as fast as the tunnel is excavated, the casing is pressed forward, and when the digging is done, the cast iron tunnel is complete. If the iron hoops and great casks are to be tightened, the cask is set on the plate of a hydraulic press, the hoops connected to a series of steel arms projecting from an overhanging support, and the cask is pressed upward until the proper degree of tightness is secured. In the application of hydraulic power to machine tools, great advances have been made. It has become a system in which Tweddle of England was a pioneer. The great force of water pressure combined with comparatively slow motion constitutes the basis of the system. Sir William Fairbairn had done with steam what Tweddle and others accomplished with water. Thus the enormous force of men and the fearful clatter formerly displayed in these huge works, where the riveting of boilers was carried on, can now be dispensed with, and in place of that noisy hammer and its ceaseless blows has come the steam or the hydraulic riveting machine, which noiselessly drives the rivet through any thickness of metal, clinches the same, and smooths the jointed plate. The forging and the rolling of the plates are performed by the same means. William George Armstrong of England, afterwards Sir William, first a lawyer, but with the strongest bearing toward mechanical subjects, performed a great work in the advancement of hydraulic engineering. It is claimed that he did for hydraulic machinery in the storage and transmission of power thereby what Watt did for the steam engine and Bessemer did for steel. In 1838 he produced his first invention, an important improvement in the hydraulic engine. In 1840, in a letter to the Mechanics magazine, he calls attention to the advantages of water as a mechanical agent and a reservoir of power, and show how water pumped to an elevated reservoir by a steam engine might have the potential energy thus stored utilized in many advantageous ways. How, for instance, a small engine pumping continuously could thus supply many large engines working intermittently. In illustration of this idea, he invented a crane, which was erected on Newcastle Quay in 1846. Another was constructed on the Albert Dock at Liverpool, and others at other places. These cranes, adapted for the lifting and carrying of enormous loads, were worked by hydraulic pressure obtained from elevated tanks or reservoirs, as above indicated. But as a substitute for such tanks or reservoirs, he invented the accumulator. This consists of a large cast iron cylinder fitted with a plunger, which is made to work watertight within by means of suitable packing. To this plunger is attached a weighted case filled with 1 or many tons of metal or other coarse material. Water is pumped into the cylinder until the plunger is raised to its full height within the cylinder, when the supply of water is cut off by the automatic operation of a valve. When the cranes or other apparatus to be worked thereby are in operation, water is passed from the cylinder through a small pipe which actuates the crane through hydraulic pressure. This pressure, of course, depends upon the weight of the plunger. Thus, a pressure of from 500 to 1,000 pounds per square inch may be obtained. The descending plunger maintains a constant pressure upon the water, and the water is only pumped into the cylinder when it is required to be filled. With sensitive accumulators of this character, hydraulic machinery is much used on board ships for steering them, and for loading, discharging, and storing cargoes. Water pressure engines, or water motors, of a great variety as to useful details, have been invented to take advantage of a natural head of water from falls wherever it exists, or from artificial accumulators, or from street mains. They resemble steam engines, in that the water under pressure drives a piston in a cylinder somewhat in the manner of steam. The underlying principle of this class of machinery is the admission of water under pressure to a cylinder which moves the piston and is allowed to escape on the completion of the stroke. They are divided into two great classes, single and double-acting engines, accordingly as the water is admitted to one side of the piston only, or to both sides alternately. Both kinds are provided with a regulator in the form of a turncock, weight, or spring valve to regulate and control the flow of water and to make it continuous. They are used for furnishing a limited amount of power for working small printing presses, dental engines, organs, sewing machines, and for many other purposes where a light motor is desired. The 19th century has seen a revolution in baths and accompanying closets. However useful, luxurious, and magnificent may have been the patrician baths of ancient Rome, that system, which modern investigators have found to be so complete to a certain extent, was not, nor ever has been, in the possession of the poor. It is within the memory of many now living everywhere how wretched was the sanitary accommodations in every populous place a generation or two ago. Now, with the modern water distribution systems and cheap bathing apparatuses, which can be brought to the homes of all, with plunger, valve siphon, and valved and wash-out closets, air valve, liquid seal, pipe inlet, and valve seal traps, and with the flushing and other hydraulic cleaning systems for drains and cesspools, little excuse can be had for want of proper sanitary regulations in any intelligent community. The result of the adoption of these modern improvements in this direction on the health of the people has been to banish plagues, curtail epidemics, and prolong for years the average duration of human life. How multiplied are the uses to which water is put, and how completely it is being subjected to the use of man. Rivers and pipes have their meters, so that now the velocity and volume of rivers and streams are measured and controlled, and floods prevented. The supplies for cities and for families are estimated, measured, and recorded as easily as the supplies of illuminating gas or the flow of food from elevators. Among the minor but very useful inventions are water scoops for picking up water for a train while in motion, consisting of a curved open pipe on a car, the mouth of which strikes a current of water in an open trough between the tracks and picks up and deposits in a minute a carload of water for the engine. Nozzles to emit jets of great velocity, and ball nozzles terminating in a cup in which a ball is loosely seated, and which has the effect as it is lifted by the jet to spread it into an umbrella-shaped spray, as of great value at fires in quenching flame and smoke. Next to pure air to breathe, we need pure water to drink, and modern discoveries and inventions have done and are doing much to help us to both. Pasteur and others have discovered and explained the germ theory of disease and to what extent it is due to impure water. Inventors have produced filters, and there is a large class of that character which render the water pure as it enters the dwelling, and fit for all domestic purposes. A specimen of the latter class is one which is attached to the main service pipe as it enters from the street. The water is first let into a cylinder stored with coarse filtering material, which clears the water of mud, sediment, and coarse impurities, and then is conducted into a second cylinder provided with a mass of fine-grained or powdered charcoal, or some other material which has the quality of not only arresting all remaining injurious ingredients, but destroys organisms, neutralizes ammonia and other deleterious material. From hence the water is returned to the service pipe and distributed throughout the house. The filter may be thoroughly cleansed by reversing the movement of the water and carrying it off through a drain pipe until it runs clear and sweet, whereupon the water is turned in its normal course through the filter and house. In a very recent report of General J. M. Wilson, Chief of Engineers, USA, the subject of filtration of water, and especially of public water supplies in England, the United States, and on the continent, is very thoroughly treated, and the conclusion arrived at there is that the system termed the American or mechanical system is the most successful one. This consists first in leading the water into one or more reservoirs, then coagulating suspended matter in the water by the use of the sulfate of alumina, and then allowing the water to flow through a body of coarse sand by which the coagulated aluminate matter is caught and held in the interstices of the sand, and the bacteria arrested. All objectionable matter is thus arrested by the surface portion of the sand body, which portion is from time to time scraped off, and the whole sand mass, occasionally washed out by upward currents of water, forced through the same. By this system great rapidity of filtration is obtained, the rate being 120 million gallons a day per acre. The English system contains more in the use of extended and successive reservoirs, or beds of sand alone, or aided by the use of the sulfate. It also is extensively used in many large cities. End of section 12. Section 13 of Inventions in the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Inventions in the Century by William Henry Doolittle. Pneumatics and Pneumatic Machines. The march of the human mind is slow, exclaimed Burke in his great speech on conciliation with the colonies. It was the beginning of the last quarter of the 18th century that he was speaking, and he was referring to the slow discovery of the eternal laws of Providence as applied in the field of political administration to distant colonies. The same could then have been said of the march of the human mind in the realms of nature. How slow had been the apprehension of the forces of that kind, but silent mother, whose strong arms are ever ready to lift and carry the burdens of men, whenever her aid is diligently sought. The voice of Burke was, however, hardly silent when the human mind suddenly awoke, and its march in the realms of government and of natural science since then cannot be regarded as slow. More than 15 centuries before Burke spoke, not only had Greece discovered the principles of political freedom for its citizens and its colonies, but the power of steam had been discovered, and experimental work been done with it. Yet when the famous orator made his speech, the Grecian experiment was a toy of kings, and the steam engine had just developed from this toy into a mighty engine in the hands of Watt. The age of mechanical inventions had just commenced, with the production of machines for spinning and weaving, and yet, in view of the rise of learning and the appearance from time to time of mighty intellects in the highest walks of science, the growth of the mind in the time of useful machinery had indeed been strangely slow. Learning had revived in Italy in the 12th and 13th centuries, and spread westward in the 14th. In the 15th, gunpowder and printing had been discovered, and Scaliger, the famous scholar of Italy, and Erasmus, the celebrated Dutch philosopher, were the leading restorers of ancient literature. Science then also revived, and Copernicus, the Pole, gave us the true theory of the solar system. The 16th century produced the great mathematicians and astronomers Tycho Brahe, and Dane, Cardan, and Galileo, the illustrious Italians, and Kepler, the German astronomer, whose discovery of the laws of planetary motion supplemented the works of Copernicus and Galileo and illuminated the early years of the 17th century. In the 17th century appeared Torricelli, the inventor of the barometer, Guericke, the German inventor of the air pump, Fahrenheit, the inventor of the mercurial thermometer bearing his name, Leibniz, eminent in every department of science and philosophy, Huygens, the great Dutch astronomer and philosopher, Pascal of France, and Sir Isaac Newton of England, the worthy successors of Kepler, Galileo, and Copernicus. And yet, with the exception of philosophical discoveries and a few experiments, the field of invention in the way of motor engines still remained practically closed. But slight has been the discoveries and experiments referred to. They were the mine from which the inventions of subsequent times were quarried. One of the earliest, if not the first, of pneumatic machines was the bellows. Its invention followed the discovery of fire and of metals. The bladders of animals suggested it, and their skins were substituted for the bladders. The Egyptians have left a record of its use 34 centuries ago, and its use has been continuous ever since. Mention has been made of the cannon. It was probably the earliest attempt to obtain motive power from heat. The ball was driven out of an iron cylinder by the inflammatory power of powder. Let a piston be substituted for the cannon ball, as was suggested by Huygens in 1680 and by Papin in 1690, and the charge of powder so reduced that when it is exploded, the piston will not be thrown entirely out of the cylinder. Another small explosive charge introduced on the other side of the piston to force it back, or let the cylinder be vertical and the piston be driven back by gravity. Means provided to permit the escape of the gas after it has done its work, and means to keep the cylinder cool, and we have the prototype of the modern heat engines. The gunpowder experiments of Huygens and Papin were not successful, but they were the progenitors of similar inventions made 2 centuries thereafter. Jan Baptista van Helmont, a Flemish physician, 1577 to 1644, was the first to apply the term gas to the elastic fluids which resemble air in physical properties. Robert Boyle, the celebrated Irish scholar and scientist, and improver of the air pump, and Edwin Marriott, the French physicist who was first to show that a feather in a coin will drop the same distance at the same time in a reservoir exhausted of air, were the independent discoveries of Boyle's and Marriott's law of gases, 1650 to 1676. This was that at any given temperature of a gas, which is at rest, its volume varies inversely with the pressure put upon it. It follows from this law that the density and tension, and therefore the expansive force of a gas, are proportional to the compressing force to which it is subjected. It is said that Abbé Hauteville, the son of a baker of Orleans, about 1678, proposed to raise water by a powder motor, and that in 1682 he described a machine based on the principle of the circulation of the blood, produced by the alternate expansion and contraction of the heart. The production of heat by concentrating the rays of the sun and for burning objects had been known from the time of Archimedes, and been repeated from time to time. Thus stood this art at the close of the 17th century, and thus it remained until near the close of the 18th. In England, Murdoch, the Cornish steam engineer, was the first to make and use coal gas for illuminating purposes, which he did in 1792 and 1798. Its utilization for other practical purposes was then suggested. Gas engines as motive powers were first described in the English patent to John Barber in 1791, and then in one issued to Robert Street in 1794. Barber proposed to introduce a stream of carbonated hydrogen gas through one port and a quantity of air at another, and explode them against the piston. Street proposed to drive up the piston by the expansive force of a heated gas, and anticipated many modern ideas. Philippe Le Bon, a French engineer, in 1799 and 1801, anticipated in a theoretical way many ideas since successfully reduced to practice. He proposed to use coal gas to drive a piston, which in turn should move the shaft that worked the pumps which forced in the gas and air, and thus make the machine double-acting, to introduce a charge of inflammable gas mixed with sufficient air to ignite it, to compress the air and gas before they entered the motor cylinder, to introduce the charge alternately on each side of the piston, and he also suggested the use of the electric spark to fire the mixture. But Le Bon was assassinated and did not live to work out his ideas. At the very beginning of the 19th century, John Dalton in England, 1801 to 1807, and Guy Lussac in France began their investigation of gases and vapors. Dalton was not only the author of the atomic theory, but the discoverer of the leading ideas in the constitution of mixed gases. These features were the diffusion of gases, the action of gases on each other in vacuum, the influence of different temperatures upon them, their chemical constituents, and their relative specific gravity. Guy Lussac, continuing his investigations as to expansion of air and gases under increased temperatures in 1807 to 10, established the law that when free from moisture, they all dilate uniformly and to equal amounts for all equal increments of temperature. He also showed that the gases combine as to volume in simple proportions, and that several of them, on being compounded, contracted always in such simple proportions as 1/2, 1/3, or 1/4 of their joint bulk. By these laws, all forms of engines which were made to work through the agency of heat are classed as heat engines, so that under this head are included steam engines, air engines, gas engines, vapor engines, and solar engines. The tie that binds these engines into one great family is temperature. It is the heat that does the work, whether it is a cannon, the power of which is manifested in a flash, or the slower-moving steam engine, whose throbbing heart beats not until water is turned to steam, or the sun, the parent of them all, whose rays are grasped and used direct. The question, in all cases, is, what is the amount of heat produced, and how can it be controlled? It, then, can make no difference what the agent is that is employed, whether air or gas or steam or the sun, or gunpowder explosion, but what is the temperature to be attained in the cylinder or vessel in which they work. Power is the measure of work done in a given time. Horsepower is the unit of such measurement, and it consists of the amount of power that is required to raise 1 pound through a vertical distance of 1 foot. This power is pressure, and the pressure is heat. The unit of heat is the amount of heat required to raise the temperature of a pound of distilled water 1 degree, from 39 degrees to 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Its amount or measurement is determined in any instance by a dynamometer. These were the discoveries with which philosophy opened the 19th century so brilliantly in the field of pneumatics. Before that time, it seemed impossible that explosive gases would ever be harnessed as steam had been, and made to do continual successful work in a cylinder and behind a piston. As yet means were to be found to make the engine efficient as a double-acting one, to start the untamed steed at the proper moment, and to stop him at the moment he had done his work. As Newcomen had been the first in the previous century to apply the steam engine to practical work, pumping water from mines, so Samuel Brown of England was the first in the century to invent and use a gas engine upon the water. Brown took out patents in 1823 and 1826. He proposed to use gunpowder gas as the motive power. His engine was also described in the Mechanics magazine published in London at that time. In the making of his engine, he followed the idea of a steam engine, but used the flame of an ignited gas jet to create a vacuum within the cylinder instead of steam. He fitted up an experimental boat with such an engine, and means upon the boat to generate the gas. The boat was then operated upon the Thames. He also succeeded experimentally in adapting his engine to a road carriage, but Brown's machines were cumbrous, complicated, and difficult to work, and therefore did not come into public use. About this time, 1823, Davy and Faraday reawakened interest in gas engines by the discovery that a number of gases could be reduced to a liquid state, some by great pressure and others by cold, and that upon the release of the pressure the gases would return to their original volume. In the condensation, heat was developed, and in re-expansion, it was rendered latent. Then Wright, in 1833, obtained a patent in which he expounded and illustrated the principles of expansion and compression of gas and air, performed in separate cylinders, the production of a vacuum by the explosion, and the use of a water jacket around the cylinder for cooling it. But William Burdett, in 1838, has claimed the honor of having been the first to invent the means of compressing the gas and air previous to the explosion, substantially the same as adopted in gas engines of the present day. The defects found in gas engines thus far were want of proper preliminary compression, then incomplete expansion, and finally loss of heat through the walls. Some years later, LynneT, a Frenchman, invented a gas engine of a successful type, of which 300 in 1862 were in use in France. It showed what could be accomplished by an engine in which the fuel was introduced and fired directly in the piston cylinder. Its essential features were a cylinder into which a mixture of gas and air was admitted at atmospheric pressure, which was maintained until the piston made half its stroke, when the gas was exploded by an electric spark. A wheel of great weight was hung upon a shaft which was connected to the piston, and which weight absorbed the force suddenly developed by the explosion, and so moderated the speed. Another object of the use of the heavy wheel was to carry the machine over the 1/2 of the period in which the driving power was absent. Hugon, another eminent French engineer, invented and constructed a gas engine on the same principle as LynneT's. About this time, 1850 to 60, Monsieur Baudrose, a French engineer, thoroughly investigated the reasons of the uneconomical working of gas motors and found that it was due to want of sufficient compression of the gas and air previous to explosion, incomplete expansion and loss of heat through the walls of the cylinder, and he was the first to formulate a cycle of operations necessary to be followed in order to render a gas engine efficient. They related to the size and dimensions of the cylinder, the maximum speed of the piston, the greatest possible expansion, and the highest pressure obtainable at the beginning of the act of expansion. The study and application of these conditions created great advancements in gas engines. With the discovery and development of the oil wells in the United States about 1860, a new fuel was found in the crude petroleum, as well as a source of light. The application of petroleum to engines, either to produce furnace heat or as introduced directly into the piston cylinder, mixed with inflammable gas to produce flame heat and expansion, has given a wonderful impetus to the utilization of gas engines. G. H. Brayton of the United States in 1873 invented a very efficient engine in which the vapor of petroleum mixed with air constituted the fuel. Adolf Spiel of Berlin has also recently invented a petroleum engine. Principal among those to whom the world is indebted for the revolution in the construction of gas engines and its establishment as a successful rival to the steam engine is Nicholas O. Otto of Deutz on the Rhine. In the LynneT and Hugon system, the expansive force of the exploded gas was used directly upon the piston, and through this upon the other moving parts. A great noise was produced by these constant explosions. In the Otto system, the explosion is used indirectly, and only to produce a vacuum below the piston, when atmospheric pressure is used to give the return stroke of the piston and produce the effective work. The Otto engine is noiseless. This is accomplished by his method of mixing and admitting the gases. He employs two different mixtures, one a feebly explosive mixture and the other a strongly explosive mixture, used to operate on the piston and thus prolong the explosions. The mode of operation of one of Otto's most successful engines is as follows. The large flywheel is started by hand or other means, and as the piston moves forward, it draws into the cylinder a light charge of mixed cold gas and air, and the gas inlet is then cut off. As the piston returns, it compresses this mixture. At the moment the downstroke is completed, the compressed mixture is ignited, and expanding drives the piston before it. In the second return stroke, the burnt gases are expelled from the cylinder, and the hole made ready to start afresh. Work is actually done in the piston only during 1/4 of the time it is in motion. The flywheel carries forward the work at the outset and the gearing the rest of the time. Otto was associated with Langen in producing his first machine, and its introduction at the Centennial Exposition of Philadelphia in 1876 excited great attention. Otto and E.W. and W.J. Crossley jointly, and then Otto singly, subsequently patented notable improvements. Simon Bischoff and Clark, Hurd and Clayton in England, Daimler of Deutz on the Rhine, Riker and Wiegand of the United States and others have made improvements in the Otto system. Ammoniacal gas engines have been successfully invented. Aqua ammonia is placed in a generator in which it is heated. The heat separates the ammonia gas from the water, and the gas is then used to operate a suitable engine. The exhaust gas is cooled, passed into the previously weakened solution, reabsorbed and returned to the generator. In 1890, Charles Teller of France patented an ammoniacal engine, also means for utilizing solar heat and exhaust steam for the same purpose. And in the same year, de Sussany, also of France, patented an engine operated by the vapor of ether. A. Nobel, another Frenchman, in 1894, patented a machine for propelling torpedoes and other explosive missiles, and for controlling the course of balloons, the motive power of which is a gas developed in a closed reservoir by the chemical reaction of metallic sodium or potassium in a solution of ammonia. These vapor engines are used for vapor launches, bicycles, and automobiles. In 1851, the ideas of Huygens and Papin of 200 years before were revived by W. M. Storm, who in that year took out a gunpowder engine patent in the United States, in which the air was compressed by the explosions of small charges of gunpowder. About 15 other patents have been taken out in America since that time for such engines. In some, the engines are fed by cartridges, which are exploded by pulling a trigger. As to gas and vapor engines generally, it may now be said in comparison with steam that although the steam engine is now regarded as almost perfect in operation, and that it can be started and stopped and otherwise controlled quietly, smoothly, instantaneously, and in the most uniform and satisfactory manner, yet there is the comparatively long delay in generating the steam in the boiler, and the loss of heat and power as it is conducted in pipes to the working cylinder, resulting in the utilization of only 10% of the actual power generated, whereas gas and vapor engines utilize 25% of the power generated, and the flame and explosions are now as easily and noiselessly controlled as the flow of oil or water. The world is coming to agree with Professor Fleming Jenkins that gas engines will ultimately supplant the steam. The smoke and cinder nuisance with them has been solved. The sister invention of the gas engine is the air engine. There can be no doubt about the success of this busybody, as it is now a swift and successful motor in 1,000 different fields. Machines in which air, either hot or cold, is used in place of steam as the moving power to drive a piston, or to be driven by a piston, are known generally as air, caloric, or hot air engines, air compressors, or compressed air engines, and are also classed as pneumatic machines, air brakes, or pumps. They are now specifically known by the name of the purpose to which they are applied, as air ship, ventilator, air brake, fan blower, air pistol, air spring, etc. The attention of inventors was directed towards compressed and heated air as a motor, as soon as steam became a known and efficient servant. But the most important, the only successful air machine existing prior to this century, was the air pump, invented by Goricki in 1650, and subsequently perfected by Robert Boyle and others. The original pump and the Magdeburg hemispheres are still preserved. It is recorded that Amatons of France in 1699 had an atmospheric fire wheel or air engine in which a heated column of air was made to drive a wheel. It has already been noted that Papin, 1680 to 1690, proposed and did in steam. His last published work was a Latin essay upon a new system for raising water by the action of fire, published in 1707. The action of confined and compressed steam and gases and air is so nearly the same in the machines in which they constitute the motive power, then the history, development, construction, and operation of the machines of one class are closely interwoven with those of the others. Taking advantage of what had been taught them by Watt and others as to steam and steam engines, and of the principles and laws of gases as expounded by Boyle, Marriott, Dalton, and Gay-Lussac, that many of the gases, such as air, preserve a permanent expansive gaseous form under all degrees of temperature and compression to which they had as yet been subjected, that when compressed and released they will expand, and exert a pressure in the contrary direction until the gas and outside atmospheric pressure are in equilibrium, that this compressed gas pressure is equal, and transmitted equally in all directions, and that the weight of a column of air resting on every horizontal square inch at the sea level is very nearly 14.6 pounds. The inventors of the 19th century were enabled by this supreme illumination to enter with confidence into that work of mechanical contrivances which has rendered the age so marvelous. It was natural that in the first development of mechanical appliances, they should be devoted to those pursuits in which men had the greatest practical interest. Thus, as to steam, it was first applied to the raising of water from mines, and then to road vehicles. And so, in 1800, Thomas Parkinson of England invented and patented a hydrostatic engine, or machine, for the purpose of drawing beer or other liquid out of a cellar or vault in a public house, which is likewise intended to be applied for raising water out of mines, ships, or wells. By the use of a sort of an air pump, he maintained an air pressure on the beer in an airtight cask situated in the cellar, which was connected with pipes having airtight valves with the upper floor. The liquid was forced from the cellar by the air pressure, and when turned off, the air pressure was resumed in the cask, which preserved the beer from being thrown into a state of flatness. Substantially, the same device in principle has been reinvented and incorporated in patents numerous times since. In the innumerable applications of the pneumatic machines and air tools of the century, especially of air compressing devices, to the daily uses of life, we may, by turning first to our home, find its inner and outer walls painted by a pneumatic paint spraying machine, for such have been made that will coat 46,000 square feet of surface in 6 hours. And it is said that paint can be thus applied not only more quickly, but more thoroughly and durably than by old process. The periodical and fascinating practice of house cleaning is now greatly facilitated by an airbrush having a pipe with a thin, wide end, in which are numerous perforations, and through which the air is forced by a little pump, and with which apparatus a far more efficient cleaning effect upon carpets, mattresses, curtains, clothes, and furniture can be obtained than by the time-honored broom and duster. Is the home uncomfortable by reason of heat and summer insects? A compressor having tanks or cisterns in the cellar filled with cold or cool air may be set to work to reduce the temperature of the house and fan the inmates with a refreshing breeze. Air engines have been invented which can be used to either heat or cool the air, or do one or the other automatically. The heating, when wanted, is by fuel in a furnace forced up by a working cylinder, and the cooling by the circulation of water around small, thin copper tubes through which the air passes to the cylinder. Do the chimes of the distant church bell lead one to the house of worship? The worshipper goes with the comforting assurance that the chimes, which send forth such sweet harmonies, are operated not by toiling, sweating men at ropes, but by a musician who plays as upon an organ, and works the keys, valves, and stops by the aid of compressed air, and sometimes by the additional help of electricity. Mention has already been made of office and other elevators, in which compressed air is an important factor in operating the same and for preventing accidents. If a waterfall is convenient, air is compressed by the body of descending water and used to ventilate tunnels and deep shafts in mines, or drive the drills or other tools. The pneumatic mail tube dispatch system by which letters, parcels, etc. are sent from place to place by the force of atmospheric pressure in an air-exhausted tube is a decidedly modern invention, unknown in use even by those who are still children. Tubes as large as 8 inches in diameter are now in use, in which cartridge boxes are placed, each holding 600 or more letters, and when the air is exhausted, the cartridge is forced through the tubes to the distance sometimes of 3 miles and more in a few minutes. In traveling by rail, the train is now guided in starting or in stopping onto the right track, which may be one out of 40 or 50, by a pneumatic switch, the switches for the whole number of tracks being under the control of a single operator. The fast-moving train is stopped by an air brake, and the locomotive bell is rung by touching an air cylinder. The baggage smashing, a custom more honored in the breach than in the observance, is prevented by a pneumatic baggage arrangement consisting of an air-containing cylinder and an arm on which to place the baggage, and which arm is then quickly raised by the cylinder piston and is automatically swung around by a cam action, carrying the baggage out of or into the car. Bridge building has been so facilitated by the use of pneumatic machines for raising heavy loads of stone and iron, and for riveting and hammering, and other air tools, aided by the development of the art of quick transportation, that a firm of bridge builders in America can build a splendid bridge in Africa within 100 days after the contract has been entered upon. Shipbuilding is hastened by these same air drilling and riveting machines. The propelling of cars, road vehicles, boats, balloons, and even ships by explosive gases and compressed air is an extensive art in itself, yet still in its infancy, and will be more fully described in the chapter on carrying machines. The realm of art has received a notable advancement by the use of a little blowpipe or atomizer, by which the pigments forming the background on beautiful bases are blown with just that graduated force desired by the operator to produce the most exquisitely smooth and blended effects, while the varying colors are made to melt imperceptibly into one another as delicately as the mingled shade and colored sunlight fall on a forest brook. But to enumerate the industrial arts to which air and other pneumatic machines have been adapted would be to catalogue them all. Mention is made of others in chapters in which those special arts are treated. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Inventions in the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswax Candle. Inventions in the Century by William Henry Doolittle. Art of heating, ventilating, cooking, refrigeration, and lighting. That Prometheus stole fire from heaven to give it to man is perhaps as an authentic an account of the invention of fire as has been given. It is also reported that he brought it to earth in a hollow tube. If a small stick or twig had then been dipped into the divine fire, the suggestion of the modern match may be supposed to have been made. But man went on to reproduce the fire in the old way, by rubbing pieces of wood together, or using the flint, the steel, and the tinder, until 1680, when Godfrey Huncfitz of London, learning of the recent discovery of phosphorus and its nature, and inspired by the Promethean idea, wrapped the phosphorus in folds of brown paper, rubbed it until it took fire, and then ignited thereat one end of a stick which he had dipped in sulphur. And this is commonly known as the first invented match. There followed the production of a somewhat different form of match, sticks first dipped in sulphur, and then in a composition of chlorate potash, sulphur, colophony, gum of sugar, and cinnabar for colouring. These were arranged in boxes, and were accompanied by a vial containing sulphuric acid, into which the match was dipped, and thereby instantly ignited. These were called chemical matches, and were sold at first for the high price of 15 shillings a box. They were too costly for common use, and so our fathers went on to the 19th century using the flint, the steel, and the tinder, and, depending on the coal, kept alive upon their own or their neighbour's hearth. Prometheus, however, did reappear about 1820 to 25, when a match bearing the name Promethean was invented. It consisted of a roll of paper treated with sugar and chlorate of potash, and a small cell containing sulphuric acid. This cell was broken by a pair of pliers, and the acid ignited the composition by contact therewith. was not until 1827–29 that John Walker, chemist at Stockton-upon-Tees, improved upon the idea of Prometheus and Huncfitz of giving fire to men in a hollow tube. He used folded sanded paper, it may have been a tube, and through this he drew a stick coated with chlorate of potash and phosphorus. This successful match was named Lucifer, whose other name was Phosphor, the morning star, and the king of the western land. Faraday, to whom also was given Promethean inspiration, procured some of Walker's matches and brought them to public notice. In many respects the mode of their manufacture has been improved, but in principle of composition and ignition they remain the same as Walker's today. In 1845, Schrotter of Vienna discovered amorphous or allotropic phosphorus, which rendered the manufacture of matches less dangerous to health and property. Tons of chemicals and hundreds of pine trees are used yearly in the making of matches, and many hundreds of millions of them are daily consumed. But this vast number of matches could not be supplied had it not been for the invention of machines for making and packing them. Thus in 1842, Reuben Partridge of America patented a machine for making splints. Others for making splints in the matches separately quickly followed. Together with these came match dipping and matchbox machines. The splint machines were for slitting a block of wood of the proper height downward nearly the whole way into match splints, leaving their butts in the solid wood. These were square and known as block matches. Other mechanisms cut and divided the block into strips, which were then dipped at one end, dried and tied in bundles. By other means, a swing blade for instance, the matches were all severed from the block. Matches are made round by one machine by pressing the block against a plate having circular perforations, and the interspaces are beveled so as to form cutting edges. Perrier, a Frenchman, invented a machine for making matchboxes of pasteboard. Suitable sized rectangular pieces of pasteboard, rounded at the angles for making the body of the box, are first cut. Then these pieces are introduced into the machine, where, by the single blow of a plunger, they are forced into a matrix or die, and pressed, and receive by the single motion their complete and final shape. The lid is made in the same way. By one modern invention, matches after they are cut are fed into a machine at the rate of 100,000 an hour, onto a horizontal table, each match separated from the other by a thin partition. They are thus laid in rows, one row over another, and while being laid, the matches are pushed out a little way beyond the edge of the table, a distance far enough to expose their ends and to permit them to be dipped. When a number of these rows are completed, they are clamped together in a bundle and then dipped, first into a vessel of hot sulphur and then into one of phosphorus, or other equivalent ingredients may be used or added. After the dipping, they are subjected to a drying process and then boxed. Processes differ, but all are performed by machinery. In many factories where phosphorus is used without great care, workmen have been greatly affected thereby. The fumes of the phosphorus attack the teeth, especially when decayed, and penetrate to the jaw, causing its gradual destruction. But this has been avoided by proper precautions. The greatly increased facility of kindling a fire by matches gave an impetus to the invention of cooking and heating stoves. Of course, stoves, generically speaking, are not a production of the 19th century. The Romans had their laconicum, or heating stove, which, from its name, was an invention from Laconia. It probably was made in most cases of brick or marble, but might have been of beaten iron, was cylindrical in shape, with an open cupola at the top, and was heated by the flames of the hypocaust underneath. The hypocaust was a hot air furnace built in the basement or cellar of the house, and from which the heat was conducted by flues to the bathrooms and other apartments. The Chinese, ages ago, heated their hollow-tiled floors by underground furnace fires. We know of the Athanor of the alchemists of the Middle Ages. Knight calls it the original base-burning furnace. A furnace of iron or earthenware was provided on one side with an open stack or tower which opened at the bottom into the furnace, and which stack was kept filled with charcoal or other fuel, which fed itself automatically into the furnace as the fuel on the bed thereof burned away. Watt introduced an arrangement on the same principle in his steam boiler furnace in 1767. and thousands of stoves are now constructed within England and the United States, also embodying the same principle. The earthenware and soapstone stoves of continental Europe were used long before the present century. In Ben Franklin's time, in the American colonies, there was not much of a demand for stoves outside the largest cities, where wood was getting a little scarce and high. But the philosopher not only deemed it proper to invent an improvement in chimneys to prevent their smoking and to better heat the room, but also devised an improved form of stove, and both inventions have been in constant use unto this day. Franklin invented and introduced his celebrated stove, which he called the Pennsylvania fireplace, in 1745, having all the advantages of a cheerful open fireplace and a heat producer, and which consisted of an iron stove with an open front set well into the room, in which front part the fire was kindled, and the products of combustion conducted up a flue, and thence under a false back and up the chimney. Open heat spaces were left between the two flues. Air inlets and dampers were provided. In his description of the stove at that time, Franklin also referred to the iron box stoves used by the Dutch, the iron plates extending from the hearths and sides, etc., chimneys making a double fireplace used by the French, and the German stove of iron plates, and so made that the fuel had to be put into it from another room, or from outside of the house. He dwells upon the pleasure of an open fire, and the destruction of this pleasure by the use of closed stoves. He also describes the discomforts of the fireplace in cold weather, of the cold draught nipping one's back and heels, scorched before and frozen behind, the sharp draughts of cold from crevices from which many catch cold, and from whence proceed coughs, catarrhs, toothaches, fevers, pleurisy, and many other diseases. Added to the pleasure of seeing the crackling flames, feeling the genial warmth, and the diffusion of a spirit of sociability and hospitality, is the fact of increased purity of the air by reason of the fireplace as a first-class ventilator. Hence, it will never be discarded by those who can afford its use. But it alone is inadequate for heating and cooking purposes. It is modernly used as a luxury by those who are able to combine with it other means for heating. The great question for solution in this art at all times has been how to produce through dwelling houses and larger buildings in cold and damp weather a uniform distribution and circulation of pure heated air. The solution of this question has of course been greatly helped in modern times by a better knowledge of the nature of air and other gases, and the laws which govern their motions and combinations at different temperatures. The most successful form of heating coal stove of the century has been one that combined in itself the features of base burning, that is, a covered magazine at the centre or back of the stove, open at or near the top of the stove, into which the coal is placed, and which then feeds to the bottom of the fire pot as fast as the coal is consumed. An heavy open fire pot placed as low as possible, an ash grate connected with the bottom of the pot, which can be shaken and dumped to an ash box beneath without opening the stove, thus preventing the escape of the dust. An illuminating chamber nearly or entirely surrounding the fire pot, provided with mica windows, through which the fire is reflected and the heat radiated. A chamber above the fire pot, and surrounding the fuel chamber, and into which the heat and hot gases arise, producing additional radiating surface, and permitting the gases to escape through a flue in the chimney, or leading them first through another chamber to the base of the stove and thence out. And dampers to control and regulate the supply of air to the fuel, and to cut off the escape, or control the course of the products of combustion. The cheerful stove fireplace and stove of Franklin and the French were revived, combined, and improved some years ago by Captain Douglas Galton of the English Army for use in barracks. But this stove is also admirably adapted for houses. It consists of an open stove or grate set in or at the front of the fireplace, with an air inlet from without, the throat of the fireplace closed, and a pipe extending through it from the stove into the chimney. Although a steady flow of heat, desirable regulation of temperature, and great economy in the consumption of fuel, by reason of the utilization of so much of the heat produced, were obtained by the modern stove, yet the necessity of having a stove in nearly every room, the ill ventilation due to the non-supply of pure outer air to the room, the occasional diffusion of ash dust and noxious gases from the stove, and inability to heat the air along the floor, gave rise to a revival of the hot air furnace, placed under the floor in the basement or cellar, and many modern and radical improvements therein. The heat obtained from stoves is effected by radiation, the throwing outwards of the waves of heat from its source, while the heat obtained from a hot air furnace is effected by convection, the moving of a body of air to be heated to the source of heat, and then, when heated bodily, conveyed to the room to be warmed. Hence, in stoves and fireplaces, only such obstruction is placed between the fire and the room as will serve to convey away the obnoxious smoke and gases, and the greatest facility is offered for radiation, while, in the hot air furnaces, although provision is also made to carry away the smoke and impure gases, yet the radiation is confined as closely as possible to chambers around the fire space, which chambers are protected by impervious linings from the outer air, into which fresh outdoor air is introduced, then heated and conveyed to different apartments by suitable pipes or flues, and admitted or excluded as desired by registers operated by hand levers. There are stationary furnaces and portable furnaces. The former class enclosed the heating apparatus in walls of brick or other masonry, while in the latter the outer casing and the inner parts are metal structures, separable and removable. In both classes, an outer current of pure air is made to course around the fire chamber and around among other flues and chambers through which the products of combustion are carried, so that all heat possible is utilized. Vessels of water are supplied at the most convenient place in one of the hot air chambers to moisten and temper the air, and dampers are placed in the pipes to regulate and guide the supply of heat to the rooms above. After Watt had invented his improvements on the steam engine, the idea occurred to him of using steam for heating purposes. Accordingly, in 1784, he made a hollow sheet iron box of plates and supplied it with steam from the boiler of the establishment. It had an air escape cock and condensed water escape pipe, and in 1799 Boulton and Watt constructed a heating apparatus in Lee's factory, Manchester, in which the steam was conducted through cast iron pipes, which also served as supports to the floor. Patents were also taken up by others in England for steam heating apparatuses during the latter part of the 18th century. Heating by the circulation of hot water through pipes was also originated or revived during the 18th century, and a short time before Watt's circulation of steam. It is said that Bonamain of England in 1777, desiring to improve the ancient methods of hatching poultry by artificial heat, practiced by both ancient and modern Egyptians ages before it became a latter-day wonder, and taught the Egyptians by the ostriches, conceived the idea of constructing quite a large incubator building with shelves for the eggs, coops for holding the chickens, and a tube for circulating hot water leading from a boiler below and above each shelf, and through the coops and back to the boiler. This incubator contains the germs of modern water heaters. In both the steam and water heating systems, the band or collection of pipes in each room may be covered with ornamental radiating plates, or otherwise treated or arranged to render them sightly and effective. In one form of the hot water system, however, the collection of a mass of pipes in the rooms is dispensed with, and the pipes are massed in an air chamber over or adjacent to the furnace, where they are employed to heat a current of air introduced from the outside, and which heated pure air is conveyed through the house by flues and registers, as in the hot air furnace system. The hanging of the crane, the turning of the spit, the roasting in ashes and on hot stones, the heating of and the baking in the big Dutch ovens, and some other forms of cooking by our forefathers, had their pleasures and advantages, and still are appreciated under certain circumstances, and for certain purposes, but are chiefly honoured in memory alone, and reverenced by disuse. While the modern cooking stove, with its roasting and hot water chambers, its numerous seats over the fire for pots, pans, and kettles, its easy means of controlling and directing the heat, its rotating grate, and when desired, its rotating fire chamber for turning the hot fire on top to the bottom, and the cold choked fire to the top, its cleanliness and thorough heat, its economy in the use of fuel, is adopted everywhere, and all the glowing names with which its makers and users christen it fail to exaggerate its qualities when rightly made and used. It would appear that the field of labour and the number of labourers, chiefly those who toiled with brick and mortar, were greatly reduced when these huge fireplaces were so widely discarded. This must have seemed so especially in those regions where the houses were built up to meet the yearning wants of an outside chimney. But the armies of men are engaged in civilized countries in making stoves and furnaces, where 3/4 of a century ago very few were so employed. As in every industrial art, old things pass away, but the new things come in greater numbers, demand a greater number of workers, develop new wants, new fields of labour, and the new and increasing supply of consumers refuse to be satisfied with old contrivances. In the United States alone, there are between 400 and 500 stove and furnace foundries, in which about 10,000 people are employed, and more than 3 million stoves and furnaces produced annually, which require nearly 1 million tons of iron to make, and the value of which is estimated at least $100 million. The matter of ventilation is such a material part of heating that it cannot escape attention. There can be no successful heating without a circulation of air currents, and fortunately for man in his house, no good fire can be had without an outflow of heat and an inflow of cooler air. The more this circulation is prevented, the worse the fire and the ventilation. It seems to many that such a simple thing, this change of air, only to keep open the window a little, to have a fireplace and convenient door. And yet some of the brightest intellects of the century have been engaged in devising means to accomplish the result, and all are not yet agreed as to which is the best way. How to remove the heated, vitiated air, and to supply fresh air while maintaining the same uniform temperature, is a problem of long standing. The history of the attempts to heat and ventilate the Houses of Parliament since Wren undertook it in 1660 has justly been said to be history of the art of ventilation since that time, as the most eminent scientific authorities in the world have been engaged or consulted in it, and the most exhaustive reports on the subject have been rendered by such men as Gay-Lussac, Sir Henry Davy, Faraday, and Dr. Arnott of England, and General Morin of France. The same may be said in regard to the Houses of Congress in the United States Capitol for the past 35 years. Professor Henry, Dr. Billings, the architect, Clark of that country, and many other bright inventors and men of ability have given the subject devoted attention. Among the means for creating ventilation are underground tunnels leading to the outer air, with fans in them to force the fresh air in or draw the poor air out, holes in the ceiling, fireplaces, openings over the doors, openings under the eaves, openings in the window frames, shafts from the floor or basement with fires or gas jets to create an upward draft, floors with screened openings to the outer air, steam engines to work a suction pipe in one place and a blowpipe in another, air boxes communicating with the outer air, screens, hoods, and deflectors at these various openings. All these, separately or in combination, have been used for the purpose of drawing the vitiated air out and letting the pure air in without creating drafts to chill the sensitive or overheating to excite the nervous. There seems to have been as many devices invented to keep a house or building closed up tight while highly heating it as to ventilate the same and preserve an even moderate temperature. The most approved system of ventilation recognizes the fact that air is of the same weight and is possessed of the same constituents in one part of a room as at another, and to create a perfect ventilation a complete change in circulation must take place. It therefore creates a draft, arising from the production of a vacuum by a current of heat or by mechanical means, or by some other way which draws out of a room the used-up vitiated air through outlets at different places, while pure outer air is admitted naturally, or forced in, if need be, through numerous small inlets, such outlets and inlets so located and distributed and protected as not to give rise to sensible drafts on the occupants. The best system also recognizes the fact that all parts of a house, its cellars and attic, its parlors and kitchens, its closets, bathrooms and chambers, should be alike clean and well ventilated, and that if one room is infected, all are infected. The laurels bestowed on inventors are no more worthily bestowed than on those who have invented devices which give to our homes, offices, churches, and places of amusement a pure and comfortable atmosphere. Car heaters. The passing away of the good old portable foot stove for warming the feet, especially when away from home, and while travelling, is not to be regretted, although in some instances it was not at first succeeded by superior devices. For a long time after the introduction of steam, railroad cars and carriages, in which any heat at all was used, were heated by a stove in each car, generally kept full of red-hot coal or wood, an exceedingly dangerous companion in case of accident. Since 1871, systems have been invented and introduced, the most successful of which consists of utilizing the heat of the steam from the locomotive for producing a hot water circulation through pipes along the floor of each car, and in providing an emergency heater in each car for heating the water when steam from the locomotive is not available. Grass-burning stoves. There are many places in this world where neither wood nor coal abound, or where the same are very scarce, but where waste grass and weeds, waste hay and straw, and similar combustible refuse are found in great abundance. Stoves have been invented especially designed for the economical consumption of such fuel. One requisite is that such light material should be held in a compressed state while in the stove to prevent a too rapid combustion. Means for so holding the material under compression appear to have been first invented and patented by Hamilton of America in 1874. Some means besides the sickle and scythe, hoe and plough were wanted to destroy obnoxious standing grass and weeds. A weed like the Russian thistle, for instance, will defy all usual means for its extermination. A fire chamber has been invented which, when drawn over the ground, will burn a swath as it advances, and is provided with means, such as a wide flange on the end of the chamber, which extinguishes the fire and prevents it spreading beyond the path. A similar stove with jets of flame from vapour burners has been used to soften hard asphalt pavement when it is desired to take it up. The art of heating and cooking by oil, vapour and gas stoves is one that has arisen during the latter half of this century, and has become the subject of a vast number of inventions and extensive industries. Stoves of this character are as efficient and economical as coal stoves, and are in great demand, especially where coal and wood are scarce and high-priced. Oil stoves, as first invented, consisted of almost the ordinary lamp, without the glass shade set in the stove, and were similar to gas stoves. But these were objectionable on account of the fumes emitted. By later inventions, the lamp has been greatly improved. The wick is arranged within tubular sliding cylinders, so as to be separated from the other parts of the stove when it is not lit, and better regulating devices adopted, whereby the oil is prevented from spreading from the wick onto other parts of the stove, which give rise to obnoxious fumes by evaporation and heating. Some recent inventors have dispensed with the wick altogether, and the oil is burned practically like vapour. Gasoline and other heavy oily vapours are in many stoves first vaporized by a preliminary heating in a chamber before the gas is ignited for use. These vapours are then conducted by separate jets to different points in the stove, where the heat is to be applied. The danger and unpleasant flame and smoke arising from this vaporizing in the stove have been obviated by inventions which vaporize the fuel by other means, as by carbonating, or loading the air with the vapour in an elevated chamber, and conducting the saturated air to the burners, or by agitation, by means of a quick-acting small but powerful fan. Sterilizing. The recent scientific discoveries and investigations of injurious bacteria rendered it desirable to purify water by other means than filtering, especially for the treatment of disease-infected localities, and this gave rise to the invention of a system of heat sterilizing and filtering the water in one process and out of contact with the germ-laden air, thus destroying the bacteria and delivering the water in as pure and wholesome condition as possible. West, in 1892, patented such a system. Electric heating and cooking. A reference has already been made in the chapter on electricity to the use of that agent in heating and cooking. The use of the electric current for these purposes has been found to be perfectly practical, and for heating cars especially, where electricity is the motive power, a portion of the current is economically employed. The art of heating and cooking naturally suggests the other end of the line of temperature, refrigeration. A refrigeration by which ordinary ice is artificially produced, perishable food of all kinds preserved for long times and transported for great distances, which has proved an immense advantage to mankind everywhere and is still daily practiced to the gratification and comfort of millions of men, must receive at least a passing notice. The Messrs. E. and F. Carré of France invented successful machines about 1870 for making ice by the rapid absorption and evaporation of heat by the ammonia process. The discoveries and inventions of others in the artificial production of cold by means of volatile liquids, whether for the making of ice or other purposes, constituted a great step in the art of refrigeration. Vaporization, absorption, compression or reduction of atmospheric pressure are the principal methods of producing cold. By vaporization, water, ether, sulfuric acid, ammonia, etc., in assuming the vaporous form, change sensible heat to latent heat, and produce a degree of cold which freezes an adjacent body of water. The principle of making ice by evaporation and absorption may be illustrated by two examples of the Carré methods. It is well known what a great attraction sulfuric acid has for water. Water to be frozen is placed in a vessel connected by a pipe to a reservoir containing sulfuric acid. A vacuum is produced in this reservoir by the use of an air pump, while the acid is being constantly stirred. Lessening of the atmospheric pressure upon water causes its evaporation, and as the vapor is quietly absorbed by the sulfuric acid, the water is quickly congealed. It is known that ammonia can be condensed into liquid form by pressure or cold, and is absorbed by and soluble in water to an extraordinary degree. A generator, containing a strong solution of ammonia, is connected by a pipe to an empty receiver immersed in cold water. The ammonia generator is then heated, its vapor driven off and conducted to a jacket around the center of the receiver, and is there condensed by pressure of an air pump. The central cylindrical space in the receiver is now filled with water, and the operation is reversed. The generator is immersed in cold water, and pressure on the liquid ammonia removed. Liquid ammonia now passes into the gaseous state, and is conducted to and reabsorbed by the water in the generator. But in this evaporation, great cold is produced, and the water in the receiver is soon frozen. Twining's inventions in the United States in 1853 and 1862 of the compression machine, followed by Pictet of France, and a number of improvements elsewhere, have bid fair to displace the absorption method. In dispensing with absorption, these machines proceed on the now well-established theory that air and many other gases become heated when compressed, that this heat can then be drawn away, and that when the gas is allowed to re-expand, it will absorb a large amount of heat from any solid or fluid with which it is brought in contact, and so freeze it. Accordingly, such machines are so constructed that by the operation of a piston or pistons in a cylinder, and actuated by steam or other motive power, the air or gas is compressed to the desired temperature, the heat led off, and the cold vapor conducted through pipes and around chambers where water is placed and where it is frozen. By the best machines, from 500 to 1,000 pounds of ice an hour are produced. The art of refrigeration and of modern transportation have brought the fruits of the tropics in great abundance to the doors of the dwellers of the North, and from the shores of the Pacific to the Atlantic, and across the Atlantic to Europe. A train of refrigerator cars in California laden with delicious assorted fruits, and provided with fan blowers driven by the car axles to force the air through ice chambers, from whence it is distributed by perforated pipes through the fruit chambers, wherein the temperature is maintained at about 40 degrees Fahrenheit, can be landed in New York 4 days after starting on its journey of 3,000 miles, with the fruits in perfect condition. But the public is still excited and wondering over the new king of refrigeration, liquid air. As has been stated, the compression of air to produce cold is a modern discovery applied to practical uses, and prominent among the inventors and discoverers in this line have been Professor Dewar and Charles E. Tripler. Air may be compressed, and heat generated in the process withdrawn until the temperature of the air is reduced to 312 degrees below zero, at which point the air is visible and to a certain extent assumes a peculiar material form, in which form it can be confined in suitable vessels and used as a refrigerant and as a motor of great power when permitted to re-expand. It is said that it was not so long ago when Professor Dewar produced the first ounce of liquid air at a cost of $3,000, but that now Mr. Tripler claims that he can produce it by his apparatus for 5 cents a gallon. Refrigeration is at present its most natural and obvious use, and it is claimed that 11 gallons of the material, when gradually expanded, has the refrigerating power of 1 ton of ice. Its use, of course, for all purposes for which cold can be used is thus assured. It is also to be used as a motor in the running of various kinds of engines. It is to be used as a great alleviator of human suffering in lowering and regulating the temperature of hospitals in hot weather, and in surgical operations as a substitute for anesthetics and cauterizing agents. It was one of the marvelous attractions at the Great Paris Exposition of 1900. Lighting is closely allied to the various subjects herein considered, but consideration of the various modes and kinds of lamps for lighting will be reserved for the chapter on furniture for houses, etc. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Inventions in the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Inventions in the Century by William Henry Doolittle, Metallurgy. Nigh on the plain, in many cells prepared, that underneath had veins of liquid fire, sluiced from the lake, a second multitude, with wondrous art founded the massy ore. Severing each kind, and scummed the bullion dross, a third as soon had formed within the ground, a various mould, and from the boiling cells, by strange conveyance filled each hollow nook. As in an organ, from one blast of wind, to many a row of pipes the sound-board breathes. Paradise Lost. Ever since those perished races of men who left no other record but that engraven in rude emblems on the rocks, or no other signs of their existence but in the broken tools found buried deep among the solid leaves of the crusted earth, ever since Tubal-Cain became an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron, the art of smelting has been known. The Stone Age flourished with implements furnished ready-made by nature, or needing little shaping for their use. But the ages of metal which followed required the aid of fire, directed by the hand of man, to provide the tool of iron or bronze. The Greeks claimed that the discovery of iron was theirs, and was made at the burning of a forest on the mountains of Ida in Crete, about 1500 B.C., when the ore contained in the rocks or soil on which the forest stood was melted, cleansed of its impurities, and then collected and hammered. Archaeologists have deprived the Greeks of this gift, and carried back its origin to remoter ages and localities. Man first discovered by observation or accident that certain stones were melted or softened by fire, and that the product could be hammered and shaped. They learned by experience that the melting could be done more effectually when the fuel and the ore were mixed and enclosed by a wall of stone, that the fire and heat could be alone started and maintained by blowing air into the fuel, and they constructed a rude bellows for this purpose. Finding that the melted metal sank through the mass of consumed fuel, they constructed a stone hearth on which to receive it. Thus were the first crude furnace and hearth invented. As to gold, silver, and lead, they doubtless were found first in their native state, and mixed with other ores, and were hammered into the desired shapes with the hardest stone implements. That copper and tin combined would make bronze was a more complex proceeding, and probably followed instead of preceding, as has sometimes been alleged, the making of iron tools. That bronze relics were found apparently of anterior manufacture to any made of iron was doubtless due to the destruction of the iron by that great consumer, oxygen. What was very anciently called brass was no doubt gold-colored copper, for what is modernly known as brass was not made until after the discovery of zinc in the 16th century and its combination with copper. Among the lost arts rediscovered in later ages are those which supplied the earliest cities with ornamented vessels of gold and copper, swords of steel that bent and sprung like whalebones, castings that had known no tool to shape their contour and embellishments, and monuments and tablets of steel and brass which excite the wonder and admiration of the best artificers in brass and iron of the present day. To understand and appreciate the advancements that had been made in metallurgy in the 19th century, it is necessary to know, in outline at least, what before had been developed. The earliest form of a smelting furnace of historic days, such as used by the ancient Egyptians, Hebrews, and probably by the Hindus and other ancient peoples, and still used in Asia, is thus described by Dr. Urey. The furnace or bloomery in which the ore is smelted is from 4 to 5 feet high. It is somewhat pear-shaped, being about 5 feet wide at bottom and 1 at top. It is built entirely of clay. There is an opening in front about a foot or more in height, which is filled with clay at the commencement and broken down at the end of each smelting operation. The bellows are usually made of 2 goatskins with bamboo nozzles, which are inserted into tubes of clay that pass into the furnace. The furnace is filled with charcoal, and a lighted coal being introduced before the nozzle, the mass in the interior is soon kindled. As soon as this is accomplished, a small portion of the ore previously moistened with water to prevent it from running through the charcoal, but without any flux whatsoever, is laid on top of the coals and covered with charcoal to fill up the furnace. In this manner, ore and fuel are supplied and the bellows urged for 3 or 4 hours. When the process is stopped and the temporary wall in front broken down, the bloom is removed with a pair of tongs from the bottom of the furnace. This smelting was then followed by hammering to further separate the slag, and probably after a reheating to increase the malleability. It will be noticed that in this earliest process, pure carbon was used as a fuel, and a blast of air to keep the fire at a great heat was employed. To what extent this carbon and air blast, and the mixing and remixing with other ingredients, and reheating and rehammering, may have been employed in various instances to modify the conditions and render the metal malleable and more or less like modern steel, is not known, but that an excellent quality of iron resembling modern steel was often produced by this simple mode of manufacture by different peoples is undoubtedly the fact. Steel, after all, is iron with a little more carbon in it than in the usual iron in the smelting furnace, to render it harder, and a little less carbon than in cast or molded iron to render it malleable, and in both conditions was produced from time immemorial, either by accident or design. It was with such a furnace probably that India produced her keen-edged weapons that would cut a web of gossamer, and Damascus its flashing blades, the synonym of elastic strength. Africa, when its most barbarous tribes were first discovered, was making various useful articles of iron. Its earliest modes of manufacture were doubtless still followed when Dr. Livingstone explored the interior, as they now also are. He thus describes their furnaces and iron. At every 3rd or 4th village, in the regions near Lake Nyassa, we saw a kiln-looking structure about 6 feet high and 2½ feet in diameter. It is a clay, fire-hardened furnace for smelting iron. No flux is used, whether with specular iron, the yellow hematite, or magnetic ore, and yet capital metal is produced. Native manufactured iron is so good that the natives declare English iron rotten in comparison, and specimens of African hose were pronounced at Birmingham nearly equal to the best Swedish iron. The natives of India, the Hottentots, the early Britons, the Chinese, the savages of North and South America, as discovery or research brought their labors to light, or uncovered the monuments of their earliest life, were shown to be acquainted with similar simple forms of smelting furnaces. Early Spain produced a furnace which was adopted by the whole of Europe as fast as it became known. It was the Catalan furnace, so named from the province of Catalonia, where it probably first originated, and it is still so known and extensively used. It consists of a 4-sided cavity or hearth, which is always placed within a building and separated from the main wall thereof by a thinner interior wall, which in part constitutes one side of the furnace. The blast pipe comes through the wall and enters the fire through a flue which slants downward. The bottom is formed of a refractory stone, which is renewable. The furnace has no chimneys. The blast is produced by means of a fall of water, usually from 22 to 27 feet high, through a rectangular tube into a rectangular cistern below, to whose upper part the blast pipe is connected, the water escaping through a pipe below. This apparatus is exterior to the building and is said to afford a continuous blast of regularity. The air, when it passes into the furnace, is, however, saturated with moisture. Night. No doubt in such a heat was formed the metal from which was shaped the armor of Don Quixote and his prototypes. Bell, in his History of Metallurgy, tells us that the manufacture of malleable iron must have fallen into decadence in England, especially before the reign of Elizabeth and Charles I, as no furnaces equal even to the Catalan had for a long time been in use, and the architectural iron column found in ancient Delhi, 16 inches in diameter, about 48 feet long, and calculated to weigh about 17 tons, could not have been formed by any means known in England in the 16th century. This decadence was in part due to the severe laws enacted against the destruction of forests, and most of the iron was then brought to England from Germany and other countries. From time immemorial, the manufacture of iron and steel has been followed in Germany, and that country yet retains preeminence in this art, both as to mechanical and chemical processes. It was in the 18th century that the celebrated Freiburg Mining Academy was founded, the oldest of all existing mining schools, and based on developing mining and metallurgy on scientific lines, it has stood always on the battle line in the fight of progress. The early smelting furnaces of Germany resembled the Catalan, and were called the Stuckofen, and in Sweden were known as the Osmund. In these very pure iron was made. The art of making cast iron, which differs from the ordinary smelted iron in the fact that it is melted and then run into molds, although known among the ancients more than 40 centuries ago, as shown by the castings of bronze and brass described by their writers and recovered from their ruins, appears to have been forgotten long before the darkness of the Middle Ages gathered. There is no record of its practice from the time the elder Pliny described its former use, 40 through 79 A.D., to the 16th century. It is stated that then the lost art was reinvented by Ralph Page and Peter Boud of England in 1543, who in that year made cast iron in Sussex. The Stuckofen furnace, above referred to, was succeeded in Germany by higher ones called the Flossofen, and these were followed by still higher and larger ones called Blauofen, so that by the middle of the 18th century the furnaces were very capacious, the blast was good, and it had been learned how to supply the furnaces with ore, coal, and limestone broken into small fragments. The lime was added as a flux and acted to unite with itself the sand, clay, and other impurities to form a slag or scoria. The melted purified iron falling to the bottom was drawn off through a hole tapped in the furnace, and the molten metal ran into channels in a bed of sand called the Sow and Pigs, hence the name pig iron. The smelting of ore by charcoal in those places where carried on extensively required the use of a vast amount of wood, and denuded the surrounding lands of forests. So great was this loss felt that it gave rise to the prohibitory laws and the decadence in England of the manufacture of iron, already alluded to. This turned the attention of iron smelters to coal as a substitute. Patents were granted in England for its use to several unsuccessful inventors. Finally, in 1619, Dudley, a graduate of Oxford University, and to whom succeeded his father's iron furnaces in Worcestershire, obtained a patent and succeeded in producing several tons of iron per week by the use of the pit coal in a small blast furnace. This success inflamed the wood owners and the charcoal burners, and they destroyed Dudley's works. He met with other disasters common to worthy inventors, and discontinued his efforts to improve the art. It is said that in 1664 Sir John Winter of England made coke by burning sea coal in closed pots, but this was not followed up, and the use of charcoal in the destruction of the forest went on until 1735, when Abraham Darby of the Coalbrookdale Iron Works, at Shropshire, England, commenced to treat the soft pit coal in the same way as wood is treated in producing charcoal. He proposed to burn the coal in a smouldering fire, to expel the sulfur and other impurities existing in the form of phosphorus, hydrogen, and oxygen, etc., while saving the carbon. The attempt was successful, and thus coke was made. It was found cheaper and superior to either coal or charcoal, and produced a quicker fire and a greater heat. This was a wonderful discovery and was preserved as a trade secret for a long time. It was referred to as a curiosity in the Philosophical Transactions in 1747. In fact, it was not introduced in America until a century later, when in 1841 the soft coal abounding around Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania and in the neighboring regions of Ohio was thus treated. Even its use then was experimental and did not become a practical art in the United States until about 1860. With the invention of coke also came the revival of cast iron. The process of making cast steel was reinvented in England by Benjamin Huntsman of Attercliffe, near Sheffield, about 1740. Between that time and 1770, he practiced melting small pieces of blistered steel, iron bars which had been carbonized by smelting in charcoal, in closed clay crucibles. In 1784, Henry Cort of England introduced the puddling process and grooved rolls. Puddling had been invented but not successfully used before. The term puddling originated in the covering of the hearth of stones at the bottom of the furnace with clay, which was made plastic by mixing the clay in a puddle of water, and on which hearth the ore when melted is received. When in this melted condition, Cort and others found that the metal was greatly improved by stirring it with a long iron bar called a rabble, and which was introduced through an opening in the furnace. This stirring admitted air to the mass, and the oxygen consumed and expelled the carbon, silicon, and other impurities. The process was subsequently aided by the introduction of pig iron, broken into pieces and mixed with hammer slag, cinder, and ore. The mass is stirred from side to side of the furnace until it comes to a boiling point, when the stirring is increased in quickness and violence until a pasty round mass is collected by the puddler. As showing the value of Cort's discovery and the hard experience inventors sometimes have, Fairbairn states that Cort expended a fortune of upward of 20,000 pounds in perfecting his invention for puddling iron and rolling it into bars and plates, that he was robbed of the fruits of his discoveries by the villainy of officials in a high department of the government, and that he was ultimately left to starve by the apathy and selfishness of an ungrateful country. His inventions conferred an amount of wealth on the country equivalent to 600 million pounds, and have given employment to 600,000 of the working population of our land for the last 3 or 4 generations. This process of puddling lasted for about an hour and a half and entailed extremely severe labor on the workmen. The invention of mechanical puddlers, hereinafter referred to, consisting chiefly of rotating furnaces, were among the beneficent developments of the 19th century. Prior to Cort's time, the plastic lump or ball of metal taken from the furnace was generally beaten by hammers, but Cort's grooved rollers pressed out the mass into sheets. The improvements of the steam engine by Watt greatly extended the manufacture of iron toward the close of the 18th century, as powerful air blasts were obtained by the use of such engines in place of the blowers worked by man, the horse, or the ox. So far as the art of refining the precious metals is concerned, as well as copper, tin, and iron, it had not, previous to this century, proceeded much beyond the methods described in the most ancient writings, and these included the refining in furnaces, pots, and covered crucibles, and alloying, or the mixture and fusion with other metals. Furnaces to hold the crucibles, and made of iron cylinders lined with fire brick, whereby the crucibles were subjected to greater heat, were also known. The amalgamating process was also known to the ancients, and Vitruvius, B.C. 27, and Pliny, A.D. 79, describe how mercury was used for separating gold from its impurities. Its use at gold and silver mines was renewed extensively in the 16th century. Thus we find that the 18th century closed with the knowledge of the smelting furnaces of various kinds, of coke as a fuel in place of charcoal, of furious air blasts driven by steam and other power, of cast iron and cast steel, and of refining, amalgamating, and compounding processes. Looking back now from the threshold of the 19th century over the path we have thus traced, it will be seen that what had been accomplished in metallurgy was the result of the use of ready means tested by prolonged trials, of experiments more or less lucky in fields in which men were groping, of inventions without the knowledge of the real properties of the materials with which inventors were working, or of the unvarying laws which govern their operations. They had accomplished much, but it was the work mainly of empirics. The art preceding the 19th century compared with what followed is the difference between experience simply an experience when combined with hard thinking, which is thus stated by Herschel. Art is the application of knowledge to a practical end. If the knowledge be merely accumulated experience, the art is empirical. But if it is experience reasoned upon and brought under general principles, it assumes a higher character and becomes a scientific art. With the developments, discoveries, and inventions in the lines of steam, chemistry, and electricity, as elsewhere told, the impetus they gave to the exercise of brain force in every field of nature at the outset of the century, and with their practical aid, the art of metallurgy soon began to expand to greater usefulness, and finally to its present wonderful domain. The subject of metallurgy in this century soon became scientifically treated and its operations classified. Thus the physical character and metallic constituents of ores received the first consideration, then the proper treatment to which the ores were to be subjected for the purpose of extracting the metal, which are either mechanical or chemical. The mechanical processes designed to separate the ore from its enclosing rock or other superfluous earthy matter, called gangue, became known as ore dressing and ore concentrating. These included mills with rollers and stamps operated by gravity or steam for breaking up the ore rocks, abrasion apparatus for comminuting the ore by rubbing the pieces of ore under pressure, and smelting, or an equivalent process, for melting the ore and driving off the impurities by heat, etc. The chemical processes are those by which the metal, whatever it may be, is either dissolved or separated from other constituents by either the application to the ore of certain metallic solutions of certain acids, or by the fusion of different ores or metals in substantially the old styles of furnaces, or its precipitation by amalgamating, or by electrolysis, the art of decomposing metals by electricity. In the early decades of the century, by the help of chemistry and physics, the nature of heat, carbon, and oxygen, and the great affinity iron has for oxygen, became better known, and particularly how in the making of iron its behavior is influenced by the presence of carbon and other foreign constituents. Also how necessary to its perfect separation was the proper elimination of the oxygen and carbon. The use of manganese and other highly oxidizable metals for this purpose was discovered. Among the earliest, most notable inventions in the century in the manufacture of iron was that of Samuel B. Rogers of Glamorganshire, Wales, who invented the iron floor for furnaces with a refractory lining, a great improvement on quartz sand floor, which gave too much silicon to the iron, and the hot air blast by Nielsen of Glasgow, Scotland, patented in 1828. The latter consisted in the use of heated air as the blast instead of cold air, whereby ignition of the fuel was quickened, intensity of the heat and the expulsion of oxygen and carbon from the iron increased, and the operation shortened and improved in every way. The patent was infringed and assailed, but finally sustained by the highest courts of England. It produced an immense forward stride in the amount and quality of iron manufactured. By the introduction of the hot air blast, it became practicable to use the hard anthracite coal as a fuel where such coal abounded, and to use pig iron, scrap iron, and refractory ore and metals with the fuel to produce particular results. Furnaces were enlarged to colossal dimensions, some being 100 feet high, and capable of yielding 80 or 100 tons of metal per day. The forms of furnaces and means for lining and cooling the hearth and adjacent parts have received great attention. The discovery that the flame escaping from the throat of the blast furnace was nothing else than burning carbon led Faber de Four at Wasserlaufen in 1837 to invent the successful and highly valuable method of utilizing the unburnt gas from the blast furnace for heating purposes, and to heat the blast itself and drive the steam engine that blew the blast into the furnace without the consumption of additional fuel. This also led to the invention of separate gas producers. Bunsen in 1838 made his first experiments at Hesse in collecting the gases from various parts of the furnace, revealing their composition and showing their adaptability for various purposes. Thus, from a scientific knowledge of the constituents of ores and of furnace gases, calculations could be made in advance as to the materials required to make pig iron, cast iron, and steel of particular qualities. In the process of puddling, difficulty had been experienced in handling the bloom or ball after it was formed in the furnace. A sort of squeezing apparatus or tongs, called the alligator, had been employed. In 1840, Henry Burden of America invented and patented a method and means for treating these balls, whereby the same were taken directly from the furnace and passed between two plane converging metal surfaces, by which the balls were gradually but quickly pressed and squeezed into a cylindrical form, while a large portion of the cinders and other foreign impurities were pressed out. We have described how by quartz puddling process tremendous labor was imposed on the workmen in stirring the molten metal by hand with rabbles. A number of mechanical puddlers were invented to take the place of these hand means, but the most important invention in this direction was the revolving puddlers of Beetlestone, patented in 1857 in England, and of Heaton, Allen, and Yates in 1867 through 1868. The most successful, however, was that of Danks of the United States in 1868 through 1869. The Danks rotary puddler is a barrel-shaped refractory line vessel, having a chamber and fire grate and rotated by steam, into which pig iron, formed by the ordinary blast furnaces and then pulverized, is placed with the fuel. Molten metal from the furnace is then run in, which together with the fuel is then subjected to a strong blast. Successive charges may be made, and at the proper time the puddler is rotated, slowly at some stages and faster at others, until the operation is completed. A much more thorough and satisfactory result in the production of a pure malleable iron is thus obtained than is possible by hand puddling. But the greatest improvements in puddling and in the production of steel from iron, and which have produced greater commercial results than any other inventions of the century relating to metallurgy, were the inventions of Henry Bessemer of Hertfordshire, England, from 1855 to 1860. In place of the puddling rabbles to stir the molten metal, or matte as it is called, while the air blast enters to oxidize it, he first introduced the molten metal from the furnace into an immense egg-shaped vessel lined with quartzose, and hung in an inclined position on trunnions, or melted the metal in such vessel, and then dividing the air blast into streams forced with great pressure, each separate stream through an opening in the bottom of the vessel into the molten mass, thus making each stream of driven air a rabble, and they together blew and lifted the white mass into a huge, surging, sun-bright fountain. The effect of this was to burn out the impurities, silicon, carbon, sulfur, and phosphorus, leaving the mass a pure, soft iron. If steel was wanted, a small amount of carbon, usually in the form of spiegelisen, was introduced into the converter before the process was complete. A. L. Hawley of the United States improved the Bessemer apparatus by enabling a greater number of charges to be converted into steel within a given time. Sir Henry Bessemer has lived to gain great fortunes by his inventions, to see them afford new fields of labor for armies of men, and to increase the riches of nations, from whom he has received deserved honors. The Bessemer process led to renewed investigations and discoveries as to heat and its utilization, the constituents of different metals and their decomposition, and as to the parts played by carbon, silicon, and phosphorus. The carbon introduced by the charge of pig iron in the Bessemer process was at first supposed to be necessary to produce the greatest heat, but this was found to be a mistake, and phosphorus, which had been regarded as a great enemy of iron, to be eliminated in every way, was found to be a valuable constituent, and was retained or added to make phosphorus steel. The Bessemer process has been modified in various ways, by changing the mode of introducing the blast from the bottom of the converter to the sides thereof, and admitting the blast more slowly at certain stages, by changing the character of the pig iron and fuel to be treated, and by changing the shape and operation of the converters, making them cylindrical and rotary, for instance. The Bessemer process is now largely used in treating copper. By this method, the blowing through the molten metal of a blast of air largely removes sulfur and other impurities. The principles of reduction by the old-style furnaces and methods we have described have been revived and combined with improvements. For instance, the old Catalan style of furnace has been retained to smelt the iron, but in one method the iron is withdrawn before it is reduced completely and introduced into another furnace, where, mixed with further reducing ingredients, a better result by far is produced with less labor. It would be a long list that would name the modern discoverers and inventors of the century in the manufacture of iron and steel. But eminent in the list, in addition to Davy and Bessemer and others already mentioned, are Mouchet, Sir L. Bell, Percy, Blomfield, Beazley, Gears and Snellis of England, Martin, Chenot, Dumotet, Pernod and Gruner of France, Lohage, Dr. C. L. Siemens and Hopfer of Germany, Professor Sarnstrom and Ackerman of Sweden, Turner of Austria, and Halley, Slade, Blair, Jones, Sellers, Clapp, Griffiths, and Eames of the United States. Some of the new metals discovered in the last century have, in this century, been combined with iron to make harder steel. Thus we have nickel, chromium, and tungsten steel. Processes for hardening steel, as the Harveyazed steel, have given rise to a contest between irresistible projectiles and impenetrable armor plate. If there are some who regard modern discoveries and inventions in iron and steel as lessening the number of workmen and cheapening the product too much, thus causing trouble due to labor-saving machinery, let them glance, among other great works in the world, at Krupp's at Essen, where on January 1, 1899, 41,750 persons were employed, and at which works during the previous year 1,199,610 tons of coal and coke were consumed, or about 4,000 tons daily. Workers in iron will not be out of employment in the United States, where 16 million tons of coke are produced annually, 196,405,953 tons of coal mined, 11 million tons of pig iron, and about 9 million tons of steel made. The increase of population within the last 100 years bears no comparison with this enormous increase in iron and fuel. It shows that as inventions multiply, so does the demand for their better and cheaper products increase. As the other metals, gold, silver, copper, and lead often occur together, and in the same deposits with iron, the same general modes of treatment to extract them are often applied. These are known as the dry and the wet methods and electroreduction. Ever since Mammon bowed his head in search for gold, every means that the mind of man could suggest to obtain it have been tried, but the devices of this century have been more numerous and more successful than any before. The ancient methods of simply melting and skimming the bullion dross have been superseded. Modern methods may be divided into two general classes, the mechanical and the chemical. Of the former methods, when gold was found loose in sand or gravel, washing was the earliest and most universally practiced, and was called panning. In this method, mercury is often used to take up and secure the fine gold. Rockers, like a child's cradle, into which the dirt is shoveled and washed over retaining riffles, were used. Coarse-haired blankets and hides, sluices and separators, with or without quicksilver linings to catch the gold, and powerful streams of water worked by compressed air to tear down the banks. Where water could not be obtained, the ore and soil were pulverized and dried, and then thrown against the wind or a blast of air, and the heavier gold, falling before the lighter dust, was caught on hides or blankets. For the crushing of the quartz in which gold was found, innumerable inventions in stamp mills, rollers, crushers, abraders, pulverizers, and amalgamators have been invented, and so with roasters and furnaces and crucibles to melt the precious metal, separate the remaining impurities, and convert it to use. As to chemical methods for the precious metals, the process of lixiviation or leaching, by which the ore is washed out by a solution of potash, or with dilute sulfuric acid, or boiling with concentrated sulfuric acid, is quite modern. About 1889 came out the great cyanide process, also known as the MacArthur-Forrest process, they being the first to obtain patents and introduce the invention, consisting of the use of cyanide potassium in solution, which dissolves the gold and which is then precipitated by the employment of zinc. This process is best adapted to what are known as free milling or porous ores, where the gold is free and very fine and is attracted readily by mercury. In 1807, Sir Humphrey Davy discovered the metal potassium by subjecting moistened potash to the action of a powerful voltaic battery. The positive pole gave off oxygen, and the metallic globules of pure potassium appeared at the negative pole. It is never found uncombined in nature. Now, if potassium is heated in cyanogen gas, a gas procured by heating mercury, or obtained on a large scale by the decomposition of yellow prussiate of potash, a white crystalline body, very soluble in water and exceedingly poisonous, is obtained. When gold, for instance, obtained by pulverizing the ore, or found free in sand, is treated to such a solution, it is dissolved from its surrounding constituents and precipitated by the zinc as before stated. Chlorine is another metal discovered by Scheele in 1774, but not known as an elementary element until so established by Davy's investigations in 1810, when he gave it the name it now bears, from the Greek chloros, yellowish-green. It is found abundantly in the mineral world in combination with common salt. Now it was found that chlorine is one of the most energetic of bodies, surpassing even oxygen under some circumstances, and that a chlorine solution will readily dissolve gold. These, the cyanide and chlorination processes, have almost entirely superseded the old washing and amalgamating methods of treating free gold, and the cyanide seems to be now taking the lead. Alloys. The art of fusing different metals to make new compounds, although always practiced, has been greatly advanced by the discoverers and inventors of the century. As we have seen, amalgamating to extract gold and silver and the making of bronze from tin and copper were very early followed. One of the most notable and useful of modern inventions or improvements of the kind was that of Isaac Babbitt of Boston in 1839, who in that year obtained patents for what ever since has been known as babbitting. The great and undesirable friction produced by the rubbing of the ends of journals and shafts in their bearings of the same metal, cast or wrought iron, amounting to 1/5 of the amount of power exerted to turn them, had long been experienced. Lubricants of all kinds had been and are used, but Babbitt's invention was an anti-friction metal. It is composed of tin, antimony, and copper, and although the proportions and ingredients have since been varied, the whole art is still known as babbitting. Other successful alloys have been made for gunmetal, sheathing of ships, horseshoes, organ pipes, plowshares, roofing, eyelets, projectiles, faucets, and many and various articles of hardware, ornamental ware, and jewelry. Valuable metals, such as were not always rare or scarce, but very hard to reduce, have been rendered far less in cost of production and more extensive in use by modern processes. Thus, aluminum, an abundant element in rocks and clay, discovered by the German chemist Wohler in 1827, a precious metal so light, bright, and tough, non-oxidizing, harder than zinc, more sonorous than silver, malleable and ductile as iron, and more tenacious, has been brought to the front from an expensive and mere laboratory production to common and useful purposes in all the arts by the processes commencing in 1854 with that of St. Clair d'Youville of France, followed by those of H. Rose, Morin, Kastner, Tissier, Hall, and others. Electrometallurgy, so far, has chiefly to do with the decomposition of metals by the electric current, and the production of very high temperatures for furnaces, by which the most refractory ores, metals, and other substances may be melted, and results produced not obtainable in any other way. By placing certain mixtures of carbon and sand, or of carbon and clay, between the terminals of a powerful current, a material resembling diamonds, but harder, has been produced. It has been named carbonundrum. The production of diamonds themselves is looked for. Steel wire is now tempered and annealed by electricity, as well as welding done, of which mention further on will be made. Thus we have seen how the birth of ideas of former generations has given rise in the present age to children of a larger growth. Arts have grown only as machinery for the accomplishment of their objects has developed, and machinery has waited on the development of the metals composing it. The civilization of today would not have been possible if the successors of Tubal-Cain had not been, like him, instructors of every artificer in brass and iron. End of section 15. Section 16 of Inventions in the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Inventions in the Century by William Henry Doolittle. Metalworking. We referred in the last chapter to the fact that metal, when it came from the melting and puddling furnace, was formerly rolled into sheets. But when the manufacturers and consumers got these sheets, then came the severe, laborious work by hand of cutting, hammering, boring, shaping, and fitting the parts for use and securing them in place. It is one of the glories of this century that metalworking tools and machinery have been invented that take the metal from its inception, mold, and adapt it to man's will in every situation with an infinite saving of time and labor, and with a perfection and uniformity of operation entirely impossible by hand. Although the tools for boring holes in wood, such as the gimlet, auger, and the lathe to hold, turn, and guide the article to be operated on by the tool are common in some respects with those for drilling and turning metal, yet the adaptation to use with metal constitutes a class of metalworking appliances distinct in themselves, and with some exceptions not interchangeable with woodworking utensils. The metalworking tools and machines forming the subject of this chapter are not those which from time immemorial have been used to pierce, hammer, cut, and shape metals, directed by the eye and hand of man, but rather those invented to take the place of the hand and eye and be operated by other powers. It needs other than manual power to subdue the metals to the present wants of man, and until those modern motor powers, such as steam, compressed air, gas, and electricity, and modern hydraulic machinery were developed, automatic machine tools to any extent were not invented. So too the tools that are designed to operate on hard metal should themselves be of the best metal, and until modern inventors rediscovered the art of making cast steel, such tools were not obtainable. The monuments and records of ancient and departed races show that it was known by them how to bore holes in wood, stone, and glass, by some sharp instruments turned by hand, or it may be by leather cords, as a top is turned. The lathe, a machine to hold an object and at the same time revolve it while it is formed by the hand or cut by a tool, is as old as the art of pottery, and is illustrated in the oldest Egyptian monuments, in which the god Ptah is shown in the act of molding man upon the throwing wheel. It is a device as necessary to the industrial growth of man as the ox or the spade. Its use by the Egyptians appears to have been confined to pottery, but the ancient Greeks, Chinese, Africans, and Hindus used lathes for woodworking in which the work was suspended on horizontal supports and adapted to be rotated by means of a rope and treadle and a spring bar, impelled by the operator as he held the cutting tool on the object. Joseph Holtzapfel, in his learned work on turning and mechanical manipulation, gives a list of old publications describing lathes for turning both wood and metal. Among these is Hartmann Schopper's book published at Frankfurt in 1548. A lathe on which was formed wood screws is described in a work of Jacques Besson, published at Lyons, France, in 1582. It is stated that there is on exhibition in the Abbott Museum of the Historical Society, New York, a bronze drinking vessel 5 inches in diameter that was exhumed from an ancient tomb in Thebes, and which bears evidence of having been turned on a lathe. It is thought by those skilled in the art that it was not possible to have constructed the works of metal in Solomon's temple without a turning lathe. One of the earliest published descriptions of a metal turning lathe and its leading features is that found in a book published in London in 1677-1683 by Joseph Moxon, hydrographer to King Charles II, entitled Mechanical Exercises, or The Doctrine of Handy Works. He therein also described a machine for planing metal. Although there is some evidence that these inventions of the learned gentleman were made and put to some use, yet they were soon forgotten and were not revived until a century later, when, as before intimated, the steam engine had been invented and furnished the power for working them. Woodworking implements in which the cutting tool was carried by a sliding block were described in the English patents of General Sir Samuel Bentham and Joseph Bramah in 1793-1794. But until this century, and fairly within its borders, man was content generally to use the metal lathe simply as a holding and turning support, while he, with such skill and strength as he could command, and with an expenditure of time, labor, and patience truly marvelous, held and guided with his hands the cutting tool with which the required form was made upon or from the slowly turning object before him. The contrivance which was to take the place of the hand and eye of man in holding, applying, directing, and impelling a cutting tool to the surface of the metal work was the slide rest. In its modern successful automatic form, Henry Maudslay, an engineer in London, is claimed to be the first inventor, in the early part of the century. The leading feature of his form of this device consists of an iron block which constitutes the rest, cut with grooves so as to adapt it to slide upon its iron supports, means to secure the cutting tool solidly to this block, and 2 screw handles, one to adjust the tool upwards and against the object to be cut in the lathe, and the other to slide the rest and tool lengthwise as the work progresses, which latter motion may be given by the hand, or effected automatically by a connection of the screw handle of the slide and the rotating object on the lathe. A vast variety of inventions and operations have been affected by changes in these main features. Of the value of this invention, Nasmyth, a devoted pupil of Maudslay and himself an eminent engineer and inventor, thus writes: "It was this holding of a tool by means of an iron hand, and constraining it to move along the surface of the work in so certain a manner, and with such definite and precise motion, which formed the great era in the history of mechanics, inasmuch as we thenceforward became possessed, by its means, of the power of operating alike on the most ponderous or delicate pieces of machinery, with a degree of minute precision, of which language cannot convey an adequate idea, and in many cases we have, through its agency, equal facility in carrying on the most perfect workmanship in the interior parts of certain machines, where neither the hand nor the eye can reach. Nevertheless, we can give to these parts their required form, with a degree of accuracy as if we had the power of transforming ourselves into pygmy workmen, and so apply our labor to the innermost holes and corners of our machinery. The scope of the lathe, slide rest, and operating tool, by its adaptation to cut out from a vast roll of steel a ponderous gun, or by a change in the size of parts to operate in cutting or drilling the most delicate portions of that most delicate of all mechanisms, a watch, reminds one of that other marvel of mechanical adaptation, the steam hammer, which makes the earth tremble with its mighty blows upon a heated mass of iron, or lightly taps and cracks the soft-shelled nut, without the slightest touch of violence upon its enclosed and fragile fruit. The adaptation of the lathe and slide to woodworking tools will be referred to in the chapter relating to woodworking. Following the invention of the lathe and the slide rest came the metal planing machines. It is stated in Buchanan's Practical Essays, published in 1841, that a French engineer in 1751, in constructing the Marly waterworks on the Seine in France, employed a machine for planing out the wrought iron pump barrels used in that work, and this is thought to be the first instance in which iron was reduced to a plain surface, without chipping or filing. But it needed the invention of the slide rest and its application to metal turning lathes to suggest and render successful metal planing machines. These were supplied in England from 1811 to 1840 by the genius of Bramah, Clement, Fox, Roberts, Rennie, Whitworth, Fletcher, and a few others. When it is considered how many different forms are essential to the completion of metal machines of every description, the usefulness of machinery that will produce them with the greatest accuracy and dispatch can be imagined. The many modifications of the planing machine have names that indicate to the workman the purpose for which they are adapted, as the jack, a small portable machine, quick and handy; the Jim Crow, a machine for planing both ways by reversal of the movement of the bed, and it gets its name because it can wheel about and turn about and do just so; the key groove machine, the milling machine with a serrated face cutter bar, shaping machine and shaping bar, slotting machine, crank planer, screw cutting, car wheel turning, bolt and nut screwing, etc. As to the mutual evolution and important results of these combined inventions, the slide rest and the planer, we again quote Nasmyth. The first planing machine enabled us to produce the second still better, and that a better still, and then slide rests of the most perfect kind came streaming forth from them, and they again assisted in making better still, so that in a very short time a most important branch of engineering business, namely tool-making, arose, which had its existence not merely owing to the pre-existing demand for such tools, but in fact raised the demand of its own creating. One has only to go into any of these vast establishments which have sprung up in the last 30 years, to find that 9/10 of all the fine mechanisms in use and in process of production are through the agency, more or less, of the slide rest and planing machine. Springing out of these inventions, as from a fruitful soil, came the metal boring machines, one class for turning the outside of cylinders to make them true, and another class for boring and drilling holes through solid metal plates. The principle of the lathe was applied to those machines in which the shaft carrying the cutting or boring tool was held either in a vertical or in a horizontal position. Now flowed forth, as from some Vulcan's titanic workshop, machines for making bolts, nuts, rivets, screws, chains, staples, car wheels, shafts, etc., and other machines for applying them to the objects with which they were to be used. The progress of screw-making had been such that in 1840, by the machines then in use for cutting, slotting, shaving, threading, and heading, 20 men and boys were enabled to manufacture 20,000 screws in a day. 35 years later, 2 girls tending 2 machines were enabled to manufacture 240,000 screws a day. Since then, the process has proceeded at even a greater rate. So great is the consumption of screws that it would be utterly impossible to supply the demand by the processes in vogue 60 years ago. In England's first great international fair in 1851, a new world of metallurgical products, implements, processes, and metalworking tools were among the grand results of the half-century's inventions which were exhibited to the assembled nations. The leading exhibitor in the line of self-acting lathes, planing, slotting, drilling, and boring machines was J. Whitworth & Co. of Manchester, England. Here were for the first time revealed, in a compact form, those machines which shape metal as wood alone had been previously shaped. But another quarter of a century brought still grander results, which were displayed at the Centennial Exhibition at Philadelphia in 1876. As J. Whitworth & Co. were the leading exhibitors at London in 1851, so were William Sellers & Co. of Philadelphia, the leading exhibitors in the 1876 exhibition. As showing the progress of the century, the official report, made in this class by citizens of other countries than America, set forth that this exhibit of the latter company, in extent and value, in extraordinary variety and originality, was probably without parallel in the past history of international exhibitions. Language seemed to be inadequate to enable the committee to describe satisfactorily the extreme refinement in every detail, the superior quality of material and workmanship, the mathematical accuracy, the beautiful outlines, the perfection in strength and form, and the scientific skill displayed in the remarkable assemblage of this class of machinery at that exhibition. An exhibit on that occasion made by Hoops and Townsend of Philadelphia attracted great attention by the fact that the doctrine of the flow of solid metal, so well expounded by that eminent French scientist, M. Tresca, was therein well illustrated. It consisted of a large collection of bolts and screws which had been cold-punched, as well as of elevator and carrier chains, the links of which had been so punched. This punching of the cold metal without cutting, boring, drilling, hammering, or otherwise shaping the metal was indeed a revelation. So also at this exhibition was a finer collection of machine-made horseshoes than had ever previously been presented to the world. A better and more intelligent and refined treatment of that noble animal, the horse, and especially in the care of his feet, had sprung up during the last half-century, conspicuously advocated by Mr. Fleming in England, and followed promptly in America and elsewhere. Within the last 40 years, nearly 200 patents had been taken out in the United States alone for machines for making horseshoes. Prejudices, jealousies, and objections of all kinds were raised at first against the machine-made horseshoe, as well as the horseshoe nail, but the horses have won, and the blacksmiths have been benefited despite their early objections. The smiths make larger incomes in buying and applying the machine-made shoes. The shoes are not only hammered into shape on the machine, but there are machines for stamping them out from metal at a single blow, for compressing several thicknesses of raw hide and molding them in a steel mold, producing a light elastic shoe, and without calks, furnishing shoes for defective hooves, flexible shoes for the relief and cure of contracted or flat feet, shoes formed with a joint at the toe, and light, hard shoes made of aluminum. Tube making. Instead of heating strips of metal and welding the edges together, tubes may now be made seamless by rolling the heated metal around a solid heated rod, or by placing a hot ingot in a die and forcing a mandrel through the ingot. And as to tube and metal bending, there are wonderful machines which bend sheets of metal into great tubes, funnels, ship masts, and cylinders. Welding. As to welding, the seams, instead of being hammered, are now formed by melting and condensing the edges, or adjoining parts, by the electric current. Annealing and tempering. Steel wire and plates are now tempered and annealed by electricity. It is found that they can be heated to a high temperature more quickly and evenly by the electric current passed through them than by combustion, and the process is much used in making clock and watch springs. One way of hardening plates, especially armor plates, by what is called the Harveyized process, is by embedding the face of the plate in carbon, protecting the back and sides with sand, heating to about the melting point of cast iron, and then hardening the face by chilling or otherwise. Coating with metal. Although covering metal with metal has been practiced from the earliest times, accomplished by heating and hammering, it was not until this century that electroplating and plating by chemical processes, as by dipping the metal into certain chemical solutions, and by the use of automatic machinery, were adopted. It was in the early part of the century that Volta discovered that in the voltaic battery certain metallic salts were reduced to their elements and deposited at the negative pole, and that Wollaston demonstrated how a silver plate in bath of sulfate of copper, through which a current was passed, became covered with copper. Then in 1838 Spencer applied these principles in making casts, and Jacobi in Russia shortly after electro-gilded a dome of a cathedral in St. Petersburg. Space will not permit the enumeration of the vast variety of processes and machines for coating and gilding that have since followed. Metal founding. The treatment of metal after it flows from the furnaces or is poured from the crucibles into molds by the operations of facing, drying, covering, casting, and stripping has given rise to a multitude of machines and methods for casting a great variety of objects. The most interesting inventions in this class have for their object the chilling or chill hardening of the outer surfaces of articles which are subject to the most and hardest wear, as axle boxes, hammers, anvils, etc., which is effected by exposing the red-hot metal to a blast of cold air, or by introducing a piece of iron into a mold containing the molten metal. In casting steel ingots, in order to produce a uniform compact structure, Gears of England invented soaking pits of sand, into which the ingot from the mold is placed and then covered, so that the heat radiating outward reheats the exterior, and the ingot is then rolled without reheating. Sheet metal ware. Important improvements have been made in this line. Wonderful machines have been made which, receiving within them a piece of flat metal, will, by a single blow of a plunger in a die, stamp out a metal can or box with tightly closed seams, and all ready for the cover, which is made in another similar machine, or by which an endless chain of cans are carried into a machine, and they are automatically soldered at their seams, and another which solders the heads on filled cans as fast as they can be fed into the machine. Metal personal wear. Buckles, clasps, hooks, and eyelets, shanked buttons, and similar objects are now stamped up and out, without more manual labor than is necessary to supply the machines with the metal and to take care of the completed articles. Wire working. Not only unsightly but useful barbed wire fences and the most ornamental wire work and netting for many purposes, such as fences, screens, cages, etc., are now made by ingenious machines and not by hand tools. In stepping into some of the great modern works where varied industries are carried on under one general management, one cannot help realizing the vast difference between old systems and the new. In one portion of the establishment the crude ores are received and smelted and treated with a small force and with ease until the polished metal is complete and ready for manipulation in the manufacture of 100 different objects. In another part, ponderous or smaller lathes and planing machines are turning forth many varied forms. In quiet corners the boring, drilling, and riveting machines are doing their work without the clang of hammers. In another, an apparently young student is conducting the scientific operation of coating or gilding metals. In another, girls may be seen with light machines, stamping or burnishing or assembling the different parts of finished metalware, and the motive power of all this is the silent but all-powerful electric current received from the smooth-running dynamo giant, who works with vast but unseen energy in a den by himself, not a smoky or a dingy den, but light, clean, polished, and beautiful as the workshop of a god. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Invention in the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Efan. Inventions in the Century by William Henry Doolittle. Ordnance, Arms, and Explosives. Although the progress in the invention of firearms of all descriptions seems slow during the ages preceding the 19th century, yet it will be found on investigation that no art progressed faster. No other art was spurred to activity by such strong incentives, and none received the same encouragement and reward for its development. The art of war was the trade of kings and princes, and princely was the reward to the subject who was the first to invent the most destructive weapon. Under such high patronage, most of the ideas and principles of ordnance now prevailing were discovered or suggested, but were embodied for the most part in rude and inefficient contrivances. The art waited for its success on the development of other arts, and on the mental expansion and freedom giving rise to scientific investigation and results. The cannon and musket themselves became the greatest instruments for the advancement of the new civilization, however much it was intended otherwise by their kingly proprietors, and the new civilization returned the compliment through its trained intellects by giving to war its present destructive efficiency. To this efficiency, great as the paradox may seem, peace holds what quiet field it has, or will have, until most men learn to love peace and hate the arts of war. As to the Chinese is given the credit for the invention of gunpowder, so they must also be regarded as the first to throw projectiles by its means. But their inventions in these directions may be classed as fireworks, and have no material bearing on the modern art of ordnance. It is supposed that the word cannon is derived from the same root as cane, originally signifying a hollow reed, and that these hollow reeds or similar tubes, closed at one end, were used to fire rockets by powder. It is also stated that the practice existed among the Chinese as early as 969 AD of tying rockets to their arrows to propel them to greater distances, as well as for incendiary purposes. This basic idea has percolated from China through India to the Moors and Arabs, and in the course of a few centuries had developed into a crude artillery used by the Moors in the siege of Cordova in 1280. The Spaniards, thus learning the use of the cannon, turned the lesson upon their instructors, when under Ferdinand IV they took Gibraltar from the Moors in 1309. Then the knowledge of artillery soon spread throughout Europe. The French used it at the siege of Puy-Guerme in 1338, and the English had 3 small guns at Crécy in 1346. These antique guns were made by welding longitudinal bars of iron together and binding them by iron rings strung on while hot. Being shaped internally and externally like an apothecary's mortar, they were called mortars or bombards. Some were breech loaders, having a removable chamber at the breech into which the charge of powder was inserted behind the ball. The balls were stone. These early cannon, bombards, and mortars were mounted on heavy solid wooden frames and moved with great difficulty from place to place. Then in the 15th century they commenced to make wrought iron cannon and hollow projectiles, containing a bursting charge of powder to be exploded by a fuse lit before the shell was fired. In the next century, cannon were cast. The Hindus, when their acquaintance was made by the Europeans, were as far advanced as the latter in cannon and firearms. One cannon was found at Bijapur in India, cast of bronze, bearing date 1548, and called the Master of the Field, which weighed 89,600 pounds, and others of similar size of later dates. Great cast bronze guns of about the same weight as the Hindu guns were also produced at St. Petersburg, Russia, in the 16th century. Many and strange were the names given by Europeans to their cannon in the 15th and 16th centuries to denote their size and the weight of the ball they carried, such as the Azek, the Bombard, the Basilisk, the Cannon Royal, or Carhound, the Culverin, Demi-Culverin, Falcon, Siren, Serpentine, etc. The bombards in the 15th century were made so large and heavy, especially in France, that they could not be moved without being taken apart. When the heavy unwieldy bombards with stone balls were used, artillery was mostly confined to castles, towns, forts, and ships. When used in the field, they were dragged about by many yokes of oxen. But in the latter part of the 15th century, when France under Louis XI had learned to cast lighter brass cannon to mount them on carriages that could be drawn by 4 or 6 horses, at which carriages had trunnions in which the cannon were swung so as to be elevated or depressed, and cast iron projectiles were used instead of stones, field artillery took its rise, and by its use the maps of the world were changed. Thus, with the artillery, the French under Charles VIII, the successor of Louis XI, conquered Italy. In the 16th century, Europe was busy in adopting these and other changes. Cannon were made of all sizes and calibers, but were not arranged in battle with much precision. Case shot were invented in Germany, but not brought into general use. Shells were invented by the Italians and fired from mortars, but their mode of construction was preserved in great secrecy. The early breech loaders had been discarded, as it was not known how to make the breech gas tight, and the explosions rendered the guns more dangerous to their users than to the enemy. In the 17th century, Holland began to make useful mortar shells and hand grenades. Maurice and Henry Frederick of Nassau and Gustav Adolphus made many improvements in the sizes and construction of cannon. In 1674, Cohorn, an officer in the service of the Prince of Orange, invented the celebrated mortar which bears his name, and the use of which has continued to the present time. The Dutch also invented the howitzer, a short gun in which the projectiles could be introduced by hand. About the same time, Comminges of France invented mortars which threw projectiles weighing 550 pounds. In this part of that century also great improvements were made under Louis XIV. Limbers, by which the front part of the gun carriage was made separable from the cannon part and provided with the ammunition chest. The prolong, a cord and hook by which the gun part could be moved around by hand, and the elevating screw by which the muzzle of the gun could be raised or depressed, were invented. In the early part of the 18th century, it was thought by artillerists in England that the longer the gun, the farther it would carry. One, called Queen Anne's pocket piece, still preserved at Dover, is 25 feet long and carries a ball only 25 pounds in weight. It was only after repeated experiments that it was learned that the shorter guns carried the projectile the greatest distance. The greatest improvements in the 18th century was made by Gribeauval, the celebrated French artillerist, about 1765. He had guns made of such material and of such size as to adapt them to the different services to which they were to be put, as field, siege, garrison, and sea coast. He gave greater mobility to the system by introducing 6-pound howitzers, and making gun carriages lighter. He introduced the system of fixed ammunition, separate compartments in the gun carriages for the projectiles, and the charges of powder in paper or cloth bags or cylinders, improved the construction of elevating screw, adapted the tangent scale, formed the artillery into horse batteries, and devised new equipments and a new system of tactics. It was with Gribeauval's improved system that Citizen Bonaparte, young artillery officer, took Toulon, with which the same young bronze artillery officer let go of his great guns in the cul-de-sac Dauphin against the church of Saint Roch on the Port Royal, at the Théâtre de la République, and the thing we specifically call French Revolution is blown into space by it, and became a thing that was. It was with this system that this same young officer won his first brilliant victories in Italy. When the fruit of these victories had been lost during his absence, he reappeared with his favorite artillery, and on the threshold of the century, in May 1800, as first consul of the Republic, re-achieved at Marigot the supremacy of France over Austria. As to small arms, as before suggested, they doubtless had their origin in the practice of the Chinese in throwing fireballs from bamboo barrels by the explosion of light charges of powder, as illustrated to this day in what are known as Roman candles. Firecrackers and grenades were also known to the Chinese and the Greeks. Among ancient firearms, the principal ones were the arquebus, also bombardelle, and the blunderbuss. They were invented in the 14th century, but were not much used until the 15th century. These guns, for the most part, were so heavy that they had to be rested on some object to be fired. The soldiers carried a sort of tripod for this purpose. The gun was fired by a slow-burning cord, a live coal, a lit stick, or a long rod heated at one end, and called a match. The blunderbuss was invented in Holland. It was a large, short, funnel-shaped muzzle loader, and loaded with nails, slugs, etc. The injuries and hardships suffered by the men who used it, rather than by the enemy, rendered its name significant. Among the earliest firearms of this period, one was invented which was a breech loader and revolver. The breech had 4 chambers and was rotated by hand on an arbor parallel to the barrel. The extent of its use is not learned. To ignite the powder, the wheel lock and snap haunts were invented by the Germans in the 16th century. The wheel lock consisted of a furrowed wheel and was turned by the trigger and chain against a fixed piece of iron on the stock to excite sparks, which fell on to the priming. The snap haunts, a straight piece of furrowed steel, superseded the wheel lock. The 16th century had got well started before the English could be induced to give up the crossbow and arrow, and adopt the musket. After they had introduced the musket with the snap haunts and wooden ramrod, it became known, in the time of Queen Elizabeth, as the Brown Bess. The old flintlock was quite a modern invention, not appearing until the 17th century. It was a bright idea to fix a piece of flint into the cock and arrange it to strike a steel cap on the priming pan when the trigger was fired, and it superseded the old match, wheel lock, and snap haunts. The flintlock was used by armies well into the 19th century, and is still in private use in remote localities. As the arquebus succeeded the bow and arrow, so the musket, a smooth and single-barrel muzzle loader with a flintlock and a wooden ramrod, succeeded the arquebus. Rifles, which were the old flintlock muskets with their barrels provided with spiral grooves to give the bullet a rotary motion and cause it to keep one point constantly in front during its flight, is claimed as the invention of Augustin Cutler of Germany in 1520, and also of Coster of Birmingham, England, about 1620. Muskets with straight grooves are said to have been used in the 15th century. The rifle with a long barrel and its flintlock was a favorite weapon of the American settler. It was made in America, and he fought the Indian Wars and the War of the Revolution with it. It will not do to conclude the sketch of antique cannon and firearms without referring to Puckle's celebrated English patent, number 418, of May 15, 1718, for a defense. The patent starts out with the motto, quote, "Defending King George, your country and laws, is defending yourselves and Protestant cause." End quote. It proceeds to describe a portable gun or machine having a single barrel, with a set of removable chambers which are charged with bullets before they are placed in the gun. a handle to turn the chambers to bring each chamber in line with the barrel, a tripod on which the gun is mounted and on which it is to be turned, a screw for elevating and turning the gun in different directions, a set of square chambers for shooting square bullets against Turks, a set of round chambers for shooting round bullets against the Christians, and separate drawings show the square bullets for the Turks and the round bullets for the Christians. History is silent as to whether Mr. Puckle's patent was put in practice, but it contained the germs of some modern inventions. Among the first inventions of the century was a very important one made by a clergyman, the Reverend Mr. Forsyth, a Scotchman, who in 1803 invented the percussion principle in firearms. In 1807, he patented in England detonating powder and pellets which were used for artillery. About 1808, General Shrapnel of the English Army invented the celebrated shell known by his name. It then consisted of a comparatively thin shell filled with bullets, having a fuse lit by the firing of the gun, and adapted to explode the shell in front of the object fired at. This fuse was superseded by one invented by General Bormann of Belgium, which greatly added to the value of case shot. In 1814, Joshua Shaw of England invented the percussion cap. Thus, by the invention of the percussion principle by Forsyth, and that little copper cylinder of Shaw, having a flake of fulminating powder inside and adapted to fit the nipple of a gun and be exploded by the fall of the hammer, was sounded the death knell of the old flintlocks with which the greatest battles of the world had been and were at that time being fought. The advantages gained by the cap were the certain and instantaneous fire, the saving in time, power, and powder obtained by making smaller the orifice through which the ignition was introduced, and the protection from moisture given by the covering cap. And yet so slow is the growth of inventions sometimes that all Europe continued to make the flintlocks for many years after the percussion cap was invented. And General Scott, in the war between the United States and Mexico in 1847, declined to give the army the percussion cap musket. The cap suggested the necessity and invention of machines for making them quickly and in great quantities. The celebrated Colt's revolver was invented by Colonel Samuel Colt of the United States in 1835. He continued to improve it, and in 1851 exhibited it at the World's Fair, London, where it excited great surprise and attention. Since then, the revolver has become a great weapon in both private and public warfare. The next great inventions in small arms were the re-adoption and improvement of the breech loader, the making of metallic cartridges, the magazine gun, smokeless powder, and other explosives, to which further reference will be made. To return to cannons, in 1812, Colonel Bomford, an American officer, invented what is called the Columbiad, a kind of cannon best adapted for sea coast purposes. They are long chamber pieces, combining certain qualities of the gun, howitzer, and mortar, and capable of projecting shells and solid shot with heavy charges of powder at high angles of elevation, and peculiarly adapted to defend narrow channels and sea coast defenses. A similar gun was invented by General Peixens of the French army in 1822. The adoption of the Peixens long chamber guns, designed to throw heavy shells horizontally as well as at a slight elevation and as easily as solid shot, was attended with great results. Used by the French in 1832 in the quick, victorious siege of Antwerp by the Allies at Sebastopol, where the whole Russian fleet was destroyed in about an hour, and in the fight of the Kearsarge and the doomed Alabama off Cherbourg, in the American Civil War. It forced investors in the different countries to devise new and better armor for the defense of ships. This was followed by guns of still greater penetrative power. Then, as another result effected by these greater guns, came the passing away of the old-fashioned brick and stone forts as a means of defense. In an interesting address by Major Clarence E. Dutton of the Ordnance Department, USA, at the Centennial Patent Congress at Washington in 1891, he thus stated what the fundamental improvements were that have characterized the modern ordnance during the century. 1. The regulation and control of the action of gunpowder in such a manner as to exert less strain upon the gun and to impart more energy to the projectile. 2. To so construct the gun as to transfer a portion of the strain from the interior parts of the walls which have borne too much of it, to the exterior parts which have borne too little, thus nearly equalizing the strain throughout the entire thickness of the walls. 3. To provide a metal which should be at once stronger and safer than any which have been used before. In the United States, General Rodman, one of the pioneers of arms science, commenced about 1847 a series of investigations and experiments on the power and action of gunpowder, and the strains received by every part of the gun by the exploding gases, of very great importance, and in this matter he was assisted greatly by Dr. W. E. Woodbridge, who invented an ingenious apparatus termed a piezometer, or pressure measurer, by which the pressure of the gases at the various parts of the gun was determined with mathematical certainty. Dr. Woodbridge also added greatly to the success of rifle cannon, the success in rifling small arms, by which an elongated ball is made to retain the same end foremost during its flight, led again to the attempts of rifling cannon for the same purpose, which were finally successful. But this success was due not to the spiral grooves in the cannon bore, but in the attachment to the ball compelling it to follow the course of the grooves and giving it the proper initial movement. The trouble with these attachments was that they were either stripped off or stripped away by the gun spirals. Woodbridge in 1850 overcame the difficulty by inventing an improved sabot, consisting of a ring composed of metal softer than the projectile or cannon, fixed on the inner end of the projectile and grooved at its rear end, so that when the gun is fired and the ball driven forward, these grooves expand, acting valvulely to fill the grooves in the gun, thus preventing the escape of the gases, while the ring at the same time is forced forward onto the shell so tightly and forcibly that the projectile is invariably given a rotary motion and made to advance strictly in the line of axis of the bore, and in the same line during the course of its flight. This invention in principle has been followed ever since, although other forms have been given the sabot, and it is due to this invention that modern rifle cannon have been so wonderfully accurate in range and efficient in the penetrating and destructive power both on sea and land. Woodbridge also invented the wire-wound cannon, and a machine for winding the wire upon the gun, thus giving the breech part, especially, immense strength. In England, among the first notable and greater inventors in ordnance during the latter half of the century, a period which embraces the reduction to practice of the most wonderful and successful inventions in weapons of war, which the world had up to that time seen, a Lancaster, who invented the elliptical bore, Sir William Armstrong, who, commencing in 1885, constructed the gun built of wrought iron bars, twisted into coils and applied over a steel core and bound by one or more wrought iron rings, all applied at white heat and shrunk on by contraction due to cooling, by which method smoothbore, muzzle-loading cannon of immense caliber one weighing 100 tons, were made. They were followed by Armstrong, inventor of breech loaders, Blakely, inventor of cannon made of steel tubes and an outer jacket of cast iron, and Sir Joseph Whitworth, inventor of most powerful steel cannon and compressed steel projectiles. In Germany, Frederick Krupp at Essen, Prussia, invented and introduced such improvements in breech-loading cannon as revolutionized the manufacture of that species of ordnance, and established the foundation of the greatest ordnance works in the world. The first of his great breech-loading steel guns were exhibited at the Paris exhibition in 1867. A Krupp gun finished at Essen in the 70s was then the largest steel gun the world had ever seen. It weighed 72 tons and was 32 feet long. The charge consisted of 385 pounds of powder. The shell weighed 1,660 pounds, having a bursting charge of powder of 22 pounds, and a velocity of 1,640 feet per second. It was estimated that if the gun were fired at an angle of 43 degrees, the shell would be carried a distance of 15 miles. It was in the Krupp guns, and also in the Armstrong breech loaders, that a simple feature was for the first time introduced, which proved of immense importance in giving great additional expansive force to the explosion of the powder. This was an increase in size of the powder chamber so as to allow a vacant space in it unfilled with powder. In the United States, Rodman, commencing in 1847, and Dahlgren in 1850, and Parrott in 1860, invented and introduced some noticeable improvements in cast iron smooth-bore and rifle cannon. In France, General Prehon and Colonel Truel de Beaulieu improved the shells and ordnance. The latest improvements in cannon indicate that the old smooth-bore muzzle loader guns are to be entirely superseded by breech loaders, just as in small arms the muzzle-loading musket has given way to the breech-loading rifle. A single lever is now employed, a single turn of which will close or open the breech, and then expel the shell by the same movement. Formerly, breech loaders were confined to the heaviest ordnance. Now they are a part of the lightest field pieces. As to the operation of those immense guns above referred to, which constitute principally sea coast defenses and the heavy armament for forts, gun carriages, have been invented whereby the huge guns are quickly raised from behind immense embrasures by pneumatic or hydraulic cylinders, quickly fired, the range having been before accurately ascertained, and then as quickly lowered out of sight, the latter movement being aided by the recoil action of the gun. It is essential that the full force of the gases of explosion shall be exerted against the base of the projectile, and therefore all escape of such gases be prevented. To this end, valuable improvements in gas checks have been made. One kind consisting of an annual canvas sack containing asbestos and tallow placed between the front face of the breech block and the mushroom-shaped piece against which the explosion impinges. As among projectiles and shells for cannon, those have been invented which are loaded with dynamite or other high explosive. A new class of compressed air ordnance has been started, in which air or gas is used for the propelling power in place of powder, whereby the chances of exploding such shells in the bore of the gun are greatly lessened. The construction of metals, both for cannon to resist more intense explosives and for plates to resist the penetration of the best projectiles, have received great attention. They are matters pertaining to metallurgy, and are treated of under that head. The strife still continues between impenetrable armor plate and irresistible projectiles. Within the last decade or so, shells have been invented with the design simply to shatter or fracture the plate by which the way is broken for subsequent shots. Other shells have been invented carrying a high explosive and capable of penetrating armor plates of great thickness and exploding after such penetration has taken place. A great accompaniment to artillery is the rangefinder, a telescopic apparatus for ascertaining accurately the location and distance of objects to be fired at. Returning to small arms, at the time percussion caps were invented in England, 1803 to 1814. John H. Hall of the United States invented a breech-loading rifle. It was in substance an ordinary musket cut in two at the breech, with the rear piece connected by a hinge and trunnion to the front piece, the bore of the two pieces being in line when clamped, and the ball and cartridge inserted when the chamber was thrown up. A large number were at once manufactured and used in the U.S. Army. A smaller size, called carbines, were used by the mounted troops. After about 20 years' use, these guns began to be regarded as dangerous in some respects, and their manufacture and use stopped, although the carbines continued in use to some extent in the cavalry. A breech-loading rifle was also invented by Colonel Pauli of France in 1812, and improved by Drees in 1835, also in Norway in 1838, and in a few years adopted by Sweden as superior to all muzzle-loading arms. About 1841, the celebrated needle gun was invented in Prussia, and its superiority over all muzzle-loaders was demonstrated in 1848 in the First Schleswig-Holstein War. Cartridges, in which the ball and powder were secured together in one package, were old in artillery, as has been shown, but their use for small arms is a later invention. Metallic cartridges made of sheet metal with a fulminate cap in one end and the rim on the end of the shell by which it could be extracted after the explosion, were invented by numerous persons in Europe and America during the evolution of the breech loader. Combined metal case and paper patented in England in 1816, and numerous wholly metallic cartridge shells were patented in England, France, and United States between 1840 and 1860. M. Lefaucheux of France, in the later period, devised a metal gas check cartridge which was a great advance. A number of inventors in the United States besides Hall have produced breech-loading small arms before the Civil War of 1861, but with the exception of Colt's revolver and Sharp's carbine, the latter used by the cavalry to a small extent, none were first adopted in that great conflict. Later, the Henry or Winchester breech-loader rifle and the Spencer magazine gun were introduced and did good service, but the whole known system of breech-loading small arms was officially condemned by the U.S. military authorities previous to that war. The absence of machines to make a suitable cartridge in large quantities and vast immediate necessities compelled the authorities to ignore the tested Prussian and Swedish breech-loaders and those of their own countrymen, and to ransack Europe for muskets of ancient pattern. These were worked by the soldiers under the ancient tactics of load, ram, charge, and fire, until a stray bullet struck the ramrod, or the discharge of a few rammed cartridges so overheated the musket as to thereby dispense with the soldier and his gun for further service in that field. However, private individuals and companies continued to invent and improve, and the Civil War in America revolutionized the systems of warfare and its weapons. The wooden walls of the navies disappeared as a defense after the conflict between the Monitor and the Merrimac, and muzzle-loading muskets became things of the past. Torpedoes, both stationary and movable, then became a successful weapon of warfare. Soon after the war, and when the United States had adopted the Springfield breech-loading rifle, the works at Springfield were equipped with nearly 40 different machines, each for making a separate part of a gun in great quantities. Many of these had been invented by Thomas Blanchard 40 years before. That great inventor of labor-saving machinery had then designed machines for the shaping and making of gun stocks, and for forming the accompanying parts. Blanchard was a contemporary of Hall, and Hall, to perfect his breech loader, was the first to invent machines for making its various parts. His was the first interchangeable system in the making of small arms. Army officers had come to regard the gun as only the casket while the cartridge is the jewel, and to this end J.G. Gill at the U.S. Arsenal at Frankfort, Philadelphia, devised a series of cartridge-making machines which ranked among the highest triumphs of American invention. The single breech loader is now being succeeded by the magazine gun, by which a supply of cartridges in the chamber is automatically fed into the barrel. The Springfield has been remodeled as a magazine loader. Among later types of repeating rifles, known from the names of their inventors, are the Krag-Gagson and the Mauser, and the crack of these is heard around the world. Modern rifles are rendered more deadly by the fact that they can be loaded and fired in a recumbent position, and with smokeless powder, by which the soldier and his location remain concealed from his foe. The recoil of the gun in both large and small arms is now utilized to expel the fired cartridge shell, and to withdraw a fresh one from its magazine and place it in position in the chamber. Compressed air and explosive gases have been used for the same purpose. A small electric battery has been placed in the stock to explode the cartridge when the trigger is pulled. Sporting guns have kept pace with other small arms in improvements, and among modern forms are those which discharge in alternative succession the two barrels by a single trigger. Revolvers have been improved, and the Smith & Wesson is known throughout the world. The idea of machine gun, or mitrailleuse, was not a new one, as we have seen from Puckle's celebrated patent of 1718. Also, history mentions a gun composed of 4 breech-loading tubes of small caliber, placed on a 2-wheeled cart used in Flanders as early as 1347. And of 4 tube guns used by the Scotch during the Civil War in 1644. The machine gun invented by Dr. Gatling of the United States during the Civil War and subsequently perfected has become a part of the armament of every civilized nation. The object of the gun is to combine in one piece the destructive effect of a great many, and to throw a continuous hail of projectiles. The gun is mounted on a tripod. The cartridges are contained in a hopper mounted on the breech of the gun and are fed from locks into the barrels, which are usually 5 or 10 in number. As the locks and barrels are revolved by a hand crank. As the handle is turned, the cartridges are first given a forward motion, which thrusts them into the barrels, closes the breech, and fires the cartridges in succession, and then a backward motion which extracts the empty shells. The gun weighs 100 pounds, and firing may be kept up with a 10-barreled gun at 1,000 shots a minute. The Hotchkiss revolving cannon is another celebrated American production named from its inventor, and constructed to throw heavier projectiles than the Gatling. It also has revolving barrels and great solidity in the breech mechanism. It has been found to be of great service in resisting the attacks of torpedo boats. It is adapted to fire long-range shells with great rapidity and powerful effect, and is exceedingly efficient in defense of ditches and entrenchments. Explosives. The desire to make the most effective explosives for gunnery led to their invention not only for that purpose, but for the more peaceful pursuit of blasting. Gun cotton, the mixture of nitric acid and cotton, made by Schoenbein in 1846, and experimented with for a long time as a substitute for gunpowder in cannon and small arms, and finally discarded for that purpose, is now being again revived, but used chiefly for blasting. This was followed by the discovery of nitroglycerin, a still more powerful explosive agent, too powerful and uncontrollable for guns as originally made, they did not supersede gunpowder, but smokeless powders have come, containing nitrocellulose or nitroglycerin rendered plastic, coherent and homogeneous, and converted into rods or grains of free-running powder to aid the breech loaders and magazine guns, while the high explosives, gun cotton, nitroglycerin, dynamite, duoline, etc., have become the favorite agencies for those fearful offensive and defensive weapons, the torpedoes. From about the time of the discovery of gunpowder, stationary and floating chambers and mines of powder, to be discharged in early times by fuses, later by percussion or electricity, have existed, but modern inventions have rendered them of more fearful importance than was ever dreamed of before this century. The latest invention in this class is the submarine torpedo boat, which, moving rapidly towards an enemy's vessel, suddenly disappears from sight beneath the water and strikes the vessel at its lowest or most vulnerable point. To the inquiry as to whether all this vast array of modern implements of destruction is to lessen the destruction of human life, shorten war, mitigate its horrors, and tend toward peace, there can be but one answer. All these desirable results have been accomplished whenever the new inventions of importance have been used. Warlike tribes have been put to flight so easily by civilized armies in modern times that such tribes have been doubted as possessing their boasted or even natural courage. Nations with a glorious past as to bravery, but with a poor armament, have gone down suddenly before smaller forces armed with modern ordnance. The results would have been reversed, and the derision would have proceeded from the other side. If the conditions had been reversed, and those tribes of brave people been armed with the best weapon and the knowledge of their use, the courage of the majority of men on the battlefield is begot of confidence and enthusiasm. But this confidence and enthusiasm, however great the cause, soon fail, and discretion becomes the better part of valor. If men find that their weapons are weak and useless against vastly superior arms of the enemy, the slaughter and destruction in a few hours with modern weapons may not be more terrible than could be inflicted with the old arms by far greater forces at close quarters in a greater length of time in the past. But the end comes sooner, and the prolongation of the struggle with renewed sacrifices of life, and the long-continued and exhausting campaigns, giving rise to diseases more destructive than shot or shell, are thereby greatly lessened, if not altogether avoided. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Inventions in the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Inventions in the Century by William Henry Doolittle. Paper and Printing. Papermaking. The art preservative of all arts. Itself must have means of preservation, and hence the art of papermaking precedes the art of printing. It was Pliny who wrote, at the beginning of the Christian era, that all the usages of civilized life depend in a remarkable degree upon the employment of paper, at all events the remembrance of past events. Naturally, to the Chinese, the Hindu, and the Egyptian we go with inquiries as to origin, and find that as to both arts they were making the most delicate paper from wood and vegetable fibres, and printing with great nicety, long before Europeans had even learned to use papyrus or parchment, or had conceived the idea of type. So far as we know, the wasp alone preceded the ancient Orientals in the making of paper. Its grey shingled house made in layers, worked up into paper by a master hand from decayed wood, pulped and glutinized, waterproofed, with internal tiers of chambers, a fortress, a home, and an airy habitation, is still beyond the power of human invention to reproduce. Papyrus, the paper of the Egyptians. Not only their paper, but its pith one of their articles of food, and its outer portions material for paper, boxes, baskets, boats, mats, medicines, cloths, and other articles of merchandise. Once one of the fruits of the Nile, now no longer growing there, on its fragile leaves were recorded and preserved the ancient literatures, the records of dynasties, the songs of the Hebrew prophets, the early annals of Greece and Rome, the vast lost tomes of Alexandria. Those which were fortunately preserved and transferred to more enduring forms now constitute the greater part of all we have of the writings of those departed ages. In making paper from papyrus, the inner portion next to the pith was separated into thin leaves. These were laid in 2 or more layers, moistened and pressed together to form a leaf, 2 or more leaves united at their edges if desired, or end to end, beaten smooth with a mallet, polished with a piece of iron or shell, the ends or sides or both of the sheets sometimes neatly ornamented, and then rolled on a wooden cylinder. The Romans and other ancient nations imported most of their papyrus from Egypt, although raising it to considerable extent in their own swamps. In the 7th century, the Saracens conquered Egypt and carried back therefrom papyrus and the knowledge of how to make paper from it to Europe. Parchment manufactured from the skins of young calves, kids, lambs, sheep, and goats was an early rival of papyrus, and was known and used in Europe before papyrus was there introduced. The softening of vegetable and woody fibre of various kinds, flax and raw cotton and rags, and reducing it into pulp, drying, beating, and rolling it into paper, seem to have been suggested to Europe by the introduction of papyrus, for we learn of the first appearance of such paper by the Arabians, Saracens, Spaniards, and the French along through the 8th, 9th, and 10th and 11th centuries. Papyrus does not, however, appear to have been superseded until the 12th century. Public documents are still extant, written in the 12th century on paper made from flax and rags, and paper mills began to put in an appearance in Germany in the 14th century, in which the fibre was reduced to pulp by stampers. England began to make paper in the next century. Pulping the fibre by softening it in water and beating the same had then been practised for 4 centuries. Rollers in the mills for rolling the pulp into sheets were introduced in the 15th century, and paper makers began to distinguish their goods from those made by others by watermarks impressed in the pulp sheets. The jug and the pot was one favourite watermark in that century, succeeded by a fool's cap, which name has since adhered to paper of a certain size, with or without the cap. So far was the making of paper advanced in Europe that about 1640 wallpaper began to be made as a substitute for tapestry, although as to this fashion the Chinese were still ahead some indefinite number of centuries. Holland was far advanced in paper making in the 17th century. The Revolution of 1688 having seriously interrupted the art in England, that country imported paper from Holland during that period, amounting to £100,000. It was a native of Holland, Rittenhouse, who introduced paper making in America, and erected a mill near Philadelphia in the early years of the 18th century, and there made paper from linen rags. The Dutch had also substituted cylinders armed with blades in place of stampers, and used their windmills to run them. The Germans and French experimented with wood and straw. In the latter part of the 18th century, some manufacturers in Europe had learned to make white paper from white rags, and as good in quality and some think better than is made at the present day. The essentials of paper making by hand from rags and raw vegetable fibres, the soaking of fibres in water and boiling them in lye, the beating, rolling, smoothing, sizing and polishing of the paper were then known and practised. But the best paper was then a dear commodity. The art of bleaching coloured stock was unknown, and white paper was made alone from stock that came white into the mill. The processes were nearly all hand operations. Beating was pounding in a mortar. The pulp was laid by hand upon moulds made of parallel strands of coarse brass wire, and the making of the pulp by grinding wood and treating it chemically to soften it was experimental. The 19th century produced a revolution. It introduced the use of modern machinery and modern chemical processes, by which all known varieties and sizes of paper, of all colours, as well as paper vessels, are made daily in immense quantities in all civilized countries from all sorts of fibrous materials. Knight, in his Mechanical Dictionary, gives a list of nearly 400 different materials for papermaking that had been used or suggested, for the most part within the century and up to 20 years ago, and the number has since increased. The modern revolution commenced in 1799, when Louis Robert, an employee of François Didot of Essonne, France, invented and patented the first machine for making paper in a long, wide, continuous web. The French government in 1800 granted him a reward of 8,000 francs. The machine was then exhibited in England and there tested with success. It was there that Messrs. Fourdrinier, a wealthy stationery firm, purchased the patents, expended £60,000 for improvements on the machine, and first gave to the world its practical benefits. This expenditure bankrupted them, as the machines were not at once remunerative, and Parliament refused to grant them pecuniary assistance. Gamble, Donkin, Coops, the Fourdriniers, Dickinson and Wilkes were the first inventors to improve the Robert machine, and to give it that form which in many essential features remains today. They, together with later inventors, gave to the world a new system of paper-making. By 1872, 299 Fourdrinier machines were running in the United States alone. In the improved Fourdrinier machine or system, rags or wood or straw are ground or otherwise reduced to pulp, and then the pulp, when properly soaked and drained, is dumped into a regulating box, passing under a copper gate to regulate the amount and depth of feed, and then carried along through strainers, screeners or dressers to free the mass from clots and reduce it to the proper fineness, over an endless wire apron, spread evenly over this apron by a shaking motion, subjected to the action of a suction box by which the water is drawn off by air suction pumps, carried between cloth-covered rollers which press and cohere it, carried onto a moving long felt blanket to further free it from moisture, and which continues to hold the sheet of pulp in form. Then with the blanket through press rolls adjustable to a desired pressure and provided with means to remove therefrom adhering pulp and to arrest the progress of the paper if necessary. Then through another set of compression rollers, when the condensed and matted pulp, now paper, is carried on to a second blanket, passed through a series of steam cylinders where the web is partially dried and again compressed, thence through another series of rollers and drying cylinders which still further dry and stretch it, and now, fully completed, the sheet is wound on a receiving cylinder. The number of rollers and cylinders and the position and the length of the process to fully dry, compact, stretch and finish the sheet may be, and are, varied greatly. If it is desired to impress on or into the paper watermarks, letters, words or ornamental matter, the paper in its moist stage after it passes through the suction boxes is passed under a dandy or fancy scrolled roll provided on its surface with the desired design. When it is desired to give it a smooth, glossy surface, the paper, after its completion, is passed through animal sizing material, and then between drying and smoothing rollers. Or this sizing may be applied to the pulp at the outset of the operation. Colouring material, when desired, is applied to the pulp before pressing. By the use of machines under this system, a vast amount of material, cast-off rags, etc., before regarded as waste, was utilised for paper-making. The modern discoveries of the chemists of the century as to the nature of fibres, best modes and materials for reducing them to pulp, and bleaching processes have brought the art of paper-making from wood and other fibrous materials to its present high and prosperous condition. What are known as the soda pulp and the sulphite processes are examples of this. The latter and other acid processes were not successful until cement-lined digesters were invented to withstand their corroding action, but now it is only necessary to have a convenient forest of almost any kind of wood to justify the establishment of a paper mill. It was the scarcity of rags, especially of linen rags, that forced inventors to find other paper-producing materials. It would be impossible and uninteresting in a work of this character to enumerate the mechanical details constituting the improvements of the century in paper-making machinery of all kinds. Thousands of patents have been granted for such inventions. With one modern Fourdrinier machine and a few beating engines, a small paper mill will now turn out daily as much paper as could be made by 12 mills 100 years ago. In moulding pulp into articles of manufacture, satisfactory machines have been invented, not only for the mere forming them into shape, but for waterproofing and indurating the same. from the making of a ponderous paper car wheel to a lady's delicate work basket, success has been attained. Paper bag machines, machines for making paper boxes, applying and staying corners of such boxes, for making cell cases used in packing eggs and fruit, and for wrapping fruit, machines for affixing various forms of labels and addresses, are among the wonders of modern inventions relating to paper. It is wonderful how art and ingenuity united about 30 years ago to produce attractive wallpapers. Previous to that time they were dull and conventional in appearance. Now beautiful designs are rolled out from machines. Printing. We have already seen how paper making and printing grew up together an indefinite number of centuries ago in the Far East. Both block printing and movable types were the production of the Chinese, with which on their little pages of many-coloured paper they printed myriads of volumes of their strange literature in stranger characters during centuries when Europeans were painfully inscribing their thoughts with the stylus and crude pens upon papyrus and the dried skins of animals. But the European and his descendants delight to honour most the early inventors of their own countries. Italy refers with pride to the printing from blocks practised by the Venetians and at Ravenna from 1280 to 1300, from type at Subiaco in the Roman territory in 1465, and to the first Roman book printed in 1470. The Dutch to Lorenz Coster, whom they allege invented movable type in 1423. Some of the Dutch have doubted this, and pinned their faith on Jacob Barrert as the first printer, and Gerard Leeuw, his workman, who made the types at Haarlem in 1483. The Germans rely with confidence on John Gutenberg, who at Strasbourg as early as 1436 had wooden blocks and wooden movable types, and who, 2 or 3 years after, printed several works, on the partnership of Faust and Gutenberg in 1450 at Mentz, and their Bible in Latin, printed in 1456 on vellum, with types imitating manuscript, and, finally, on Peter Schoeffer of Gernsheim, who then made matrices in which were cast the letters singly, and who thereby so pleased his master Faust that the latter gave him his daughter Christina in marriage. From Germany the art spread to Paris and thence to England. About 1474, Caxton was printing his black-letter books in England. Spain followed, and it is stated that in 1500 there were 200 printing offices in Europe. The religious and political turmoils in Germany in the 16th century gave an immense impetus to printing there. The printing press was the handmaid of the Reformation. In America the first printing press was set up in Mexico in 1536, and in Lima, Brazil, in 1586. In 1639, 19 years after the landing of the Pilgrims on the bleak rock at Plymouth, they set up a printing press at Cambridge, Massachusetts. The art of printing soon resolved itself into 2 classes. First, composition, the arranging of the type of the proper order into words and pages, and second, press work, the taking of impressions from the types or from casts of types in plates, being a facsimile of a type bed. This was stereotyping, the invention of William Gedd of Edinburgh in 1731. Type soon came to be made everywhere of uniform height, that of England and America being 92 to 1/100 of an inch, and became universally classified by names according to their sizes as pica, small pica, long primer, minion, nonpareil, etc. After movable types came the invention of presses. The earliest were composed of a wooden frame on which were placed the simple screw and a lever to force a plate down upon a sheet of paper placed on the bed of type which had been set in the press, with a spring to automatically raise the screw and plate after the delivery of the impression. This was invented by Blauw of Amsterdam in 1620. Such also was the ramage press, and on such a one Benjamin Franklin worked at his trade as a printer, both in America and in London. His London press, on which he worked in 1725, was carried to the United States, and is now on exhibition in Washington. This was substantially the state of the art at the beginning of the century. Then Earl Stanhope in England invented a press entirely of iron, and the power consisted of the combination of a toggle joint and lever. The first American improvement was invented by George Clymer of Philadelphia in 1817, the power being an improved lever consisting of 3 simple levers of the second order. This was superseded by the Washington press, invented by Samuel Rust in 1829. It has as essential parts the toggle joint and lever, and in the framework, as in the Stanhope, type bed, rails on which the bed was moved in and out, means to move the bed, the platen, the tympan on which the sheet is placed, the frisket, a perforated sheet of paper to preserve the printed sheet, an inking roller and frame. In this was subsequently introduced an automatic device for inking the roller, as it was moved back from over the bed of type onto an inking table. This, substantially, has been the hand press ever since. With one of these hand presses and the aid of 2 men, about 250 sheets an hour could be printed on one side. The increase in the circulation of newspapers before the opening of the 19th century demanded greater rapidity of production and turned the attention of inventors to the construction of power or machine presses. Like the paper-making machine, the power press was conceived in the last decade of the 18th century, and like that art was also not developed until the 19th century. William Nicholson of England is believed to have been the first inventor of a machine printing press. He obtained an English patent for it in 1720. The type were to be placed on the face of one cylinder, which was designed to be in gear, revolved with, and press upon another cylinder covered with soft leather. The type cylinder to be inked by a third cylinder, to which the inking apparatus was applied, and the paper to be printed by being passed between the type and the impression cylinder. These ideas were incorporated into the best printing machines that have since been made, but the first successful machine printing press was the invention of 2 Saxons, Koenig and Bauer, in 1813, who introduced their ideas from Germany, constructed the machine in London, and on which on the 28th of November, 1814, an issue of the London Times was printed. The Times announced to its readers that day that they were for the first time perusing a paper printed upon a machine driven by steam power. What a union of mighty forces was heralded in this simple announcement! The union of the steam engine, the printing press, and a great and powerful journal. An Archimedean lever had been found at last with which to move the world. The production of printed sheets per hour over the hand press was at once quadrupled, and very shortly 1,800 sheets per hour were printed. This machine was of that class known as cylinder presses. In this machine ordinary type was used, and the type form was flat and passed beneath a large impression cylinder on which the paper was held by tapes. The type form was reciprocated beneath an inking apparatus and the paper cylinder alternately. The inking apparatus consisted of a series of rollers, to the first of which the ink was ejected from a trough and distributed to the others. In 1815 Cowper patented in England electrotype plates to be affixed to a cylinder. Applegarth and Cowper improved the Koenig machine in the matter of the ink-distributing rollers, and in the adaptation of 4 printing cylinders to the reciprocating type bed, whereby, with some other minor changes, 5,000 impressions on one side were produced per hour. Again, Applegarth greatly changed the arrangement of cylinders and multiplied their number, and the number of the other parts, so that in 1848 the sheets printed on one side were first 8,000 and then 12,000 an hour. In the United States, Daniel Treadwell of Boston invented the first power printing machine in 1822. 2 of these machines were at that time set up in New York City. It was a flat bed press and was long used in Washington in printing for the government. David Bruce of New York in 1838 invented the first successful type casting machine, which, when shortly afterward it was perfected, became the model for type casting machines for Europe and America. Previous to that time, type were generally made by casting them in hand moulds, the metal being poured in with a spoon. Robert Hoe, an English inventor, went to New York in 1803 and turned his attention to the making of printing presses. His son, Richard March Hoe, inherited his father's inventive genius. While in England in 1837 to 1840, obtaining a patent on and introducing a circular saw, he became interested in the printing presses of the London Times. Returning home, he invented and perfected a rotary machine which received the name of the lightning press. It first had 4 and then 10 cylinders arranged in a circle. As finally completed, it printed from a continuous roll of paper several miles in length, and on both sides at the same time, cutting off and folding, ready for delivery. 15,000 to 20,000 newspapers an hour, the paper being drawn through the press at the rate of 1,000 feet in a minute. Before it was in this final completed shape, it was adopted by the London Times. John Walter of London in the meantime invented a machine of a similar class. He also used a sheet of paper miles long. It was first damped, passed through blotting rolls, and then to the printing cylinders. It gave out 11,000 perfected sheets, or 22,000 impressions an hour, and as each sheet was printed, it was cut by a knife on the cylinder, and the sheets piled on the paper boards. It was adopted by the London Times and the New York Times. A German press at Augsburg and the Campbell presses of the United States have also become celebrated as web-perfecting presses, in which the web is printed, the sheets cut, associated, folded, and delivered at high speed. One of the latest quadruple stereotype perfecting presses made by Hoe & Co. of New York has a running capacity of 48,000 papers per hour. On another, a New York paper has turned off nearly 600,000 copies in a single day, requiring for their printing 94 tons of paper. Among other celebrated inventors of printing presses in the United States were Isaac Adams, Taylor, Gordon, Potter, Hawkins, Bullock, Cottrell, Campbell, Babcock, and Firm. Mail marketing machines, in which provision is made for holding the printing mechanism out of operative position in case a letter is not in position to be stamped. Address printing machines, including machines for printing addresses by means of a stencil. Machines for automatically setting and distributing the type, including those in which the individual types are caused to enter the proper receptacle by means of nicks in the type, which engage corresponding projections on a stationary guard plate, and automatic type justifying machines. All such have been invented, developed, and perfected in the last half-century. Another invention which has added wonderfully to push the century along is the typewriter. It has long been said that the pen is mightier than the sword, but from present indications it is proper to add that the typewriter is mightier than the pen. A machine in which movable types are caused to yield impressions on paper to form letters by means of key levers operated by hand has been one of slow growth from its conception to its present practical and successful form. Someone suggested the idea in England in a patent in 1714. The idea rested until 1840, when a French inventor revived it in a patent. At the same time, patents began to come out in England and the United States, and about 40 patents in each of these two countries were granted from that time until 1875. Since that date, about 1,400 patents more have been issued in the United States, and a large number in other countries. It was, however, only that year and before 1880 that the first popular commercially successful machines were made and introduced. The leading generic idea of all subsequent successful devices of this kind was clearly set forth in the patent of S. W. Francis of the United States in 1857. This feature is the arranging of a row of hammers in a circle, so that when put in motion they will all strike the same place, which is the centre of that circle. The arrangement of a row of pivoted hammers or type levers, each operated by a separate key lever to strike an inked ribbon in front of a sheet of paper, means to automatically move the carriage carrying the paper roll from right to left as the letters are successfully printed, leaving a space between each letter and word, and sounding a signal when the end of a line is reached, so that the carriage may be returned to its former position. All these and some other minor but necessary operations may seem simple enough when stated, but their accomplishment required the careful study of many inventors for years. One of the most modern of typewriters has a single electromagnet to actuate all the type bars of a set and to throw each type from its normal position to the printing centre. By an extremely light touch given to each key lever, the circuit is closed and causes the lever to strike without the necessity of pressing the key down its whole extent and releasing it before the next key strikes. By this device, the operator is relieved of fatigue, as his fingers may glide quickly from one key to another. The printing is made uniform, and far greater speed attained by reason of the quick and delicate action. Mr. Thaddeus Cahill of Washington appears to be the first to have invented the most successful of this type of machines. Bookbinding machinery is another new production of the century. It may be that the old hand methods would give to a book a stronger binding than is found on most books today, but the modern public demands and has obtained machinery that will take the loose sheets and bind them ready for delivery at the rate of 10 or 15,000 volumes a day. The quaint and curious volumes of forgotten lore, the Latin folios in oak or ivory boards with brass clasps, or bound in velvet, or in crimson satin, ornamented with finest needlework or precious stones, or the more humble beech boards, and calf and sheepskins with metal edges and iron clasps, in all of which the sheets were stoutly sewed together and glued, when glue was known, to the covers, are now but relics of the past. Machinery came to the front quite rapidly, and after 1825, at which time cloth had been introduced as cheaper than leather, and as cheap and a more enduring binder than paper. The processes in bookbinding are enumerated as follows, and for each process a machine has been invented within the last 60 years to do the work. Folding the sheets, gathering the consecutive sheets, rolling the backs of folded sheets, saw-cutting the backs for the combs, sewing, rounding the back of the sewed sheets, edge-cutting, binding, securing the books to the sides, covering with muslin, leather or paper, tooling and lettering, edge-gilting. One of the best modern illustrations of human thought and complicated manual operations contained in automatic machinery is the linotype. It is a great step from the humble invention of Schoeffer 550 years ago of cast movable type to that of another German, Mergenthaler, in 1890–92. The linotype, a line of type, was pronounced by the London Engineering as the most remarkable machine of this century. It was the outcome of 12 years of continuous experiment and invention, and the expenditure of more than $1 million. A brief description of this invention is given in the report of the United States Commissioner of Patents for 1895 as follows. In the present Mergenthaler construction there is a magazine containing a series of tubes for the letter or character moulds, each of which moulds is provided with a single character. There are a number of duplicates of each character, and the moulds containing the same character are all arranged in one tube. The machine is provided with a series of finger keys, which, when pressed like the keys of a typewriter, cause the letter moulds to assemble in a line in their proper order for print. A line mould and a melting pot are then brought into proper relation to the assembled line of letter moulds, and a cast is taken, called the linotype, which represents the entire line, a column wide, of the matter to be printed. The letter moulds are then automatically returned to their proper magazine tube. The Mergenthaler machine is largely in use in the principal newspaper offices, with the result that a single operator does at least the work of 4 average compositors. Mr. Rogers obtained a United States patent September 23, 1890, for a machine for casting lines of type, the principal feature of which is that the letter moulds are strung on wires secured on a hinged frame. When the frame is in one position, the letter moulds are released by the keys, slide down the wires by gravity, and are assembled in line at the casting point. After the cast is taken, the lower ends of the guide wires are elevated, which causes the letter moulds to slide back on the wires to their original position, when the operation is repeated for the next line. Operated by a single person, the Mergenthaler produces and assembles linotypes ready for the press or stereotyping table at the rate of from 3,600 to 7,000 Ms type characters per hour. It permits the face or style of type to be changed at will, and it permits the operator to read and correct his matter as he proceeds. To the aid of the ordinary printing press came electrotyping, stenographic colour printing, engraving, and smaller job and card presses, all entirely new creations within the century, and of infinite variety, each in itself forming a new class in typographic art and a valuable addition to the marvellous transformation. The introduction of the linotype and other modern machines into printing offices has without doubt many times reduced and displaced manual labour, and caused at those times at least temporary suffering among employees. But statistics do not show that as a whole there are fewer printers in the land. On the contrary, the force seems to increase, just as the number of printing establishments increase, with the multiplication of new inventions. As in other arts, the distress caused by the displacement of hand labour by machinery is local and temporary. The whole art rests for its development on the demand for reading matter, and the demand never seems to let up. It increases as fast as the means of the consumers increase for procuring it. 100 years ago, a decent private library, consisting of 100 or so volumes, 1 or 2 weekly newspapers, and an occasional periodical, was the badge and possession alone of the wealthy few. Now nearly every reading citizen of every village has piled up in some corner of his house a better supply than that of bound or unbound literature, and of a far superior quality. Besides the tons of reading matter of all kinds turned out daily by the city presses, every village wants its own paper and its town library, and every one of its businessmen has recourse to the typewriter and the printer for his letters, his cards, and his advertisements. To supply the present demand for printed matter with the implements of 100 years ago, it would be necessary to draw upon and exhaust the supply of labourers in nearly every other occupation. Printing would become the one universal profession. The roar of the guns at Waterloo and the click of the first power printing press in London were nearly simultaneous. The military colossus then tumbled, and the press began to lead mankind. Wars still continue, and will until men are civilized, but the vanguard of civilization are the printers, and not the warriors. The marvellous glory of the 19th century has proceeded from the intelligence of the people, awakened, stimulated, and guided by the press. But the press itself, and its servitors and messengers, speeding on the wings of electricity, are the children of the inventors. These inventions have made the book and the newspaper the poor man's university. They are mirrors which throw into his humble home reflections of the scenes of busy life everywhere. By them knowledge is spread, thought aroused, and universal education established. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Inventions in the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. Inventions in the Century by William Henry Doolittle. Chapter 18. Textiles. Spinning. A bunch of combed fiber fixed in the forked end of a stick called a distaff held under the left arm, while with the right forefinger and thumb the housewife or maiden deftly drew out and twisted a thread of yarn of the fiber and wound it upon a stick called a spindle, was the art of spinning that came down to Europe from ancient Egypt or India without a change through all the centuries to at least the middle of the 14th century, and in England to the time of Henry VIII. Then the spinning wheel was introduced, which is said to have also been long in use in India. By the use of the wheel, the spindle was no longer held in the hand, but set upon a frame and connected by a cord or belt to the wheel, was made to whirl by turning the wheel by hand or by a treadle. The spindle was connected to the bunch of cotton by a cord, or by a single droving of cotton or wool attached to the spindle, which was held between the finger and thumb, and as the spindle revolved, the thread was drawn out and twisted and wound by the spindle upon itself. In the cloth of the ancient East, the warp and weft were both of cotton. In England, the warp was linen and the weft was cotton. The warp was made by the cloth and linen manufacturers, and the weft yarns furnished by the women spinsters throughout the country. By both these methods, only a single thread at a time was spun. The principle of the spinning operation, the drawing out and twisting a thread or cord from a bunch or roll of fiber, has remained the same through all time. The light and delicate work, the pure and soft material, and the beauty and usefulness of raiments produced have all through time made woman the natural goddess, the patroness and the votary of this art. The object of all modern machinery, however complicated or wonderful, has simply been to increase the speed and efficiency of the ancient mode of operation and to multiply its results. The loom, that antique frame on which the threads were laid in one direction to form the warp, and crossed by the yarns in the opposite direction, carried through the warp by the shuttle thrown by hand to form the woof or weft, comprised a device as old as, if not older than, the distaff and spindle. The ancient and isolated races of Mexico had also learned the art of spinning and weaving. When the Spaniards first entered that country, they found the natives clothed in cotton, woven plain or in many colors. After 40 centuries of unchanged life, it occurred to John Kay of Bury, England, that the weaving process might be improved. In 1733, he had succeeded in inventing the pick-a-motion, pick-a-peg, or fly. This consisted of a mechanical means for throwing the shuttle across the web by a sudden jerk of a bar, one at each side, operated by pulling a cord. He could thus throw the shuttle farther and quicker than by hand, make wider cloth, and do as much work in the same time as 2 men had done before. This improvement put weaving ahead of spinning, and the weavers were continually calling on the spindlers for more weft yarns. This set the wits of inventors at work to better the spinning means. At the same time that Kay was struggling with his invention of the flying shuttle, another poor man, but with less success, had conceived another idea as to spinning. John Wyatt of Lichfield thought it would be a good thing to draw out the sliver of cotton or wool between 2 sets of rollers, one end of the sliver being held and fed by one set of rollers, while the opposite end was being drawn up by the other set of rollers moving at a greater speed. His invention, although not then used, was patented in 1738 by Louis Paul, who in time won a fortune by it, while Wyatt died poor, and it was claimed that Paul and not Wyatt was a true inventor. About 1764, a little accident occurring in the home of James Hargreaves, an English weaver of Blackburn, suggested to that observant person an invention that was as important as that of Kay. He was studying hard how to get up a machine to meet the weaver's demands for cotton yarns. One day, while Hargreaves was spinning, surrounded by his children, one of them upset the spinning wheel, probably in a children's frolic, and after it fell, and while lying in a horizontal position with the spindle in a vertical position, and the wheel and the spindle still running, the idea flashed into Hargreaves' mind that a number of spindles might be placed upright and run from the same power. Thus prompted, he commenced work, working in secret and at odd hours, and finally, after 2 or 3 years, completed a crude machine which he called the spinning jenny. Some say after his wife, and others that the name came from gin, the common abbreviated name of an engine. This machine had 8 or 10 spindles driven by cords or belts from the same wheel and operated by hand or foot. The rovings at one end were attached to the spindles and the opposite portions held together and drawn out by a clasp held in the hand. When the thread yarn was drawn out sufficiently, it was wound upon the spindles by a reverse movement of the wheel. Thus, finally, were means provided to supply the demands of the weft yarns. One person with one of Hargreaves' machines could in the same time spin as much as 20 or 30 persons with their wheels. But those who were to be most benefited by the invention were the most alarmed for fear of the destruction of their business, and they arose in their wrath and demolished Hargreaves' labours. It was a hard time for inventors. The law of England then was that patents were invalid if the invention was made known before the patent was applied for, and part of the public insisted on demolishing the invention if it was so made known, so that to avoid the law and the lawless, the harassed inventors kept and worked their inventions in secret as long as they could. Hargreaves fled to Nottingham, where works were soon started with the spinning jennies. The ideas of Kay, Wyatt, and Hargreaves are said to have been anticipated in Italy. There were makers of cloths at Florence and also in Spain and the Netherlands who are far in advance of the English and French in this art, but the descriptions of the machinery employed by them are too vague and scanty to sustain the allegation. And now the long ice age of handworking was breaking up, and the age of machine production was fast setting in. Hargreaves was in the midst of his troubles and his early triumphs in 1765 to 1769 when Richard Arkwright entered the field. Arkwright, first a barber and then a travelling buyer of hair and finally a knight, learned as he travelled through Lancashire, Lichfield, Blackburn and Nottingham of the inventions and labours of Wyatt, Kay and Hargreaves. Possessed as he was of some mechanical skill and inventive genius, and realizing that the harvest was ripe and the labourers few, entered the field of inventions, and with the help of Kay revived the old ideas of John Wyatt and Louis Paul of spinning by rollers, which had now slumbered for 30 years. Kay and Arkwright constructed a working model, and on this Arkwright, by hard pushing and hard work, obtained capital and improved, completed and patented his machine. The machine was first used by him in a mill erected at Nottingham and worked by horses, then at Cromford, and in this mill the power used to drive the spinning machine was a water wheel. His invention was therefore given the name of the water frame, which it retained long after steam had been substituted for water as a driving power. It was also named the throstle from the fact that it gave a humming or singing sound while at work, but it is commonly known as a drawing frame. Arkwright patented useful improvements. He had to contend with mobs and with the courts, which combined to destroy his machines and his patent, but he finally succeeded in establishing mills and in earning from the government, manufacturers, and the public a great and well-merited munificence. It's a remarkable coincidence that Watt's steam engine patent and Arkwright's first patent for his spinning machine were issued in the same year, 1769. The new era of invention was dawning fast. Then in 1776 came Samuel Crompton of Bolton, who invented a combination of jenny of Hargreaves and the roller water frame of Arkwright, and to distinguish his invention from the others, he named it the mule. The mule was a carriage on wheels to which the spindles were attached. When the mule was drawn out one way on its frame, the rovings were drawing from bobbins through rollers on a stationary frame, stretched and twisted into threads, and then as the mule was run back, the spun threads were wound on spools on the spindles. The mule entirely superseded the use of the jenny. Notwithstanding the advantage in names, the mule did more delicate work than the jenny. It avoided the continuous stretch on the thread of the jenny by first completing the thread and then winding it. Crompton's mule was moved back and forth by hand. Roberts subsequently made it self-acting. Next followed in England the Reverend Edward Cartwright, who, turning his attention to looms, invented the first loom run by machinery, the first power loom, 1784–85. Then the rioters turned on him, and he experienced the same attention received by Hargreaves and Arkwright. The ignorance of ages died in this branch of human progress, as it often dies in others, with a violent wrench. But the age of steam had at last come, and with it the spinning machine, the power loom, the printing press, and the discovery among men of the powers of the mind, their freedom to exercise such powers, and their right to possess the fruits of their labors. The completed inventions of Arkwright and others, combined with Watt's steam engine, revolutionized trade and resulted in the establishment of mills and factories. 1,000 spindles whirled where one hummed before. The factory life which drew the women and girls from their country homes to heated and closely occupied, ill-ventilated buildings within town limits was, however, not regarded as an improvement in the matter of health, and it was a long time before mills were constructed and operated with a view to the correction of this evil. A great increase in demand for cotton production by these machine inventions could not have been met had it not been for Eli Whitney's invention of the saw gin in America in 1793. The cleaning of the seed from the cotton accomplished by this machine produced as great a revolution in the culture of cotton in America as the inventions of Arkwright and others accomplished in spinning and weaving in England. America had also learned of Arkwright's machinery. Samuel Slater, a former employee of Arkwright, introduced it to Rhode Island in 1789 and built a great cotton mill there in 1793. Others followed in Massachusetts. Within 20 years after the introduction of Arkwright's machines in the United States, there were 100 mills there with 100,000 spindles. As has been said, it was customary for weavers to make the warp on their looms at one place, and the spinners to furnish the yarns for the weft from their homes, and even after the spinning machines were invented, the spinning and weaving were done at separate places. It remained for Francis C. Lowell of Boston, who had been studying the art of spinning and weaving in England and Scotland, and the inventions of Arkwright and Crompton, to establish in 1813 at Waltham, Massachusetts, with the aid of Paul Moody, machinist, the first factory in the world wherein were combined under one roof all the processes for converting cotton into cloth. The task of the century in this art has been to greatly extend the domination of machinery in the treatment of cotton and wool in all stages, from the reception of raw material at the door of the factory to its final completion in the form of the choicest cloth, and to increase the capacity of machines sufficiently to meet an ever-increasing and enormous consumption. There are from 20 to 40 separate and distinct operations performed both in spinning and weaving, and the completion of a piece of cloth from cotton or wool, and nearly all of these operations are accomplished by machinery. The century's improvements and inventions in machines for treating and spinning cotton comprise machines for first opening and tearing the matted mass apart as it is taken from the bales, then cleaning, carding, drawing, rowing, stretching, spinning, winding, doubling, dressing, warping, weaving, etc. Formerly, the opening machines were simply cylinders armed with spikes to which the cotton was led through nipping rollers and then delivered in a loose, fluffy condition. When such a machine was associated with a blowing machine to blow out the dust and cleanse the fiber, the loose and scattered condition in which the cotton was left gave rise to a great danger from fire, and destructive fires often occurred. The object of the later opening machinery is to confine the cotton within a casing in its passage through the machine, during which passage it is thoroughly stretched, beaten and blown, and then rolled into a continuous sheet or lap. At the same time, by nice devices, it is evened, that is, freed from all knots and made of uniform thickness, while a certain quantity only of cotton of known weight is allowed to pass through to constitute the required lap. Finally, the lap is wound upon a roller, which when filled is removed to the carder. Although the cotton is now a white, soft, clean, downy sheet, still the fibers cross each other in every direction, and they are required to be straightened and laid parallel before the spinning. This is done by carding. Paul Hargreaves, Robert Peel, and Arkwright had worked in constructing a machine to take the place of hand carding, and it was finally reduced by Arkwright towards the close of the 18th century to its present form and principle. But to make those narrow, ribbon-like, clean, long lines of rolled cotton, known as slivers, by machinery with greater precision and uniformity than is possible by hand and with 1,000 times greater rapidity, has been the work of many inventors at different times and in different countries. The machine cards are cylinders clothed with leather and provided with separate sets of slender, sharp, bent fingers. The different cards are arranged to move past each other in opposite directions so as to catch and disentangle the fibers. Flat, overhead stationary cards are also used through which the cotton is carried. As one operation of carding is not sufficient for most purposes, the cotton is subjected to one or more successive cardings. So ingenious is the structure in some of its parts that as the stream of cotton passes on, any existing knots do not fail to excite the attention of the machine, which at once arrests them and holds them until disentangled. In connection with cards, combers and strippers are used to assist in further cleaning and straightening the fiber, which is finally removed from the cards and combs by the doffer. The cotton is stripped from the doffer by the doffer knife and in the form of delicate, flat, narrow ribbons, which are drawn through a small funnel to consolidate them, and finally delivered in a coiled form into a tall tin can. The material is then carried to a drawing frame, which takes the spongy slivers and carrying them through successive sets of rollers moving at different speed, elongates, equalizes, straightens and doubles them, and finally condenses them into 2 or more rolls by passing the same through a trumpet-shaped funnel. As the yarns still need to be twisted, they are passed through a roving frame similar to a drawing frame. An ingenious device connected with the winding of the roving yarns upon bobbins may be here noted. Formerly, the bobbins on which the yarns were wound increased in speed as they were filled, thus endangering and often breaking the thread and at all times increasing the tension. In 1823, Asa Arnold of Rhode Island invented a differential motion by which the velocity of the bobbin is kept uniform. The roving, having been reduced to proper size for the intended number of yarns, now goes to the spinning machine to still further draw out the threads and give to them a more uniform twist and tenuity. The spinning machine is simply an improvement from Crompton's mule already described. Great as have been the improvements in many matters in spindle structure, the drawing, the stretching and twisting still remain fundamentally the same in principle as in the singing throstle of Arkwright and the steady mule of Crompton. And yet so great and rapid has been the advancement of inventions as to details and to meet the great demand that the machinery of half a century ago has been almost entirely discarded and supplanted by different types. A great improvement on the spinning frame of the 18th century is a ring frame invented by Jenks. In this, the spindles, arranged vertically in the frame, are driven by bands from a central cylinder and project through apertures in a horizontal bar. A flanged ridge around each aperture forms a ring and affords a track for a little steel hoop called a traveller, which is sprung over the ring. The traveller guides the thread onto the spool. As the spindles revolve, the thread passing through the traveller revolves it rapidly, and the horizontal bar rising and falling has the effect of winding the yarn alternately and regularly upon the spools. The bobbins of the spindle frame were found not large enough to contain a sufficient amount of yarn to permit of a long continuous operation when the warp came to be applied, and besides there were occasional defects in the thread which could not be detected until it broke if the yarn was used directly from the bobbins. So, to save much time and trouble, spooling machines were invented, which wind the yarn from the bobbins holding 1,200 to 1,800 yards to large spools, each holding 18,000 to 20,000 yards. And then by passing the yarn through fine slots and guides which lead to the spool, lumps or weak places which would break the yarns at the guide could at once be discovered and yarn retied firmly so that there would be no further breaking in the warper. After the yarn is finally spooled, it is found that its surface is still rough and covered with fuss. It is desirable, therefore, that it shall be smoothed out and be given somewhat of a lustre before weaving. These final operations are performed by the warping and dressing machines. In the warping machine, the threads are drawn between rollers, the tension of which can be regulated, and then through a reed, a comb-shaped device which separates the threads, and finally wound upon a large cylinder. In this machine, a device is also arranged which operates to stop the machine at once if any thread is broken. When the cylinder is filled, it is then taken to the dresser, which in its modern and useful form is known as a slusher, by which the yarns are drawn through hot starch and superfluous starch squeezed out, and the yarns kept separated all the time, dried by passing them around a large drying cylinders or through a closed box heated by steam pipes and then wound upon the loom beam or cylinder. In weaving, as in spinning, however advanced, complicated, and improved the means may be beyond the hand methods and simple looms of past ages, the general principles in the process are still the same. These means, generally and broadly speaking, consist of a frame for two sets of threads called the warp beam for receiving and holding the threads which form the warp, a cloth beam upon which the cloth is wound as it is woven, the warp threads being first laid parallel, carried from the warp beam and attached to the cloth beam, means called heddles, which with their moving frames constitute a harness consisting of a set of vertical strings or rods having central loops through which the threads are passed, two or more sets of which receive alternate threads, and by the reciprocation of which the threads are separated into sets decussated, forming between them what is called a shed through which the shuttle is thrown, means for throwing the shuttle, and means called the batten, lay or lathe, for forcing or packing the weft tight into the angle formed by the open warp and so rendering the fabric tight and compact, and then the motive power for turning the cloth beam and winding the cloth as fast as completed. It's also along these lines that the inventors have wrought their marvelous changes from hand to power looms. Prior to 1800, in the weaving of figures into cloths, it was customary to employ boys to pull the cords in the loom harness in order to arrange the colored threads in their relative positions. In that year appeared at the front Joseph Marie Jacquard, a French mechanician and native of Lyons, whose parents were weavers, a prolific inventor in his youth, a wayward wanderer after fortune, and a wife, a soldier in the Revolution, losing a son fighting by his side, eking out a poor living with his wife's help at straw weaving, finally employed by a silk manufacturer, and while thus engaged, producing that loom which has ever since been known by his name. This loom was personally inspected by Napoleon, who rewarded the inventor with honors and a pension. It was then demolished by a mob and its inventor reviled, but it afterward became the pride of Lyons and the means of its renown and wealth in the weaving of silks of rich designs. The leading feature of the Jacquard loom consists of a chain of perforated pattern cards made to pass over a drum, through which cards certain needles pass, causing certain threads of the warp to rise and fall according to the holes in the cards, and thus admitting at certain places in the warp colored weft threads thrown by the shuttle and reproducing the pattern which is perforated in the cards. The Jacquard device could be applied to any loom, and it worked a revolution in the manufacture of figured goods. The complexity and expensiveness of Jacquard's loom were greatly reduced by subsequent improvements. In 1854, Monsieur Bonelli constructed an electric loom in which the cards of the Jacquard apparatus are superseded by an endless band of tin foiled paper which serves an electrical conductor to operate the warp thread needles, which before had each been actuated by a spiral spring. The Jacquard loom was also greatly improved by the English inventors Barlow, Taylor, Martin, and others. Radcliffe and Johnson, also of England, had invented and introduced the machines for dressing the yarns in one operation before the weaving. Horrocks and Marsland of Stockport greatly improved the adaptation of steam to the driving of looms, and Roberts of Manchester made striking advances in their mechanical parts and in bringing them to their present state of wonderful efficiency. In America in 1836, George Crompton of Taunton, Massachusetts, commenced a series of inventions in power looms for the manufacture of fancy woolen goods, and in the details of such looms generally, particularly in increasing the speed of the shuttle, which vastly increased the production of such goods and gave to his looms a worldwide reputation. E.B. Bigelow of Massachusetts in 1848 invented a power loom, which was exhibited at the exhibition at London in 1851 and astonished the world by his exhibition of carpets superior to any woven by hand. By the later improvements and the aid of steam power, a single American Bigelow carpet loom can turn out now 100 yards of Brussels carpet in a day, far superior in quality to any carpet which could possibly be made by hand when a man toiled painfully to produce 5 yards a day. Mr. Bigelow was also a pioneer inventor of power machines for weaving coach lace and cotton checks and ginghams. James Lyell of New York invented a power loom applicable either to the weaving of very wide and heavy fabrics such as jute canvas for the foundation of floor oilcloth, or to fabrics made of the finest and most delicate yarns. It would be interesting, if space permitted, to describe the great variety of machines that have been invented for dressing, finishing, and treating cloths after they were woven. The tea-sling machine, by which the nap of woolen cloth is raised, the cloth drying machine, with heated rollers, over which the cloth is passed to drive off the moisture acquired in dyeing, washing, etc., the cloth printing, figuring, coloring, and embossing machines with engraved cylinders, cloth pressing and creasing machines, and the cloth cutting machines for cutting the cloth into strips of all lengths or for cutting piles of cloth in a single operation into parts of garments corresponding to the pre-arranged pattern, machines for making felt cloth, and stamping or molding different articles of apparel from felt, etc., etc. For the making of ribbons and other kind of narrow wear, the needle power loom has been invented, in which the fine weft thread is carried through the web by a needle instead of a shuttle. This adaptation of the needle to the looms has placed ribbons within the reach of the poor as well as a rich girl. What a comparison between the work of the virtuous Penelopes and the weavers of a century ago and today. Then, with a wheel, and by walking to and from it, as the yarn was drawn out and wound up, a maiden could spin 12 skeins of thread in 10 hours, producing a thread a little more than 3 miles in length, while the length of a walk to and fro was about 5 miles. Now one Penelope can attend to 600 or 800 spindles, each of which spins 5,000 yards of thread a day, or with the 800 spindles 4 million yards, or nearly 2,100 miles of thread in a day, while she need not walk at all. It was when the weaver threw the shuttle through the warp by hand that Job's exclamation, "My days are like a weaver's shuttle," was an appropriate text on the brevity of human life. It may be just as appropriate now, but far more striking when it is realized that machines now throw the shuttle 180 times a minute or 3 times a second, flying as fast as it does when the shuttle becomes exhausted of yarn. A late invention presents a new bobbin and a new supply of yarn to the shuttle without stopping the machine. As to knitting, the century has seen the day pass when all the hosiery was knit by hand. First, machines were invented for knitting the leg or the foot of the stocking, which were then joined by hand, and then came machines that made the stocking complete. The social industry so quietly but slowly followed by the good women in their chimney corners with their knitting needles, by which a woman might possibly knit a pair a day, was succeeded a quarter of a century ago by machines, 12 of which could be attended to by a boy, which would knit and complete 5,000 pairs a week. Such a machine commences with the stocking at the top, knits down, widening and narrowing, changes the stitch as it goes on to the heel, shapes the heel, and finishes at the end of the toe, all one thread, and then it recommences the operation and goes on with another and another. Fancy stockings with numerous colors blended are so knit, and if the yarn holds out a mile of stockings may be thus knit without a break and without an attendant. By these machines, the astounding result was reached of making the stockings at the cost of 1/6 of a mill per pair. The wonderful reduction in the cost of all kinds of textile fabrics, due to the perfection of spinning and loom mechanisms, and its power to meet the resulting enormous increase in demand, has enabled the poor of today to be clad better and with a far greater variety of apparel than it was possible for the rich 100 years ago. and the increased consumption and demand have brought into these fields of labor and into other fields of labor created by these great armies of men and women, notwithstanding the labor-saving devices. The wants of the world can no longer be supplied by skilled hand labor. And it is better that machines do the skilled labor if the product is increased while made better and cheaper, and the number of laborers in the end increased by the development and demand of the art. Among the recent devices is one which dispenses with the expensive and skillful work by hand of drawing the warp threads into the eyes of the heddles and through the reed of the loom. Cane-backed and bottom chairs and lounges only a few years ago were a luxury of the rich and made slowly by hand. Now the open mesh cane fabric, having diagonal strands and other varieties, are made rapidly by machinery. Turkish carpets are woven, and floors the world over are carpeted with those rich materials, the sight of which would have astonished the ordinary beholder of half a century ago. Matting is woven, wire, cane, straw, spun glass. In fact, everything that can be woven by hand into useful articles now finds its especially constructed machine for weaving it. The end of section 19.
Section 20 of Inventions in the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Inventions in the Century by William Henry Doolittle. Garments. Man is a tool-using animal. Weak in himself and of small stature, he stands on a basis, at most for the flattest soled, of some half-square foot. Insecurely enough, has to straddle out his legs lest the very wind supplant him. Feeblest of bipeds. 3 quintals are a crushing load for him. The steer of the meadow tosses him aloft like a waste rag. Nevertheless, he can use tools, can devise tools. With these the granite mountain melts into light dust before him. He needs glowing iron as if it were paste. Seas are his smooth highway, winds and fire his unwearying steeds. Nowhere do you find him without tools. Without tools he is nothing. With tools he is all. Man is a tool-using animal, of which truth clothes are but one example. Sartor Resartus. In looking through the records of man's achievements to find the beginnings of inventions, we discover the glimmering of a change in the form of the immemorial needle, in an English patent granted to Charles F. Weisenthal, June 24, 1775. It was a needle with a centrally located eye and with both ends pointed, designed for embroidery work by hand, and the object of the 2 points was to prevent the turning of the needle end for end after its passage through the cloth. But it was not until the 19th century that the idea was reduced to practice in sewing machines. To Thomas Saint, a cabinet maker by trade of Greenhills Rents in the parish of St. Sepulchre, Middlesex County, England, the world is indebted for the first clear conception of a sewing machine. Saint's attention was attracted to the slow way of sewing boots and shoes and other leather work, so he determined to improve the method. He took out a patent September 17, 1790, and although the germs of some of the leading parts of the modern sewing machine are there described, it does not appear that his patent was applied to practice. In fact, it slumbered in the archives of the British Patent Office for 2 generations, and after the leading sewing machines of the century had been invented and introduced, before it was rediscovered and its contents appreciated in the light of more recent developments. Probably Saint's machine, if constructed in accordance with his plans, would not have done much good work, certainly not with woven cloth, as he proposed to employ a hooked needle to carry a loop through the material, which would have been snarled by the cloth threads. But from his drawings and description, it is clearly established that he was first to conceive of a vertically reciprocating needle for forming a seam from a continuous thread drawn from a spool. A seam in which each loop is locked or enchained with a subsequent loop to form what is known as the chain or single thread stitch, and a horizontal sliding plate to support the material to be sewed, and by which the material was also moved sideways after each stitch. May 30, 1804, John Duncan received an English patent for, quote, tambouring on cloth, end quote. He proposed to employ a series of hooked needles attached in a straight line to a horizontal bar, which, when threaded, were first thrust forward and their hooked ends carried through the cloth, where each needle hook was supplied with a thread by a thread carrier. Then the motion of the bar was reversed, which drew the thread back through the cloth in the form of loops, and through the loops first formed, thus producing a chain stitch. The cloth was automatically shifted to correspond to the pattern to be produced, and thus was chain stitch embroidery first manufactured. From this point of time, successful embroidery machines were made. In 1807, another Englishman patented a machine for making a sort of rope matting, in which he describes two eye-pointed thread-carrying perforating needles, each held in a reciprocating needle bar and designed to unite several small ropes laid parallel by a reciprocating movement. A German publication, the Kunst- and Gewerbe-Blatt for 1817 and Karl Marsch's History of Technology, made mention of a sewing machine invented by one Mr. Joseph Mattersberger of Vienna, formerly from Kufstein in the Tyrol, and for which he received royal letter patents in 1814. From these descriptions, it appears Mattersberger used a needle pointed at both ends and the eye in the center, invented many years before by Wiesenthal, as above stated, which was moved vertically up and down, piercing alternately the top and bottom of the stuff, and which carried a short thread, enough to make about 130 stitches, which machine was driven by a crank and handle, on which sewing was made of many different shaped forms by slight changes, and which sewed with far greater accuracy and rapidity than handwork. The inventor was striving to simplify the machine, but to what extent it had been used or had been improved, or what finally became of it, does not appear. Yet it is a bit of evidence showing that Germany came next to England in the earlier ideas, conceptions of, and struggles after a sewing machine. France then entered the list, and it was in 1830 that Barthélemy Thomonier there produced and patented a sewing machine, which he continued to improve and to further patent in 1848 and in 1850 in France, England, and the United States. The Thomonier resembled in some prominent respects the machine that had been described in the Saint patent, but unlike Saint's, it was reduced to successful practice and possessed some points in common with more modern machines. These were the flat cloth plate, vertical post, overhung arm, vertically reciprocating needle, and continuous thread. The crochet or barbed needle was worked by a treadle, and upon pushing the needle down through the cloth, it there caught a thread from a carrier, carried the loop to, and laid it upon the upper surface of the cloth. Again descending, it brought up another loop, and chained it with the one last made, making a chain stitch, consisting of a series of loops on the upper side. Thomonier made quite a large number of machines, constructed mostly of wood, and which were used to make army clothing at Paris. They were best adapted to work on leather and in embroidering. They were so far successful as to arouse the jealousy and fear of the workmen and working women, as, in the case of Hargreaves, Jacquard, and others, a mob broke into his shop, destroyed his machines, ruined his business, and he died penniless in 1857. In the meantime, an English patent, number 8948 of May 4, 1841, had been issued to Newton and Archibald for a machine for embroidering the backs of gloves, having an eye-pointed needle, worked by a vibrating lever, and adapted to carry a thread through the back of the glove, held on a frame, the frame and glove moving together after each stitch. The germs of inventions often develop and fructify simultaneously in distant places, without, so far as anyone can ascertain, the slightest mutual knowledge or cooperation on the part of the separate inventors. Between 1832 and 1834, while Thomonier was in the midst of his early struggles in Paris, Walter Hunt was inventing a sewing machine in New York, which he completed at that time and on which he sewed 1 or 2 garments. But as it was experimental in form and Hunt was full of other inventions and schemes, he put it aside, and it probably would never have been heard of had not Elias Howe of Massachusetts, 10 years after Hunt had abandoned his invention, but without knowledge of Hunt's efforts, made the first practical successful sewing machine for commercial purposes the world had ever seen, obtained his patent and made claims therein which covered not only his special form of improvements but Hunt's old device as well. Howe's patent was issued September 10, 1846, and that he claimed to be the first and original inventor of, quote, a sewing machine constructed and operated to form a seam, substantially as described, end quote. Also, quote, the combination of a needle and a shuttle or equivalent in holding surfaces constructed and operating substantially as described, end quote. Also, quote, the combination of holding surfaces with a baster plate or equivalent constructed and operating substantially as described, end quote. Also, quote, a grooved and eye-pointed needle, constructed and adapted for rapid machine sewing substantially as described, end quote. When the machine commenced to be a practical success, this patent was infringed, and when Howe sued upon it a few years after its work, it woke up Hunt and all other alleged prior inventors, and all prior patents and publications the world over relating to sewing machines were raked up to defeat Howe's claims. But the courts, after long deliberation, held that although, so far as Hunt was concerned, he had without doubt made a machine in many respects like Howe's machine, that it had a curved eye-pointed needle similar to Howe's operated by a vibrating arm, and going through the cloth, a shuttle carrying the thread that passed through the loop made by the needle thread, thus making a lock stitch by drawing it up to one side of the cloth, and that this machine did to a certain extent sew, yet that it ended in an experiment, was laid aside, destroyed, and never perfected nor used so as to give to the public the knowledge and benefit of a completed invention, and was not therefore in anticipation in the eye of the law of Howe's completed, more successful, and patented machine. Public successful use is the fact in many cases which alone establishes the title of an inventor when all other tests fail, and this is right in one sense, as the laws of all countries in respect to protection by patents for inventions are based upon the primary condition of benefit to society. This benefit is not derived from the inventor who hides his completed invention for years in his closet, or throws it on a dust heap. As to previous patents and publications, some were not published before Howe's inventions were made, and others were insufficient in showing substantially the same machine and mode of operation, and as to prior use abroad, it was not regarded until the law of his country as competent evidence. Seldom have the lives of great inventors presented a more striking example of the vicissitudes, the despair, and the final triumphs of fortune, which are commonly their lot, than is shown in the case of Howe. A machinist with a wife and children to support, his health too feeble to earn hardly a scanty living, he watched his faithful wife ply her constant needle, and wonders why a machine cannot be made to do the work. The idea cannot be put aside, and with such poor aids as he can command, he commences his task. At last, amid the trials of bitter poverty, he brings his invention to that stage in which he induces a friend to advance some money, by the promise of a share in the future patent, and thereby gains a temporary home for his family and a garret for his workshop. Day after day and night after night he labors, and finally in April 1845 the rather crude machine is completed, and 2 woolen suits of clothing are sewed thereon, one for a friend and one for himself. Then came the effort to make more machines and place them on the market. People admired the machines as a curiosity, but none were induced to buy them or help him pecuniarily. Finally, in September 1846, he obtained his patent, but by that time his best friends had become discouraged, and he was compelled to return with his family to his father's house in Cambridge, Massachusetts. To earn his bread, he sought and found employment on a railway locomotive. By some means, his brother sold one of his machines to Mr. William Thomas, a corset maker of London, and Howe was induced to go there to make stays and his machines. He took his wife and child with him. The arrangement made with his employer was not such as to enable him to keep his family there, and he soon sent them home. Unable to sell his machines, he was soon reduced to want. He pawned his patent and his last machine, and procured money to return to New York, where he arrived penniless in 1849. He then later learned that his wife was dying of consumption at Cambridge. He was compelled to wait until money could be sent him to pay his passage home, and reach there just before his wife's death. He then learned that during his absence his patent and machine had attracted attention, that others had taken the matter up, added their improvements to his machines, and that many in various places were being made and sold which were infringements of his patent. A great demand for sewing machines had sprung up. He induced friends to again help him. Suits were commenced, which, although bitterly fought for 6 years, were finally successful. Now fortune turned her smiling face upon him. Medals and diplomas, the Cross of the Legion of Honor, and millions of money became his. When the great Civil War broke out in 1861, he entered the army as a private soldier, and advanced the money to pay the regiment to which he belonged, when the government paymaster had been long delayed. His life was saddened by the fact that his wife had not lived to share his fortune. He died in Brooklyn, New York, October 3, 1867, in the midst of life, riches, and honor at the comparatively early age of 48. In referring to the early inventors of sewing machines in America who entered the field about the same time with Howe, mention should be made of J.J. Greenough and George Corliss, who had machines patented respectively in 1842 and 1843 for sewing leather with double-pointed needles, and the running stitch sewing machine used for basting made and patented by B.W. Bean in 1843. About this time, both in England and America, machines had been devised for sewing lengths of calico and other cloths together, previous to bleaching, dyeing, or printing. The edges of the cloth were first crimped or fluted and then sewed by a running stitch. The decade of 1849 to 1859, immediately following the development of the Howe machine, was the greatest in the century for producing those successful sewing machines which were the foundation of the art, established a new industrial epoch, and converted Hood's Song of the Shirt into a lament commemorative of the miseries of a slavish but dying industry. It was during that decade that, in the United States, Batchelor invented the perpetual feed for moving the cloth horizontally under and past the needle. In Howe's, the cloth could be sewed but a certain distance at a time, and then the machine must be readjusted for a new length. Then Blodgett and Leroux imparted to the eye-pointed needle what is called the dip motion, the needle being made to descend completely through the material, then to rise a little to form a loop. The shuttle then entered the loop, the needle descended against a short distance, while the shuttle passed through the loop of the needle thread, and then the needle was raised above the cloth. It was then that Allen B. Wilson invented the still more famous four-motion feed for feeding the cloth forward. He employed a bar having saw-like teeth on one edge, which projected up through a slotted plate and engraved the cloth. He then first moved the bar forward, carrying the cloth, second, dropped the bar, third, moved it back under the plate, and fourth, raised it to its first position to again engage the cloth. These motions were so timid with the movement of the needle, and so quickly done that the cloth was carried forward while the needle was raised. The passage and quick action of the needle was not interfered with, and the feeding and the sewing seemed to be simultaneous. The intermittent grasp and feed of the cloth were hardly perceptible, and yet it permitted the cloth to be turned to make a curved seam. Wilson also invented the rotating hook, which catches the loop of the upper thread and drops a disc bobbin through it to form the stitch. The shuttle was thus dispensed with, and an entirely new departure was made in the art. These, with other improvements, made up the celebrated Wheeler and Wilson machine. Now also appeared the Singer, consisting chiefly of the invention of T.M. Singer. He improved the operation of the needle bar, devised a roughened feed wheel as a substitute for Wilson's serrated bar, introduced a spring presser foot alongside the needle to hold the work down in proper position, while permitting it to be moved forward or in any other direction. A friction pad was also placed between the cloth seam and the spool to prevent the thread from kinking or twisting under the point of the descending needle. He was the first to give the shuttle an additional forward movement after it had once stopped to draw the stitch tight, such operation being taken while the feed moved the cloth in the reverse direction and while the needle completed its upward motion, so that the two threads were simultaneously drawn, and finally a spring guide upon the shuttle to control the slack of the thread and prevent its catching by the needle. By reason of these improvements, it is thought by many that Singer was the first to furnish the people with a successful operating and practical sewing machine. At any rate, the world at last so highly appreciated his machines that it lifted him from poverty to an estate which was valued at between $8 and $10 millions at the time of his death in 1875. Singer was also the first to invent the ruffler, a machine for ruffling or gathering cloth, and a device which laid an embroidering thread upon the surface of the cloth under the needle thread. The Grover and Baker, another celebrated American machine, was invented by William O. Grover and William E. Baker in 1851. By certain changes they made in the thread carrier and connections, they were enabled to make a double-looped stitch. This required more thread, but the stitch made was unexcelled in strength. And so the work went on from step to step, and from the completion of one machine after another, until when the Centennial Exhibition came to be held in Philadelphia in 1876, a fine array of excellent sewing machines was had, from the United States principally, but also those of inventors and manufacturers in Great Britain, Canada, France, Germany, Belgium, Sweden, and Denmark. Up to that time, about 2,200 patents had been granted in the United States, all of which, with the exception of a very few, were for inventions made within the preceding quarter of a century. And during the last quarter of the century, about 5,000 more United States patents have been issued for devices in this art. This number includes many, of course, to inventors of other countries. When it is remembered that these patents were issued only after an examination in each case as to its novelty, and although slight as may have been the changes or additions, yet substantially different they must have been in nearly all respects, it may to some extent be realized how great and incessant has been the exercise of invention in this useful class of machines. On this point of the exercise of invention in sewing machines, as well as on some others growing out of the subject, LynneT, writing in his Mechanical Dictionary about 20 years ago, remarks, quote, "If required to name the 3 subjects on which the most extraordinary versatility of invention has been expended, the answer would be without hesitation the sewing machine, reaping machine, and breech-loading firearm. Each of these has thousands of patents, and although each is the growth of the last 40 years, it is only during the last 25 years that they have filled any notable place in the world. It was then only by a combination of talents that any of these 3 important inventions was enabled to achieve remarkable success. The sewing machine previous to 1851, made without the admirable division of labor which is a feature in all well-conducted factories, was hard to make and comparatively hard to run. The system of assembling, first introduced in the artillery service of France by General Gribeauval in 1765, and brought to proximate perfection by Colonel Colt in the manufacture of the revolver at Hartford, Connecticut, has economized material and time, improved the quality as well as cheapened the product. There is today, and in fact has been for some years, more actual invention in the special machines for making sewing machines than in the machines themselves. The assembling system, that is, making the component parts of an article in distinct pieces of pattern, so as to be interchangeable, and the putting them together is the only system of order. How else should the Providence Tool Company execute their order for 600,000 rifles for the Turkish government? How otherwise could the Champion Harvesting Machine Company of Springfield, Ohio, turn out an equipped machine every 4 minutes each working day of 10 hours? Or, to draw the illustration from the subject in hand, how, by any other than the nicest arrangement of detail, can the Singer Sewing Machine Company make 6,000 machines per week at Elizabethport, New Jersey? When sewing machines were so far completed as to be easily run by a hand crank or treadle, the application of power to run them singly or in series, and to run machines of a larger and more powerful description, soon naturally followed, so that garment-making factories of all kinds, whether of cloth or leather, have been established in many countries, in which steam or electric power is utilized as the motor, and thus human strain and labor saved, while the amount of production is increased. No radical changes in the principle or mode of operation of sewing machines have been made in the last 25 years, but the efforts of inventors have been directed to improve the previously established types, and to devise attachments of all kinds by the aid of which anything that can be sewed upon a machine. Tucking, ruffling, braiding, cording, hemming, turning, plaiting, gauging, and other attachment devices are numerous. Inventors have rivaled one another in originating new forms of stitches. About 75 distinct stitches have been devised, each of which must of course be produced by a change in mechanism. When sewing machines were in their infancy and confined to sewing straight seams and other plain sewing, it was predicted that it was not possible to take from the hands of women the making of fine embroidery from intricate patterns, or the working of buttonholes, and the destruction of the quilting party was not apprehended. Nor was it expected that human hands could be dispensed with in the cutting out of garments, and yet these things have followed. Machines, by a beautiful but complex system of needles, working to some extent on the jacquard system of perforated cardboards, and by the help of pneumatic or electrical power, will work out on most delicate cloths embroidery of exquisite patterns. The buttonhole machines will take the garment, cut the buttonhole at the desired point, and either, as in one class of machines, by moving the fabric about the stitch-forming mechanism, or, as in another class, moving the stitch-forming mechanism about the buttonhole, complete the delicate task in the nicest and most effective manner. Quilting machines have their own bees, consisting of a guide which regulates the spaces between the seams and adjusts them to any width, and a single needle or gang of needles, the latter under the control of cams which force the needles to quilt certain desired patterns. And as to cutting, it is only necessary to place the number of pieces of fabric desired to be cut in cutting dies or upon a table, and over them an overboard cutter, which comprises a reciprocating bandsaw or a rotary knife, all quick, keen, and delicate in an apparatus guided by hand, in order to produce in the operation a great pile of the parts formerly so slowly produced, one at a time, by scissors or shears. If men were contented with that single useful garment of some savages, a blanket with a slit cut in it for the passage of the head and neck, not only would a vast portion of the joys and sorrows of social philosophy have been avoided, but an immense strain and trouble on the part of inventors of the century would have been obviated. But man's propensity for wearing clothes has led to the invention of every variety of tools for making them faster, cheaper, and better. No machine has yet been invented that will take the place of the deft fingers of women in certain lines of ornamentation, as in final completion and trimming of their hats. The airy and erratic demands of fashion are too nimble to be supplied by the slow processes of machinery, although the crude groundwork, the frame, has been shaped, molded, and sewed by machines, and women themselves have invented and patented bonnet frames and patterns. But no such difficulty in invention has occurred in hat-making for men. From the treating and cutting of the raw material, from the outer bound edge and the band about the body, to the tip of the crown, a machine may be found for performing each separate step. Especially is this the case with the hard felt and the high silk hats. 75 years ago, the making of hats was done by hand processes. Now in all hat factories, machines are employed, and the ingenuity displayed in the construction of some of them is marvelous. It is exceedingly difficult to find many of the old hand implements existing even as relics. Wool and fur each has its special machines for turning it into a hat. The operations of cleaning and preparing the material, felting the fur when fur is used, shaping the hat body and then the brim, washing, drying, hardening and stiffening it, stretching, smoothing, finishing, sizing, lining, trimming, are all now done by machines devised for each special purpose. A description of these processes would be interesting, but even in an abbreviated form would fill a book. The wonderful things done in the manufacture of boots and shoes and rubber goods will be referred to in subsequent chapters. Although it was old from time immemorial to color cotton goods, and the calico power printing cylinder was invented and introduced into England in the latter part of the 18th century and began to turn out at once immense quantities of decorated calicos and chintz, yet figured woven goods were a novelty 60 years ago. In 1834, Mr. Bonjou, a prominent wool manufacturer in Sedan, France, and an élève of the Polytechnic School, conceived the idea of modifying the plain clothes universally made by the union of different tints and patterns. This he was enabled to do by the jacquard loom, the manufacture of fancy woven cloths, cashmeres, worsted coatings, etc., of great beauty, combined with strength of fabrication, followed in all civilized countries, but their universal adoption as wearing apparel was due in part to the lessening of the expense in the making them into garments by the sewing machine. As to the effect of modern inventions on wearing apparel, it is not apparent that they were necessary to supply the wardrobes of the rich. The Solomons and the Queen of Sheba of ancient days, and all their small and great successors in the halls of fortune, have had their rich robes, their purple, and their fine linen, whether made in one way or another, but modern inventions have banished the day when the poor man's hard labor of a long day will not suffice to bring his wife a yard of cheapest cloth. Toil, then, as hard as he and his poor wife and children might, their united labors would hardly suffice to clothe them in more than the poorly dressed skins of animals and the coarsest of homespun wool. Now, cottons and calicoes are made and sold at a profit for 3 cents a yard, and the poorest woman in the land may appear in neat, comfortable, and tasteful dress, the entire cost of material and labor of which need not exceed 50 cents. The comfort, respectability, and dignity of a large family, which depend so much on clothes, may be insured at the cost of a few dollars. And as to the condition of the sewing woman, trying and poor as it is in many instances, yet she can earn more money with less physical exhaustion than under the old system. The epoch of good clothes for the people, with all that it means in the fight upward from degradation, began in this century, and it was due to the inventions which have been above outlined. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Inventions in the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Prajakta. Inventions in the Century by William Henry Doolittle. Chapter 20. Industrial Machines. One invention engenders another or cooperates with another. None lives or stands or dies alone. So in the humble but extensive art of broom making, men and women worked along through ages, binding with their hands the supple twigs of trees or bushes, or of corn by thongs or cords or wire upon the rudely formed collar of a hand-smoothed stick, until the modern lathe and hollow mandrel armed with cutters, the power-driven shuttle, and the sewing machine were invented. The lathe and mandrel to hold the stick while it was cut was used before, but it was long within the century that a hollow mandrel was first invented, which was provided internally with cutting beveled knives, and into which the stick was placed, carried through longitudinally, and during its passage cut smooth and finished. As broom corn became the chief product from which brooms are made, it became desirable to have a machine, after the corn had been scraped of its seed, to size and prepare the stems in regular lengths for the various sizes of brooms, and accordingly such a machine was invented. Then a machine was needed and invented to wind the corn brush with the cord or wire and tie it in a round bunch, preparatory to flattening and sewing it. Then followed different forms of broom sewing machines. Among the pioneers was one which received the round bunch between two compressing jaws and pressed it flat. While so, held a needle with its coarse thread was forced through the broom above the binding and the cord twined around it. Then a shuttle, also carrying a stout thread, was thrown over the cord. The needle receded and was then forced through the broom again under the binding cord. Thus, in conjunction with the shuttle, the stitches were formed alternately above and below the binding twine, the holding jaws being raised intermittently for that purpose. As each stitch was formed, the machine fed the broom along laterally and intermittently. By another ingenious device, the cord was tied and cut when the sewing was completed. It is only by such machines which treat the entire article from the first to the last step that the immense number of brooms now necessary to supply the market are made. True it is that at first labor was displaced. At one time, 17 skilled workmen would manufacture 500 dozen brooms per week. They had reduced the force of earlier times by making larger quantities by better processes. Then when the broom sewing machines and other inventions got fairly to work, 9 men would turn out 1200 dozen brooms per week. Thus, while the force was reduced nearly one half, the quantity of product was more than doubled. But as the cost of labor decreased and the product increased, the product became more plentiful and cheaper, the demand and use became greater, more broom corn was raised, more broom factories started, and soon the temporary displacement of labor was succeeded by a permanent increase in manufacture and in laborers, an increase in their wages, and an improvement in their condition. Useful and extensive as is its use, the broom does not compare in variety and wide application to the brush. The human body, cloth, leather, metals, wood, and grains, everything that needs rubbing, cleaning, painting, and polishing meets the acquaintance of the brush. Nearly 100 species of brushes might be enumerated, each having an especial construction for a particular use. Although the majority of brushes are still made by hand, Yet a few most ingenious machines have been made which greatly facilitate and speed the operation, and many mechanical appliances have been invented in aid of handwork. These machines and appliances, together with those which cut, turn, bore, smooth and polish the handles and backs to which the brush part is secured, have greatly changed and improved the art of brush making during the last 50 years. The first machine which attracted general attention was invented by Oscar D. and E. C. Woodbury of New York and patented in 1870. As in handmaking and before subjected to the action of the machine, the bristles are sorted as to length and color. A brush back bored with holes by a gang of bits, which holes do not extend, however, all the way through the back is placed in the machine under a cone-jointed plunger adapted to enter the hole in the brush back. A comb-shaped slitted plate in the machine has then each slit filled with bristles sufficient in number to form a single tuft. When the machine is started, the bristles in a slit are forced out therefrom through a twisted guideway which forms them into a round tuft and which is laid horizontally beneath a plunger which descending first doubles the tuft and as the plunger continues to descend forces the double end down into the hole. The plunger is supplied with a wire from a reel, turns as it descends, and twists the wire around the lower end of the tuft, the wire being directed in that way by a spiral groove within the plunger. The continuing action of the plunger is such as to screw the wire into the back. The wire is cut when the rotary plunger commences its descent, and when the tuft is thus secured the plunger ascends. The block is moved for another hole and another set of bristles is presented for manipulation. Brushes with 70 holes can be turned out by this machine at the rate of 1 a minute. Another most ingenious machine for this purpose is that of Kennedy, Diss and Cannon, patented in the United States in 1892. In this, brush blocks of varying size but of the same pattern are bored by the same machine which receives the bristles and the tufts are inserted as fast as the holes are bored. Both machines are automatic in operation. Street sweeping machines began to appear about 1831 in England, shortly after in France, and then in cities in other countries. The simplest form and most effective sweeper comprises a large cylinder armed with spiral rows of splints and hung diagonally on the underside and across a frame having 2 or 4 wheels. This cylinder is connected by beveled gearing with the wheels and in revolving throws the dirt from the street into a ridge on one side thereof where it is swept into heaps by hand sweepers and is then carted off. King of the United States was the inventor. A more recent improvement consists in the use of pneumatic means for removing the dust that is caused by the use of revolving brooms or brushes, such removal being effected by means of a hood that covers the area of the street beneath the body of the machine and encloses an air exhaust, the sweepings being drawn through the exhaust mechanism and deposited in a receptacle for the purpose, or in some instances deposited in a furnace carried by the machine and there burned. In cities having hard, smooth paved streets and sufficient municipal funds, the most effective but most expensive way has been found to keep a large force of men constantly at work with hoes, shovels, brooms, bags and carts, removing the dirt as fast as it accumulates. Upgrading machines. One of the most striking inventions of the century is the application of the sand blast to industrial and artistic purposes. For ages, the sands of the desert and wild mountain plains, lifted and driven by the whirling winds, had sheared and polished the edges and faces of rocks and cut them into fantastic shapes, and the sands of the shore, tossed by the winds of the sea, had long scratched and bleared the windows of the fisherman's hut before it occurred to the mind of man that here were a force and an agent which could be harnessed into his service. It was due finally to the inventive genius of B. F. Tilghman of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, who in 1870 patented a process by which common sand, powdered quartz, emery, or other comminuted sharp cutting material may be blown or driven with such force upon the surface of the hardest materials as to cut, clean, engrave, and otherwise abrade them in the most wonderful and satisfactory manner. Diamonds are abraded, glass depolished or engraved or bored, metal castings cleaned, lithographic zinc plates grained, silverware frosted, stone and glass for jewelry shaped and figured, the inscriptions and ornaments of monuments and tombstones cut thereon, engravings and photographs copied, steel files cleaned and sharpened, and stones and marble carved into forms of beauty with more exactness and in far less time than by the chisel of the artisan. The gist of the process is the employment of a jet of sand or other hard abrading material driven at a high velocity by a blast of air or steam under a certain pressure in accordance with the character of the work to be done. The sand is placed in a box-like receptacle into which the air or steam is forced, and the sand flowing into the same chamber is driven through a narrow slit or slits in the form of a thin sheet directly onto the object to be abraded. By one method, the surface of the object is first coated with tin foil on which the artist traces his design, and this is then coated with melted transparent wax. Then when the wax is hardened, it is cut away along the lines already indicated and seen through the wax. The object now is subjected to the blast, and as the sand will not penetrate a softened material sufficient to abrade a surface beneath, the exposed portions alone will be cut away. The sand after it strikes is carried off by a blast to some receptacle from which it is returned to its former place for further use. Other means may be used in the place of a slitted box as a small or large blowpipe, but the driving of the sand or similar abrading material with great force by the steam or air blast is the essential feature of the process. Emery, that variety of the mineral corundum consisting of crystalline alumina, resembling in appearance dark fine-grained iron ore, ranking next to the diamond in hardness and a sister of the sapphire and the ruby, has long been used as an abradant. The Eastern nations have used corundum for this purpose for ages. Turkey and Greece once had a monopoly of it. Knight says, the corundum stone used by the Hindus and Chinese is composed of corundum powdered, 2 parts, lac resin 1 part. The two are intimately mixed in an earthen vessel, kneaded and flattened, shaped and polished. A hole in the stone for the axis is made by a heated copper rod. However ancient the use of artificial stones for grinding and polishing, nevertheless it is true that the solid emery wheel in the form that has made it generally useful in machines known as emery grinders is a modern invention and of American origin. In the manufacture of such machines, great attention and the highest scientific skill has been paid first to the material composing the wheel and to the cementing substances by which the emery is compacted and bound in the strongest manner to prevent bursting when driven at great speed. Secondly, to the construction of machines and wheels of a composition varying from the finest to the coarsest, and thirdly, to the proper balancing of the wheels in the machines and operation of great nicety in order that the wheel may be used on delicate tools when driven at high speed without producing uneven work, marking the objects or endangering the breaking or bursting of the wheel. Such machines, when properly constructed, although not adapted to take the place of the file, other steel cutting tools, and the grindstone for many purposes, yet have very extensively displaced those tools for cutting gauges and the grinding and polishing of hardened metals by reason chiefly of their greater convenience, speed, and general adaptability. Not only tools of all sizes are ground and polished, but plowshares, stove and wrought iron plates, iron castings, the inner surfaces of hollow ironware, the bearings of spindles, arbors, and the surfaces of steel, chilled or cast iron rolls, etc. In the great class of industrial mechanics, no machines of the century have contributed more to the comfort and cleanliness of mankind than those by which wearing apparel in its vast quantities is washed and ironed more thoroughly, speedily, and satisfactorily in every way than is possible by the old hand systems. When it is remembered how under the old system such a large part of humanity, and this the weaker part, devoted such immense time and labor to the universal washing and ironing days, the invention of these machines and appliances must be regarded as among the great labor saving blessings of the century. True, the individual washerwoman and washermen and ironers have by no means disappeared and are still in evidence everywhere, yet the universal and general devotion of one half the human race to the washtub and ironing table for 2 or more days in the week is no longer necessary. And even for the individual worker, the convenient appliances and helps that have been invented have greatly relieved the occupation of pain and drudgery. Among modern devices in the laundry worked by hand is first the washing machine, in which the principle is adapted of rolling over or kneading the clothes. By moving a lever by hand up and down, the clothes are thoroughly rubbed, squeezed, and lifted at each stroke. Then comes the wringer, a common form of which consists of two parallel rolls of vulcanized and otherwise specially treated rubber fitted to shafts which, by an arrangement of cogwheels, gearing, and springs in the framework at the ends of rolls and a crank handle, are made to roll on each other. The clothes are passed between the rollers. The springs permit the rollers to yield and part more or less according to the thickness of the clothes. Then the old-fashioned or the new-fashioned mangle is brought into play. The old-style mangle had a box weighted with stone which was reciprocated on rollers and was run back and forth upon the clothes spread upon a polished table beneath. One of the more modern styles is on the principle of the wringer above described, or a series of rollers arranged around a central drum and each having a rubber spring attached, by which means the clothes are not subjected to undue pressure at 1 or 2 points as in the first mentioned kind. Starch is also applied by a similar machine. The cloth is dipped into a body of starch, or the same is applied by hand, and then the superfluous starch squeezed out as the clothes are passed through the rollers. But for hotels and other large institutions, washing is now done by steam power machinery. It is an attractive sight to step into a modern laundry operated with the latest machinery on the largest scale. The first thing necessary in many localities is to clarify the water. This is done by attaching to the service pipe tanks filled with filtering material through which the water flows before reaching the boiler. The driving engine and shafting are compactly placed at one end or side of the room with boilers and kettles conveniently adjacent. The water and clothes are supplied to the washing machine and operated by the engine. Steam may be used in addition to the engine to keep it boiling hot, or steam may be substituted entirely for the water. The machine may be one of several types selected especially for the particular class of goods to be washed. There is the dash wheel, constructed on the principle of the cylinder churn, the outer case being stationary and the revolving dash wheel watertight or perforated, which is the preferred form for collars and cuffs. In place of the dash wheel, cylinders are sometimes used, having from 60 to 70 revolutions a minute. Another form has vibrating arms or beaters, giving between 400 and 500 strokes a minute, and by which the clothes are squeezed between rubbing corrugated boards. The rubbing boards also roll the clothes over and over until they are thoroughly washed. In another form, a rotating cylinder for the clothes is provided with an arrangement of pipes by which either steam, water, or bluing can be introduced as desired into the cylinder through its hollow journals so that the clothes can be washed, rinsed, and blued without removal from the machine. Another type has perforated, reciprocating pistons between which the clothes are alternately squeezed and released, a supply of fresh water being constantly introduced through one of the hollow cylinder journals, while the used water is discharged through the opposite journal, and in still another, the clothes are placed in a perforated cylinder within an outer casing, and propeller blades, assisted by other spiral blades, force a continuous current of water through the clothes. In ironing, hollow polishing rolls of various sizes are used, heated either by steam or gas. The articles to be ironed are placed in proper position upon a table and carried under and in contact with the rolls. Or the goods are ironed between a heated cylinder and a revolving drum covered with felting, and the polishing effected by the cylinder revolving faster than the drum. Ingenious forms of hand-operated ironing machines for turning over and ironing the edges of collars and other articles are in successful use. End of section 21.